Hello and welcome to this replay of Plains TV's live coverage of the RAF Waddington International Airshow 2014. As last broadcast getting on for 6 years ago. It's if you're watching this in the dim and distant future, it's April the 4th 2020. I better just double check that date's right. Yes, April the 4th 2020. And we're looking at a fairly slow weekend of lock-in scenario here, so hopefully this is going to provide some light relief from staying in at home. It was the last show at Waddington back in 2014. This is the Sunday's flying display. There's a great variety in there. Obviously Vulcan was still flying. It was the Red Arrow's 50th anniversary. So there's a nice fly past there, which I think was on the Saturday actually, but we do include a little bit on the broadcast. I'm going to play the whole thing, and I'm not going to interrupt it too much. And as I say, it's not edited or anything. So for this was a live production, so if there are a few glitches here and there, you'll have to excuse them. But hopefully, an entertaining way to spend a day. It's 8 hours long. I don't suspect anyone's going to sit and watch the entire thing, but if you do, medals in the post. But I'd love to see any pictures for anyone who's watching live of laptops out in the sunny lawn watching this. Would be fantastic to see. So without further ado, we're going to kick off with the Sentinel, get a little bit of the AWACS afterwards, and then we're into the main flying display with the Bronco, where you'll see some cunning cutting in of in-cockpit material from the day before, but hopefully entertaining. Let's get started.
I believe by Air Livery at Norwich Airport. Vital capability for the RAF provided by the Sentinel, namely that of the Airborne Standoff Radar, or ASTOR. And the Sentinel system isn't just the aircraft, they form the air element. There are air, land and support segments thereof. And the 5-strong fleet of Sentinels, modified Bombardier Global Express executive jets, form the air element thereof. The dual-mode radar being the key to the Sentinel's capabilities in that regard, similar to the radar carried by the US Air Force's Lockheed U-2 reconnaissance aircraft. And it can collect synthetic aperture radar imagery and also ground-moving target information, and that is really a crucial capability that's been used in recent conflicts, but not just conflicts, also a very useful capability to have for humanitarian operations. And indeed, only recently in May, an RAF Sentinel from Waddington deployed to Accra in Ghana and operated from there to assist the Nigerian government in finding those 200 kidnapped schoolgirls.
All that capability in the hands of Flight Lieutenant Sean McIver this morning, and elegantly flown again. If you've missed it, do not worry, it will be returning later, but currently now departing on its own mission training activity. So we're waiting now for the E3D Sentry to join us, and there it is on the left-hand side.
Yes, this aircraft from number 8 Squadron, a very historic Royal Air Force unit that prior to the delivery of the first E3D Sentry AEW-1 aircraft in 1990 was the last Royal Air Force operator of the wonderful and venerable Avro Shackleton. The rotating so-called rotodome on the top of the aircraft that renders the E3D, the AWACS as it's well known, the Airborne Warning and Control System aircraft, so distinctive, contains the Northrop Grumman AN/APY-2 multi-mode look-down radar. On board the aircraft for a typical mission would be 18 crew, 4 of them on the flight deck, plus 3 technicians and an 11-strong mission crew. And George, you were saying yesterday just what a vital presence.
I'm now with Wing Commander Jim Belden. Thank you very much for joining me. I know your weekend is exceptionally busy. You're obviously commanded 8 Squadron here at Waddington. How's your weekend been so far?
It's been a fantastic event. It's always well supported, as you know. You've been here many years, but so have I. And I think this year is as good a show as you've ever put on. And there's a little bit of nostalgia with it this year, with the 70th anniversary of D-Day, but also, of course, a little bit of sentiment as well, because obviously next year we won't be having an air show at Waddington.
Yeah, bit of a shame. Essential works, though, isn't it?
It's vital work, which we can no longer wait to do, really. Work's going to take about 59 weeks to complete. It's a complete refurbishment of the main runway, some of the substructure of which dates back to pre-war days, and so it's had a lot of wear and tear on it. It's time we have to do it, and unfortunately that was inevitably going to have an impact on next year's air show, and it's just judged that the work is just so extensive that we simply won't be able to put an air show on next year.
Just needs a bit of an overhaul. Of course, yesterday, we're in day 2 now. Yesterday, what were your highlights of yesterday?
Well, there were several, really, as there would have been for everybody. I love the Swedish Draken, but I suppose a highlight for a lot of people would have been the 50th anniversary flypast by the Red Arrows, and in formation with 3 Gnats, one in Yellowjack's colour scheme, in fact 2 Gnats, one in Yellowjack's colour scheme, one in the old Red Arrow scheme.
That's
and
right.
Of course the Black Arrow of Treble 1 Squadron was a sight not to be forgotten.
It is impressive, isn't it?
The Reds are fantastic. They had a couple of unlucky years, really, but they're really back on song this year. I think they're as strong as they've ever been. Really immaculate flying.
I've really got to agree. Operational side of Waddington, then, just tell me a little bit about that.
Well, we are known now, really, as the Royal Air Force's I-Star hub. So it's intelligence, surveillance, target acquisition and reconnaissance. My own aeroplane, the AWACS, is airborne command and control, but we contribute to the full spectrum of intelligence gathering and reconnaissance activities.
Excellent. Well, I've got to say thank you so much for joining me today. I know you are very busy and very busy time for you, so we'll leave it there for now. I'll let you go off and enjoy your day.
It's a great pleasure.
And it's back to some more action now.
Designated it the OV-10 Bronco, as it was called by the US military, and as George mentioned, it entered service in time for the Vietnam War. The US Marine Corps was first to operate the OV-10A model in that theatre on observation and forward air control duties. And George, we hear a lot about forward air controllers nowadays when discussing operations in Afghanistan, for example. What does that job entail?
Well, it actually means getting the capability, whatever that may be. Generally, it's a destructive element, of course, right spot on the target that you want to eliminate, or we use the term neutralization an awful lot these days. It is essentially just to stop the threat imposing on your particular action or operation that you're trying to conduct at the time. The forward air controller works to a set sort of a Bible, so to speak, in their own training terms, and it is up to him to bring in that action, rocket, bomb, whatever it may be, or gunfire, onto the point of threat.
And that was but one of the tasks performed by Broncos in Vietnam. They did indeed direct strikes by fast jet attack aircraft and AC-47 spooky gunships, as well as ground artillery. They also acted as armed escorts to C-123 provider transports engaged in the controversial Ranch Hand defoliation missions, but Broncos served in Vietnam as light strike aircraft themselves, with machine guns and high explosive rockets, and even laser designators for directing the weaponry of other aircraft onto targets. Buddy lasing, as it might be described now, was used in an early form on US Air Force Broncos in Vietnam. Undercarriage down here. One US Air Force Bronco pilot, Captain Steve Bennett, won the Congressional Medal of Honor for his sacrifice in Vietnam. He was engaged in a fire control sortie involving US Navy ships when he was diverted to support some US troops who were under attack by North Vietnamese infantry. His aircraft was hit by an SA-7 surface-to-air missile, and it had to be ditched on water. That was a hazardous undertaking in a Bronco, given the high wing configuration. The Marine Corps forward air controller in the back managed to get out, but Bennett was killed. that was one of 81 Broncos lost in the Vietnam campaign, most of them from the US Air Force. It highlighted the fact that although this was and remains a very agile aeroplane, and indeed it is aerobatic, although we're not seeing that demonstrated in this particular display, the aircraft was somewhat vulnerable to enemy fire, and that much had become apparent by the time of Operation Desert Storm, the Gulf War, in 1991. For that very reason, the US Air Force, although it was still flying Broncos at the time, chose not to deploy them to the Persian Gulf for that conflict. The US Marine Corps, however, did so. By now, apart from original OV-10A models, it had the upgraded D variant with all-weather vision systems and more powerful engines. But realistically, the Broncos' time with the US military was coming to an end. But recently, that didn't stop the type being considered for a possible return to the front line under US auspices, because the need for light attack and counterinsurgency aircraft, relatively cheap to acquire and operate, and survivable in the field, easy to maintain at forward locations, has been highlighted by recent operations in the likes of Iraq and Afghanistan, and a number of aircraft have been pitched to meet those requirements. The Beechcraft AT-6 Texan II, an example of which we see in the static park here, to the right of the control tower in a very attractive desert camouflage scheme, is one of them. Believe it or not, the Bronco was another, and two upgraded OV-10G Plus examples have been evaluated by the US military under a requirement called Combat Dragon to provide potentially a light armed warplane for use in Afghanistan, though as yet no procurement has resulted, and it would seem that the Bronco will not meet that particular need. But it met many others during a distinguished service career. A wing-rocking final pass here from Tony De Bruyne. He really is an enthusiast of this type. In all, he has owned 3 of them, all OV-10B models that were delivered to West Germany's Luftwaffe in the late 1960s for use as target tugs. They were phased out in the 1990s. And Tony, as I mentioned, has at some point had a trio of them. He still has 2, and this is the second of them to have been airworthy. He bought it in 2011 from the museum at Schwenningen am Neckar in Germany, operated by Margot and Manfred Flum. And a quick restoration resulted. It flew again in May 2012, and still at that time required a little bit of work to get it into truly immaculate condition. But then things were interrupted by a very serious accident that Tony suffered in his first airworthy Bronco. That was at Cotswold Airport, the former Kemble Airfield, on the 10th of July 2012. Tony was very badly burned and suffered other injuries as well in the accident. But once he recovered in hospital, his enthusiasm was undimmed. He told me earlier in the year, "From the moment I woke up, and after taking stock of my condition and what had happened, it never crossed my mind that I would not be flying again." He's made a tremendous recovery, and here he is, under 2 years after that accident, displaying for us once again.
Yes, quite superb stuff, and welcome return, Tony, and your aircraft to the air display circuit. It's magnificent stuff. And you know, I was just reading back through the original specification for this aircraft. It's absolutely extraordinary. If you came up with it today, it'd be virtually impossible for anybody to build, I think, what you asked this aircraft to do all those years ago, 40 years ago. Quite utterly extraordinary stuff, and amazing, but still so critical. So many of those roles today, even in modern technology, a pair of eyes on the battlefield, looking where the fall of shot is, in the old AOP style of the Second World War, actually is remarkable how much those roles have long stayed right through modern warfare.
Indeed, and we'll, I'm sure, talk when we think about D-Day later in the show, George, about the air observation post, the AOP aircraft. Meanwhile, a quick mention of the fact that as Tony taxis the Bronco in on the far side of the airfield, that was just his second public flying display in this aircraft since his return to display flying, and the first in Britain. He flew it at Lens in France earlier in the year, and the Bronco demo team, ever enthusiastic, have their merchandising stand somewhere on the airfield. You won't miss it. It has the same day glow colours as you can see on the Bronco itself. I'm sure Tony will be along there later and very happy to meet you. They have some excellent merchandise.
Yes, indeed. Well, now we're going to turn our attention to something completely different, and that is individuals jumping out of a perfectly serviceable aircraft. Yes, they're the Royal Air Force Falcons, and they're led today by Flight Lieutenant Chris Bailey. He's the officer commanding, and their team coach is Flight Sergeant Mike Maguire. Now, you will have seen one or two individuals out on the airfield already, and what they're doing is they're setting up what is known as the DZ. That's the drop zone, the all-important point where the parachutists will not only aim to hit the spot, but also very important for the aircraft, which today is a Cessna Caravan with all the parachutists on board. It's already airborne, and they say they're going to go for their low show today, which will be a drop from 2,500 feet. Now, why did they do it, and where did it all start? Well, it all started back in 1961 when 6 parachute jumping instructors from the No. 1 Parachute Training School based at Royal Air Force Abingdon became the first official Royal Air Force parachute display team. They called themselves the Big Six, mainly because they were all actually under 6 feet tall. Those were the pioneering days. Their freefall skills were basic, added through of course trial and error. Their parachutes were simple round canopies, and their main task was the development of equipment and techniques needed to deliver freefall parachutists from high altitude. So there you see the very specific operational role. Now, it was during the 50s and right through to 61 that ad hoc displays were performed to the public by a small group of parachute jumping instructors, and they went on, of course, to develop the team in 1961. First invitation at the Farnborough Air Show for the Royal Air Force Parachute Display Team. Now, not surprisingly, they're very popular. You can see the aircraft now. If you look high in the sky, they'll be checking out their pre-flight, exit checks are all important, and they'll be communicating with the drop zone team. Now, it's unlikely we'll see much of a stack today, and I think it's unlikely we'll see much of a free fall either, because, of course, they'll be limited by the altitude that they're working from. Now, I'm told also that one of the team members today, I think it is Sean Borley, will actually be flying a different shoot today. He's going to be flying in support of the Royal Air Forces Association, the RAF Association shoot, so take a good look out for that as well. Now, once again, the team, both in the aircraft and on the ground, are working in tandem with each other. They can conduct displays from a minimum of 2,500 feet, what they're doing today, up to a maximum of 12,000 feet above sea level. All depends on the weather conditions and, of course, air traffic limitations, not applicable here today, but it does present the team with a variety of different approaches to the whole task. All the parachutists are members of the personnel branch of the Royal Air Force, having joined the RAF as physical training instructors or physical education officers. Having spent much of their time instructing physical education at various Royal Air Force units, they then elect to specialise in military parachuting duties. I put the emphasis there on military duties, again underlining the operational raison d'etre for why this still goes on today. Now, each of the team members will have spent approximately 2 years teaching static line parachuting to the British Airborne Forces, during which time they will have undergone a rigorous selection process for the privilege of serving on the Falcons. Now, we're listening in with a bit more detail now. We're hoping that we're ready to go very shortly. And I think, Ben, you're going to help us talk through the stack. Sadly, Graham Liggins is unable to join us today. Of course, he's a well-known voice around the country and the absolute expert on the Royal Air Force Falcons parachuting team. Each of the team members will normally spend 3 years with the team, at the end of which they will be expected to have achieved military free-fall instructor status. During the season, they can make up to 80 display descents from various heights and at various locations around the UK and Europe, in addition to many practice jumps. Unsurprisingly, given the weather, they also spend a lot of time training in the deserts of California and Arizona. Now, although you see a Cessna Caravan today, of course, they occasionally will jump from the Royal Air Force's Hercules fleet, or occasionally from a CH-47 Chinook. Now, look at the preparations that will be going on whilst the aircraft climbs to the required altitude. The team will be donning their helmets, goggles, gloves, checking their altimeters, any photographic equipment, smoke brackets and smoke canisters. They will check and then double check their equipment. They'll be preparing themselves psychologically for the task before them, and the adrenaline will be increasing. They will also be checking each other's equipment, making sure all handles are visible, no straps are twisted, and all pins are in place. We're preparing now for the run-in. 4 minutes before the team exits the aircraft, it makes its final approach to the drop zone. That is always referred to as the run-in. In order for this to take place, the drop zone party track a helium-filled balloon with an instrument called a theodolite. I don't know that we'll be using that to a great extent today, given the low cloud. But normally information gathered from this would allow the drop zone safety officer to calculate the direction in which the aircraft should approach, and also the point at which the team should exit the aircraft. With other teams, you will have heard reference to a thing called a woody. That, of course, is just a colloquial name for the wind drift indicator, but it does exactly the same sort of job. It's vital because although the canopies are very maneuverable, the team have to be released at exactly the right point if they're going to be able to freefall. We're looking out now. Keep your eyes peeled. Do give them a big shout and a cheer once they're out. That'll be absolutely superb. The aircraft's still positioning now. It looks as though this could be the final turn in for the run-in. All the information now being passed between the DZ controller and the team leader in the back of the aircraft. They're all ready to go. Within 2 minutes to go, a flare on the drop zone is ignited and they're away.
Yes, once they exited the caravan, 6 of the team members we saw there just had a few seconds to deploy the canopy. The remaining jumpers pulled their parachutes immediately on exit, and once they'd opened safely, each team member positioned himself above the person below.
So conditions obviously deemed suitable for the alternate stack, a manoeuvre that the team have been practicing throughout the year. While this is all going on, the team coach has to make sure that he doesn't lose sight of the landing area and the 2 crosses on the ground. Luckily the wind isn't desperately strong today, but the release could have been much further away had it, of course, been an awful lot stronger. And a slight off-crowd wind today, which means that hopefully a parachutist will be landing well away from the main public areas. And you can see a very good drift from the smoke on the ground. So behind Flight Sergeant Mike Maguire, the team coach, Falcon 2 this year is Sergeant Rob Priestley. Falcon 3, Sergeant Liam Lyons. Falcon 4, Sergeant Dave Warboys. Falcon 5, Sergeant Scott Garrett. Falcon 6, Sergeant Chris Williams. Falcon 7, Corporal Ryan Norris. Falcon 8, Sergeant Sean Borley. He's the one flying the RAF shoot today. And Falcon 10, Corporal Neil Connell. Once they're all safely on the ground, of course, we will have the traditional line-up and salute. Flight Lieutenant Chris Bailey will be forming up to take the salute in front of the main marquee, right in the center of the display area. The team using the square parachutes have a potential forward speed of about 25 miles per hour and are steered using steerable toggles, hence making them all very maneuverable. Team actually use a technique called risering to maintain the correct distance between each other and follow the low man and the rest of the team into the drop zone. For safety and visual effect during displays, each man will, as you can see, wear smoke canisters attached to their ankles, which they operate manually after that radio call from the team coach. The bottom man is on the stack is always the very experienced team coach, Flight Sergeant Mike Maguire.
And so here comes the caravan into land. The Falcons nowadays making use, perhaps most regularly, of civilian jump platforms due to the demands placed on the RAF air transport fleet. And so, there we have our contribution to the day's flying from the first of the RAF display teams that will be featured, the Royal Air Force Parachute display team, the Falcons.
Yep, and just to wrap that up, obviously a very technically challenging form of parachuting. No finer example than from what you've seen today, the #1 parachute training school, and their motto, knowledge dispels fear. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for a marvellous demonstration from the Royal Air Force Falcons. Thank you very much, guys. Let's get on with the show. Well, while we have a pause with the owner of the vehicle, registration number Foxtrot Tango 61 Whiskey Kilo Juliet FT61 WKJ. Please return to your vehicle as soon as possible. Registration FT61 WKJ. Thank you. We're just taking a moment out there. We've just got a slight rejinx of the program, and we're ordering a couple of aircraft, but more of that in a few minutes' time. Because with any luck, I think we'll have the Hunter from the Dutch Historic Foundation joining us, and the issue, I understand, is that there'll be a slight delay to the Patrouille Aspa getting airborne. So right, literally as we're speaking now, there's a little bit of a juggle, but no worries whatsoever. We'll still be seeing everybody during the course of the day. So just to recap on the next hour or so, where we'll see the Dutch Hunter shortly. That'll be followed by the Royal Navy Black Cats, and then the wonderful Swedish Vigan. The Red Arrows will be departing, so don't get too excited at this stage, at about 11:35, and they're going outbound to one of the big sporting events of the day, of course, going around the UK. They're off to Silverstone, and they'll just be back within the hour before then turning around to get on with the display after on it. I suspect what will happen then is we'll just postpone the Patrouille Aspa for about half an hour and bring the Draken and the Tucano forward, but we'll give you an update on that as soon as we actually know it ourselves. So now we are indeed going to see the Hunter, which is marvellous news. This is quite a delightful display indeed, and I have to say in the very capable hands of quite an expert pilot that, Ben, you know very well.
Yes, indeed, a former Royal Netherlands Air Force F-16 Fighting Falcon pilot, and indeed the Dutch F-16 display pilot for 2 and a bit years in the late 1990s, but we're about to see him at the controls of a beautiful classic jet from a Dutch civilian operator, and one that really will go through its paces in delightful fashion, as indeed it did yesterday. Here at Waddington we award something called the Boeing Trophy, which is for the best presented flying demonstration of the day. It's not a competition, but it is a panel of expert judges, flying control committee members, and they will every year, as they have done, decide on the best routine. They do it on the basis of the Saturday show, and this next performance indeed has been judged as the winner of that trophy for 2014.
And as we were discussing during rehearsals a few days ago, absolutely eloquently flown. Look out for a wonderful approach on the 45 into a delightful barrel roll and also a topside parabolic pass. An absolute dream for some of the photographers out there, I'm sure, and a bit of sun breaking through to get a bit of glint off the beautiful paintwork as well.
Indeed so, yes. This one of the few single-seat Hunters now active on the British and European air display circuit, rolling now from the Dutch Hawker Hunter Foundation, the Hawker Hunter F6A. This weekend we mark the 50th display season of the Royal Air Force aerobatic team, the Red Arrows, and later in the programme we'll be seeing a Hunter in the all-black colours of Treble One Squadron's famous display team of the late 50s and early 60s, the Black Arrows, who in 1958 both looped and rolled 22 Hunters at the SBAC show at Farnborough. This very Hunter F6A was one of them. Back then it was a standard F6 model. The F6A was a modification that came later, adding a drag chute, provision for drop tanks and beefing up the wings. This aeroplane served with number 43 Squadron at Lucas, the famous Fighting Cocks.
So well into his low show now. Of course, the ceiling on the cloud not giving him an opportunity to do the full show. He'll soon give you the opportunity, come back in for a underside view followed by a derry turn. So just going through a wing over at the moment, repositioning.
This aircraft saw out its RAF service with the Tactical Weapons Unit at Brawdy in South Wales. It was during that time that the modifications to F6A standard came along. It was disposed of by the RAF in the mid-1990s and sold at that time to Kennet Aviation, based then at Cranfield. And on that passed the first indication in this display of the famous Hunter Blue Note, the wine that the bigger-engined Hunters like this F6A model produce when they get up to a bit of speed. Supposedly it's the airflow in and around the gun blast tubes that causes it, at least on the Hunter, though we expect to hear it again later on the Canberra. This aircraft was restored to fly by Kennet Aviation. The late Mark Hanna carried out the maiden flight in 1998.
So you've seen the underside, now stand by for a lovely view of the topside as Patrick manoeuvres in this delightful pass.
Yes, Patrick being Patrick Tout, who is currently a captain for Arkafly on the Boeing 787 Dreamliner, but displays this aircraft for the Dutch Hawker Hunter Foundation, and a very well-known name on the British display circuit. Rod Dean used to fly this Hunter when it was owned by Kennet Aviation. Rod told me he thinks this is the best Hunter I have ever flown.
Now this is the manoeuvre coming in on the 45 into a delightful barrel roll.
Dutch Hawker Hunter Foundation bought the airframe in 2007. They were already operating a T8C two-seat variant in Dutch colours. This one was then repainted in Royal Netherlands Air Force markings also and ferried to the Foundation's base at Leeuwarden in early 2009. This is in fact only the second time we've seen it at a British air show since its sale to the Netherlands, and it, in these colours, recalls the type's extensive use with the Royal Netherlands Air Force. They had 220 Hunter F4 and F6 models built under licence in the Netherlands by Fokker. Six Dutch squadrons used Hunters in all. One of them, number 322, was deployed to Netherlands, New Guinea when that territory was under threat from Indonesia. Hunters were in Dutch service from 1956 to 68. Then the final examples were replaced by Lockheed F-104 Starfighters.
Having completed that 360 reversal turn there, I'm expecting him now to pull up into another barrel roll before completing the end of the display and positioning for a downwind.
Hunter F6s like this, indeed including this very aeroplane, were the mainstays of Royal Air Force Fighter Command's day fighter force in the mid to late 1950s. And the F6 was the most numerous production mark of all. 383 of them were built by the RAF. It was an outstanding aeroplane with superb qualities for display flying.
And there it is, a blue note.
The Netherlands, one of 21 countries other than the UK to operate Hunters, perhaps the best known, those of the Swiss Air Force, which carried on using them until the mid-1990s, and of course flew Hunters as part of its aerobatic team, the Patrouille Suisse. But there we recall the Dutch use of this famous British fighter aircraft, not the last we shall see of the Hunter on today's programme, but a pleasure to welcome this example to Waddington.
Superb positioning now downwind for his final approach to land, and of course notably another 50th anniversary going on this year, that of the Patrouille Suisse that you just mentioned, and I believe that will be celebrated perhaps as a secondary activity at Fairford next weekend. When Patrick is not enjoying himself in this aircraft, of course he plays around in his spare time on a Dreamliner, working for the Dutch company Arcfly, and is also the project management team for the introduction of that aircraft into that company. Huge amount of experience, got well over 5,000 hours now, and of which, would you believe, at over 3,000 on the F-16, but it's still only in the hundreds on the Hawker Hunter, but you'd expect him to actually have several thousand on that. He flies just beautifully.
Indeed so. In fact, at the Royal Netherlands Air Force show at Gilserijen the other weekend, he displayed both the Hunter and the Dreamliner in the show, but here he comes in for landing, Patrick Tout in the Hawker Hunter F6A. And streaming the little drag chute that was added on the F6A model. I believe from experience, Hunter pilots, they can have a tendency to fall off rather unexpectedly, but not on this occasion.
Yes, thank goodness. That would rather hold action up a bit on the runway as well. So anyway, we're going to change that action very shortly. Going to be talking to the Royal Navy, and that is going to be the first opportunity, perhaps those of you today, to see what is the brand new helicopter for both the Royal Navy and the Army Air Corps, which is the Wildcat. After that, we expect to see another vintage jet from the Swedes in the vision of a Viggen, the Red Arrow's departure, and then a little bit of jinxing around, we think, between the Patrouille Aspa. But right now, I'm delighted to be joined by Lieutenant Commander Andrew Thompson. Andrew, welcome back. Very good to see you. And more of the same, I hope, today.
Yeah, good morning, George. Good morning, George. Yeah, it's good to be back again, bringing the Wildcat to meet the public for the first air display that the Wildcat has done as part of the Black Cat's display team, operating with the Lynx as a pair for the first time.
Now, just while we've got a moment, while the boys are getting ready and warmed up, checking the T's and P's and all that sort of stuff. Now, you're very closely associated with the Royal Naval Historic Flight, which has got a bit of teething trouble at the moment with a couple of aircraft down. What's the prognosis on the Swordfish and the Sea Fury?
The Sea Fury was ground running this week, got a fuel control unit problem, which is hopefully being rectified over the next couple of days. Hopefully see it airborne next week. To get some display clearances sorted out. The Swordfish a little bit unwell though, with pistons and cylinders needing quite a lot of work, and still a way to go with that yet. It's a bit of a shame. We need to get the aircraft ready as soon as we can so we can just join the display circuit. I'm quite lucky though, get to fly the Navy's newest aircraft and its oldest, so I get to see the whole of the 70 years of aviation in two aircraft, which is fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely dream time. It's absolutely delightful. Of course, I'm working very closely with the Historic Foundation and the various MOD project teams to try and get our aircraft back in the air as well. So at some stage, hopefully we'll get all joined up. But of course, I have to say the Swordfish, one of the country's most iconic aircraft. I mean, absolutely delightful that the great intent and motivation is there to keep that flying as long as possible.
Yes, we've got a second one which is being put back together again, and the hope this year was to display both together, which would have been the first time for many years. Unfortunately, events have sort of turned against us, but it is a fantastic aircraft to fly. It looks very graceful from the ground, but in the cockpit is a real battering with an open cockpit. It's quite instills quite a lot of respect for the guys that flew it during wartime.
Yes, absolutely. And I mean, the famous stories we hear of that dash up the channel and the fact that most of them perished, I think, in that particular operation, absolutely extraordinary. But, you know, laying down the firepower you had available at the time in terms of torpedoes, I mean, we all have to take our hats off to those guys. And in a way, of course, they knew no different. It's only in hindsight and retrospect, of course, I perhaps admire how they managed to achieve so much with so little information and technology.
Yes, it's a real delight to meet some of the veterans that flew the aircraft in the past and hear some of their stories and compare notes as well. Interesting, the thing that really jumps out at me when I speak to them and we compare our stories is that they were 18 or 19 years old when they were flying the aircraft.
Yes, quite extraordinary. Anyway, now back to what we're going to see today. My understanding is that it's a relatively benign display this year, limited very much by the Wildcat itself because it is not yet completely what we call released to service. Is that right?
That's right. The aircraft is very new. The aircraft we're displaying today has only got 30 hours on it since it came out of the factory about a month ago. So it's very new. We've had this type of aircraft for about 6 months now, which is the naval variant, and still undergoing quite a lot of trials and evaluation. The flight envelope is a little bit restricted compared to the Lynx, and you'll see that during the display today. The Lynx has been developed over the years and is operating at its limits, and the Wildcat is very much toned down and being introduced at a sort of crawl, walk, run pace. So we're seeing it very early in its development.
Okay, well, we've still got, say, a few minutes. I'm not quite sure where the Flying Control Committee are, but oh no, we are back on schedule again, which is fantastic news. So, Andy, take it away. It's all yours.
Thanks very much, George. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Royal Navy Helicopter Display Team 2014 Black Cats display running in from the left-hand side. And as we just discussed, this is made up of a Lynx HA Mark 8 and a Wildcat HA Mark II helicopter maritime attack helicopters operating on the Royal Navy's frigates and destroyers around the world. You can see the Wildcat climbing, conducting a cyclic climb with the Lynx conducting a wing over to rejoin as it goes. If you look carefully at the Wildcat, you'll see that it looks slightly different from the Lynx. It looks like a Lynx, but it's again looks like it's on steroids. Beefier engines, a lot more power. Still very manoeuvrable, but within a limited flight envelope. And again, as they pass the crowd now, have a close look and see if you can spot the differences. You'll notice that the Wildcat has got a thicker tail boom than the Lynx. This is a new design for the back end of the aircraft. It gives it a lot more stability with that horizontal stabilizer as well, with the two large end fins which contain radio aerials and give the aircraft a lot more forward stability. We found this weekend, though, operating crosswind, that the large tail boom can give you more instability crosswind during some of the display manoeuvres, and the pilot, Lieutenant Commander Gary McCall, is working hard to keep the display together with his wingman, Lieutenant Ian Halston, formating on the Wildcat. You'll also notice that the Wildcat is sporting a flashy new paint scheme, the latest in camouflage technology, and it actually does work. Lieutenant Halston has reported that he finds it quite difficult when the aircraft are separated at either ends of the airfield to see the Wildcat at the far end, and its high intensity strobe lights are sometimes the first thing that he spots as the aircraft come back towards each other from opposite ends of the runway. Okay, you can see the aircraft running towards you now. Both aircraft sport the same rotors and main gearboxes, but the Wildcat weighs in at about half a ton more than the Lynx. It has a lot more power and a greater rate of climb, but it builds up more inertia because of its weight. Another good photo opportunity moment as they put the noses down. Stand by. Because of the different handling characteristics of the Wildcat, the display is based around the Wildcat's performance, with the Lynx formating on the Wildcat, and the pilots are working quite hard to match the manoeuvres to make the performance run smoothly and look similar. But very different handling characteristics, with the high power of the Wildcat can make it climb very quickly, and the Lynx can turn very tightly. Running back towards you again with the Wildcat on the left-hand side, on the Lynx on the right. The Wildcat is coming into service now. We've got 8 aircraft, still conducting the trials. It's been to sea 3 times on various ships, but deploys for the first time for a major deployment in January next year. Face each other now, getting ready for another nose over. We're expecting to convert all our Lynx crews to Wildcat crews over the next 2 to 3 years before the Lynx goes out of service in 2017, and we're getting 28 Wildcats to replace them. At the moment, we've got 10 Lynx flights away at various parts of the world, ranging from the South Atlantic into the Caribbean and out to the Middle East. And then once the Wildcat gets its full clearance, that will be able to deploy all over the world on Royal Navy frigates and destroyers. The aircraft roll in for a cross. And then they'll open out for a wing over. Trials are going quite well at the moment. We fitted a machine gun to the Wildcat a couple of weeks ago, and we get the clearance to use torpedoes and depth charges in a couple of months' time. And then over the next 2 years, we're expecting to receive a rocket capability and then a anti-ship missile in 2 years' time, which will then give it a full operational capability to replace the Lynx. As you can see, the aircraft running in again for a cross in front of you, which is their final manoeuvre. And ladies and gentlemen, this is the Royal Navy Black Hats. If you want to follow us on Facebook, please do, or the Royal Navy website, to get details of our upcoming events and displays. And it's been a pleasure for the Royal Navy to bring the aircraft to show you today, and the first of the general public to see the Wildcat in action.
Yeah, well, many thanks for that, Andrew. Really superb stuff. I hope we have given them appropriate applause for that. It looks quite benign, as I said right at the very start, but in fact they're working jolly hard, because as Andy explained, the difference in power regimes and performance between the two is very, very different indeed. But just a voice from the cockpit, though, Andy, you've flown it. It is a bit of a step change, both internally, I know the cockpit's very differently, but a view from the pilot's point of view?
Yes, with the new cockpit, the top of the cockpit coaming is a little bit higher. The actual windscreens are the same size as the Lynx, but the door frames are a lot thicker, and the cockpit coaming sits a little bit higher, so it's a little bit more of a restricted view for the pilot, particularly during this display, where I know Gary's struggling at one stage in one of the right-hand turns to see the other aircraft because of the door frame.
Yeah, well, look, thanks for that, and good luck with the rest of the programme. And I note that you're running ahead of the Army at the moment, so well done, the Royal Navy, for managing to crack that. But eventually, of course, we'll all be brothers in arms together down at Yeovilton. One regiment has already formed up down there with the Army, and we'll have one big happy Wildcat family. So who knows, we might have a sort of joint display in years to come.
No doubt, George. I'm sure that'll happen.
Yeah, well, look, thanks for joining us, and hope you've had a good weekend here at Royal Air Force Waddington. We're all certainly enjoying it.
Yeah, it's been fantastic. It's been good to see such a big crowd.
Okay, well, maybe some of the people here today will make their way down to Yeovilton at towards the end of July. But right now, attention's back into the heritage jet world, and something I know that Ben is very passionate about. Ben, take it away.
Yes, thank you very much, George. One of the most spectacular classic jets currently airworthy on the international circuit, courtesy of the Swedish Air Force Historic Flight, who participated here for the first time at last year's show. They've brought 2 aircraft with them to display this year, and we're about to see the first. A stunning looking fighter, and one with stunning performance also. Currently the only airworthy example of its type anywhere in the world, and flown in a manner that shows us something of the capabilities that made it such an effective platform for the Swedish Air Force during the Cold War. Rolling now, the Saab AJS-37 Viggen. There we see one of those capabilities, a short takeoff. Still short by the standards of many modern fighters. The reason for that, the demanding requirements laid down by the Swedish military, because during the Cold War, these aircraft would, if necessary, have operated from forward strips and even from roads. Very apparent there, the canard foreplanes on this double delta design. Those affording better slow speed handling and takeoff and landing performance on short runways if necessary. And to help with the landing performance, the engine, the Volvo Flygmotor RM8A turbofan with a Volvo designed afterburner, has a thrust reversal system we'll see in action later. The aircraft first flew in February 1967 and entered service with F7 wing at Såtenäs 4 years later. Såtenäs being also the base of this aircraft with the historic flight. 329 Viggens of all variants were built, starting off with the AJ-37 attack variant with a secondary air-to-air capability. That was followed by photo recce and maritime recce examples, a 2-seat trainer variant, and the JA-37 air defence version with a secondary attack capability. When it first appeared, the Viggen was revolutionary as well as stunning looking, and it continued to be a hugely capable platform right up until its retirement from the front line in 2005. The type was upgraded several times, and this aircraft is a product of one of them. I said it's AJS-37 version. That's an upgraded AJ-37 attack aircraft with new avionics and software. But even before that, this was an aircraft able to match or exceed the performance of most of its contemporaries. During the Cold War, of course, Sweden would very much have been on the front line despite its neutral status. No wonder its Air Force's pilots were so highly trained. I spoke to one of them a couple of years ago called Peter Lindén, who only recently retired from the Swedish Air Force as a pilot on the JAS 39 Gripen. Who was also a champion motorcycle racer in his day during his Air Force career, said to me, we were allowed to fly at 10 meters above ground, above lakes, and 20 meters above ground, and we did that at high speed. The JA-37 fighter version was the best performing of all the Viggens, such that with its more powerful engine, these were pretty much the only fighters of the era that were able to get a radar lock onto US Air Force Lockheed SR-71s, the famous Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft operating around the Baltic. The Viggens had to fly at the edges of their envelope. To do so, they would pass through Mach 2 while climbing to 20,000 feet. There weren't very many other fighters, certainly not other Western production fighters of the era that could do that. But now we see rather slower speed handling in action as the historic flight Viggen comes in with undercarriage down for a very steep wing rocking pass. That's a pretty impressive angle of bank to put on at such slow speed. Viggens were never sold abroad. The vast majority of them were scrapped when the Swedish Air Force retired them, but several have been preserved, most of them in Sweden, though you can also see one at the excellent Newark Air Museum. This one dates from 1977. It was built as an AJ-37 attack aircraft, later upgraded to AJS specification. It was stored for 15 years before the Swedish Air Force historic flight managed to get it flying again. That occurred in March 2012, and it's been a star of the European Airshow circuit ever since. In the Cold War days, Viggens were not that regular visitors to British shores, but there was one notable deployment in 1983 when F6 wing of the Swedish Air Force at Karlsborg carried out an exchange with number 41 Squadron flying the Jaguar at RAF Coltershall. One of 41's pilots at that time was Mike Rondo, now as then indeed, an acclaimed aviation artist. And he remembered his then squadron boss on 41, Hilton Moses, returning from a trip in a two-seat Viggen. Mike said he looked like he'd just been put through some kind of crazy combination between a fairground ride and a washing machine. The aircraft positioning now downwind prior to landing and executing a slow roll as the gear comes down. And it'll be a very short landing that we see because, as I mentioned, the aircraft was optimized to operate from forward strips or even roads. The idea in the Cold War was that if one of the forward bases was bombed and put out of action, the aircraft would always be able to taxi to another, thereby dispersing them away from the main bases, which were the obvious targets for enemy attack. And that much was practiced regularly. I mentioned Mike Rondo there as flying the Viggen. He recalled of this from his two-seat Viggen trip. The pilot flew a 4-degree hands-off approach with his hands on his head into a remote airstrip, landed, reversed into a parking bay, did an engine-running refuel without any communication with the people on the ground except hand signals, taxied out and took off in the direction that we'd landed in. Then we did some approaches onto roadways, flying at 15 or 20 feet to clear the cars and warn them that there were going to be some aeroplane movements. No need to do that here, but we will see how short the Viggen can land. And reverse thrust being engaged. And that's a degree of landing performance that few current fighters can manage. And if we see what the pilot, Major Stellan Andersson, did yesterday, he'll continue to go into reverse, and there he is indeed backing the Viggen up. So there you have it, the Swedish Air Force Historic Flight's first contribution of the day. We have another classic jet from them coming up in a few items' time. But finishing his sequence, Major Stellan Andersson with the Saab AJS-37 Viggen. something of a delta-winged day here at Waddington with this, the Draken that we've got coming up later, and of course the Avro Vulcan, and Stellan really showing us something of what the Viggen can do with a complete 360.
Yeah, that's really, I was about to chip in. That is so impressive. That's absolutely fantastic manoeuvrability. That's almost as good as a Mini, isn't it? Fantastic. I know Morrison's are our sponsors today. I guess it'd be quite handy to put that in the Morrison's car park and pick up your shopping, wouldn't it, really? Super stuff. And the ingenuity of the design is quite fantastic. Well, Ben, sadly, we've got just a little bit of a gap coming up now. I've just been chatting to the planners, and we're going to sort of reset the air show, so to speak. The Patrouille Aspa are with us, which is great, so they hopefully will make their helicopters in time for their slot. But actually, the Red Arrows are not allowed to take off any earlier, and that's because of the tight timing they have with the Silverstone planners. So we've just got a few minutes gap, about 5 minutes or so. So a good opportunity to catch up with some of the presentations that are going on behind us. At 11:45 in Hangar 3, this is the RAF On Air. Sue Ingall's going to be presenting with Emma Egging on behalf of the John Egging Trust. Okay, and I think probably enough is already out in the market and on the web about that, emanating many years ago with the sad death of John Egging after the Royal Air Force aerobatic team landed at Bournemouth Airport. So 11:45, a presentation, Sue Ingall and Emma Egging across in Hangar 3. At 12 o'clock, it's a chance to get up close with the Apache crew, and you may well have heard that yesterday there were some interesting surprises and a really, really well presented presentation yesterday. Well, you can meet them again after that presentation, 12 o'clock in Hangar 3, so make your way across to that. In Hangar 5, meanwhile, there's an awful lot of activity and interest for the younger people amongst us here today, and a whole range of youth engagement projects set over there, not least things like the Princess Trust and the Duke of Edinburgh's award scheme. So that is in Hangar 5. Okay, now what we're expecting is that once the Red Arrows have departed, then we can get on with the rest of the air show with the Patrouille Aspa, the Draken, the Tucano, and so on and so forth. We may well just switch one or two of those around, but that is the reason for the gap at the moment. So we're just going to leave you to really recharge your batteries, top up your tea flasks, get some sandwiches, and we'll be back with you as soon as we get clearance to fly again.
This is a public announcement. Will Susan Druitt please come to the Missing Persons Centre that's behind the control tower? Susan Druitt, please make your way to the Missing Persons Centre behind the control tower, where hopefully you'll be able to be reunited with your husband in due course. Thank you very much.
I'm now with Christine, not the ice skater, but Christine from the Heritage Centre here at Waddington. That's right, isn't it?
That's right, it is.
Just tell me a little bit about what you've got going on at the Waddington Heritage Centre.
Well, the Heritage Centre has been open now for about 3 or 4 years. And the initial idea was to train young lads coming into the RAF of the non-airfix model generation, shall we say, to teach them a little bit more about the history of the RAF and, of course, Waddington in particular, the station that they've been posted into. And slowly over the last few years it's expanded slightly. We've been given some extra space. And so we're now open to members of the public who can come and visit us on a pre-booking basis, I'm afraid. It's not just to turn up and see us.
Is that just because it's so busy?
Not so much because it's so busy, but obviously we are an operational airbase with security, and therefore we have to make arrangements to meet people and get them through the security as it goes. But given a sort of a couple of weeks' notice and arrange a date and a time to meet, and then people like myself, who's a tour guide here, can escort them through the security into the Heritage Centre and to have a visit through. Generally speaking, we tend to take a lot of visits from relatives of people who were serving at Waddington. We've had a lot lately, obviously with the Bomber Command memorial opening. There's been a big resurgence in interest in Bomber Command.
Sure.
And the Bomber Command veterans have suddenly started talking about what they did, and for several it's too late, and so their families are trying to find out what they did in the war. And obviously if they served at Waddington, or sadly even if they were lost, failed to return from a mission from Waddington, we can dive into our records that we have and to really research for these people and give them a little bit of history about what their ancestors did. And very occasionally we do have veterans themselves who come through to visit. We now have the guys who are now in their 90s with all their memories, and of course that's educational again for us because we can listen to their stories and it enhances our knowledge of what happened during the war and times at Waddington, that we can again then pass on to other people as part of the heritage. Because although we do have lots of artefacts in the Heritage Centre, the important thing is the story of the people who served here, and it's the people at Waddington that the Heritage Centre concentrates on by using the artefacts as a means of getting people in, but it's telling their story of the people who flew from here and the people who serviced their aircraft, who did the administration, and everybody who worked away there.
It's interesting. It's so interesting. Obviously, you're very much into it. Just briefly, what's your background then?
My background, I'm a retired RAF navigator, and in fact I spent most of my career here at Waddington. I first arrived here in 1985 as part of the what's called the Joint Trials Unit, and we did trials of the mission system of the Nimrod AW project, which was cancelled a couple of years later. And after that I've been flying AWACS until I retired 3 years ago, so I've had 25 years around here.
Sounds absolutely brilliant, and thanks for talking to me. Thank you. Right, let's back to some more flight action.
Down to the Falklands in 82. It must still stick very firmly in your memory.
We're talking about the Falklands conflict, where Britain had to liberate the islands after the Argentinian invasion in 1982, and I was privileged to be the captain of the Vulcan XM607, which is actually, everybody, if they look towards the air display and look left, the one parked down there by the A-15, that is 607. That is the bomber that did all the bombing, all 3 bombing raids down to the Falkland Islands in 1982. No other Vulcan has ever dropped bombs in anger.
And we know the story now. It was Legion. You were on standby. The first one got cancelled. You were called in to do it. I mean, just what went through your mind at that stage? The fear of failure. The demands of the nation were upon you almost.
Oh, true. It's you're making it sound very dramatic. There was a Channel 4 programme, Britain's Most Daring Raid, which I thought was factually correct, but rather over-dramatised. No, it was an incredible event. We got airborne, 13 aircraft got airborne all at once, or one after the other, 1 minute intervals, 11 tankers, 2 Vulcans, and I was in the reserve Vulcan. I wasn't expecting to have to go all the way, which ended up lasting 15 3/4 hours, but I thought I'd be back in the bar after about 4 hours. But the primary Vulcan, the one that's expected to go all the way down to the Falklands and back from Ascension Island, went unserviceable very soon after the takeoff, and so we were on. And it was, as you say, it's But in our sort of ignorance, we just accepted it as a task we'd been given.
Another job which you'd spent years training for.
That's right.
And it was get on with it. It could have been any target within 5,000 miles, I guess.
Well,
longer.
The biggest shock was that this was all the Cold War, when the Vulcan, and in fact the whole of the British Armed Forces, only considered they had one real enemy, and it certainly didn't include Argentina. And so it was a huge shock for us to actually be called upon to go to war with conventional bombs, not our normal nuclear weapon, and to attack a nation whom we considered friends.
Yes, quite extraordinary. I'll just point out that was Flight Lieutenant Dave Kirby in the Tucano, just getting airborne. He's not going into his display yet. He's just positioning to wait for the red arrows to depart. Then he'll be coming back in and displaying. Right, let's just cut to the modern day. I mean, obviously, you know, it's a bit like Dave Piper and the Canberra, isn't it? You and the Vulcan, you know, you're just stuck together like twins. You know, what a privilege it is to get back and fly. But the plans for the future, I mean, it's been an enormous fundraising campaign. How does the next couple of years look?
Well, you mentioned fundraising. Obviously that is a big issue. We don't like talking about it non-stop, but unfortunately we have to get across the message that we're constantly in need of funds. We have to raise 2 million a year, and it's virtually all done by the generosity of the people like you, who put their hands in their pockets year after year and want to keep that aircraft flying. So funds are fine in the sense that we're on target, but there'll be another appeal when we need large sums of money. We need cash constantly just to keep the operation going with all these overheads. But the aircraft itself is absolutely fine. The plan is that we'll be doing this season. We can't obviously look beyond the end of next year at the moment. There are sort of unseen things, the things we don't know what we don't know sort of attitude.
The unknown unknowns, as Rumsfeld used to say. Yes,
it really is what's going to sort of end the project. It's engine life, which is the most critical thing. We've had the maintenance done on the wing, which means we can now this year fly faster. You can fly faster, and in the display we're going to be a bit more dynamic, putting a little bit more G and going faster, showing off her paces a little bit better than we have been doing in recent years, where we go no faster than a Lancaster.
Yes. Well, don't worry about that. It's still great to see it. I'd rather see it slowly than not at all, I think would be the view of most people. By the way, I have to say, I understand your daughter married an Army Air Corps chap some while ago.
Yeah, I keep that very quiet.
So well, I mean, I was delighted. I've actually trod both paths, both RAF and Army Air Corps, but I bumped into your son-in-law only a few months ago. I was absolutely delighted to hear it.
Yeah, he's down at Wattisham now.
Yeah, fantastic news. Now, look, we're just reinforced the fact that 3 o'clock or thereabouts, probably best to get there by 2 o'clock, you said today, to get up and personal. But you have, of course, the Vulcan to the Sky Trust stand will also be working right through the day.
Yes, and unless we sell out of merchandise, we're doing very, very well. But there's some very good merchandise down there at extortionate prices. So please come on down and make a lot of money for Vulcan to the Sky. No,
very fantastic. Well, I think that's a good place to end it, actually. That's a tremendous message, Martin. We hope you have many more pleasurable years being involved with the Vulcan, and long may she last, and also long may your flying career be extended. I mean, you've lived a gifted life.
I certainly have.
Yeah.
Cheers, George.
Thanks very much indeed. That was Martin Withers, who will of course be in the Vulcan later on this afternoon at approximately 4. No, he's waving his hand. We've got a slight change of crew. It will be therefore, Martin. It will be Bill Ramsey and Bill Perrins. Right, well, that's great to get that absolutely confirmed now and again. I saw you in the brief earlier on, and I thought for a moment that was you getting fired up for the day, you see. Okay, well, it's always a pleasure to talk to the people that actually did the business on the day, and Martin certainly did. Now, we've just got a couple of minutes to spare. We're expecting the Rad Arrows to be taxiing out literally in the next minute or so, and they'll be off to Silverstone. So we'll give you an update in just a few minutes' time.
I'm sure it can't have escaped your attention that the Royal Air Force aerobatic team, the Red Arrows, are taxiing out now, shortly to line up and ready to depart to the British Grand Prix at Silverstone. Meanwhile, the next two display items have been sorted out by our flying display director because, of course, as we mentioned, the Spanish Air Force Patrouille Aspa helicopter team were delayed in heavy traffic earlier. So what we're going to do is get the Red Arrows airborne. Then I believe we will see the Draken from the Swedish Air Force historic flight take off, display and land, followed by the Tucano in the hands of Flight Lieutenant Dave Kirby that we saw getting airborne a few minutes ago, returning from the hold to display and land, and then the Patrouille Aspa will take that slot. We've only just had confirmation of that from the flying display director and his team. Meanwhile, the Reds getting ready to taxi on. Regular attendees at the British Grand Prix, of course, and also back in the days on the Gnat, the aircraft the Red Arrows operated first from 1965 to 79. They flew regularly at a lot of overseas Grand Prix as well. They flew at the Monaco Grand Prix, they flew at the old Nürburgring for the German Grand Prix, and the old Österreich Ring for the Austrian Grand Prix, with spectacular low-level displays of a type that would not be permitted nowadays.
Yes, the whole display position at Silverstone has changed as well over the years, from what was down on the sort of southeastern side up into the northern side. So, of course, having said that, then of course they changed the perspective in the pit lane. But anyway, perfect day for them, and I'm sure they'll get in at least a rolling show, and if not a full one later on.
The first chance of the day to see the new 50th anniversary tail markings on the Nine Hawks. Applied for this, their 50th display season, that one of our main themes of the day. We've already seen one Hunter. Later on we'll be seeing two more in the display, one of which represents one of the forerunner teams to the Red Arrows, the famous Black Arrows of the late 50s and early 60s. And of course we've got the Gnat display team on the aircraft that the Red Arrows operated previously. Their new 3-ship display for this season on those aeroplanes, but before that, the small matter of getting the modern-day Royal Air Force aerobatic team airborne for Silverstone.
It doesn't get much better than this. Martin with us from the Vulcan thank you for joining me, taking time. I expect you're very busy, another one that's very busy today.
Oh yeah, rushing around.
So you don't only pilot the Vulcan, but you took it to the Falklands as well, didn't you?
Yes, I mean, I'm now incredibly privileged that I'm now still flying the Vulcan, when I thought in 1982, when the Vulcan did its bit down in the South Atlantic, bombing the runway at Stanley to liberate the islands after the Argentinian invasion, that was the end. I'd never fly a Vulcan again. And so now it's an amazing privilege to fly this lovely old XH558 here at Waddington. Just over the other side of the runway where the aircraft is displaying is the Vulcan XM607, which was used, the only aircraft, the only Vulcan which ever bombed in anger.
It's got to be quite a proud moment for you. I mean, obviously if you're not flying it for a few years, to then go and fly it again, I mean, how did that come about?
Well, obviously when they got the aircraft, or planned to get the aircraft airborne again, this is something like 1997. They thought it would take about a year or two to get it flying in the air. It took 10 years. At that time, 1997, I was invited to be one of the team to fly it, and mainly because I had all the ticks in the boxes. I'd been an instructor at the OCU flying the Vulcan, and I was still a current airline pilot, flying large aeroplanes, and so that's really why I got invited.
And it's a pretty busy air show season for you on the Vulcan. Out of season, what do you spend with your time, doing with your time?
Well, I'm still the operations director for the whole trust, and what we actually say in Vulcan to the Sky is we're actually a fundraising organisation to keep this aircraft airborne. Most of the work is done with respect to raising cash to keep her flying. Obviously, there's no flying between sort of end of April and between the end of September and end of April. We don't fly it over the winter. It just gets tucked up in a hangar where, again, it has to have maintenance done on it, which in turn costs an awful lot of money.
Excellent. Well, look, thank you for taking time out of your day for me, and enjoy the rest of the day.
Right.
Thank you.
Well, she's displaying at about 4 o'clock.
Lovely. Thank you very much. Thank you.
There, as the afterburner was lit on takeoff, the first of several very long licks of reheat flame from the Volvo Flugmotor RM6B turbojet on this aircraft. Saab trialled the delta wing configuration on the Saab 210, the so-called Lille Draken, the Little Draken, as a trials aircraft before the first prototype of the Saab 35 that we see here flew. And right from the start, it was a sensational performer. The second Draken, which was the first to be fitted with afterburner on the engine, managed to break the sound barrier in a climb on its maiden flight. No wonder that when F-13 wing of the Swedish Air Force, based at Norrköping, became the first unit to receive the Draken, it, for the pilots, represented quite a quantum leap in performance and handling. That happened in 1960 when the unit was declared operational. At that time, the first two-seat trainer variant, like the one we see here today, had only just made its maiden flight. And that compounded some of the difficulties the Air Force had in introducing this very high-performance fighter, but soon it became a great favourite with pilots. This was no dogfighter, as you can see from the amount of sky it uses, but it was a superb interceptor. Speaking to a former Saab test pilot who flew these aircraft operationally, Stig Holmström, he said the concept was that it would take off and climb very fast up to high altitude where it would intercept enemy bombers, and that was practiced regularly. so too was the use of what we'd now describe as a data link. We'd think of that as a modern concept allowing aircraft in different flights and formations in military packages to talk to one another, and indeed to people on AWACS aircraft and ground controllers and so forth. Well, while not all that technology was available in the 1960s, the Swedes pioneered some of it with the Draken, allowing communication between the fighter controllers and each aircraft. That enabled targets to be accurately pinpointed to the pilot, meaning the pilot then made a lock-on maneuver using the radar, and in the event of actual combat, achieving success. Not that the Draken actually saw combat in service. Sweden never took the type to war, of course, and nor did its other operators, Austria, Finland and Denmark. As I said, operations in the field, a big part of the concept of use of the Draken. The type could be refueled and rearmed in just 3 to 4 minutes between missions. And that was whether they were flying from their home bases or field locations, such as the roads I was talking about. At several of the Draken bases, the aircraft were housed in underground cavern-type shelters. The idea was that the aeroplanes would be unexposed to enemy attack until the last possible moment before they were scrambled. And of scrambles there came a lot during the Cold War for the Swedish Air Force. Not just against Soviet fighters and bombers, but also NATO aircraft patrolling around the Baltic Sea area as well. The fighter version, the J-35, was developed through successive variants, adding more power and new weapons capabilities. The last in service was the J-35J model, which amongst other improvements gave the aircraft greater fuel capacity. That was always a problem on fighters of this generation. And it was J models that were the last to be retired by the Swedish Air Force in December 1998. Austria's, as I said, carried on until 2005. But there we saw an example of the two-seat conversion trainer variant, the SK-35C, one of 26 two-seat Swedish Drakens built. This one was in service from 1962 to 85. It then became part of the inventory of Sweden's superb Air Force Museum, the Flygvapenmuseum at Linköping, which really is worth a visit, not far from the Saab factory where today the JAS 39 Gripen is produced. It was then loaned to a museum at Eskilstuna, but more recently became part of the burgeoning fleet of the Swedish Air Force Historic Flight, which aims to show virtually a complete progression through from the Saab B17 of the Second World War years through to the Viggen that we saw not long ago of Swedish Air Force frontline and indeed second line types. It was restored to fly again. It's now the sole airworthy Draken in Europe. There was a single-seater that was operated by the Swedish Air Force Historic Flight, though that's not currently flying, pending its transfer to the civil register, because this is a civilian aircraft, as was the Viggen. And these two of the most potent classic jet fighters currently in civilian hands in Europe. It flew again for the first time after restoration this May, and this is its first British appearance here
at the RAF Waddington International Airshow. What a coup for this event to add to the many that it's notched up in now 20 years of existence. What we saw there, the first display by this type in the UK since, I believe, the year 2000, beautifully flown by Swedish Air Force pilot Lars Martinsson. Our thanks to him, and coming in for a landing, the Saab SK-35C Draken. Still one of the most gorgeous shapes in the sky. And we'll be seeing the aircraft airborne again later with the Viggen and their support SK-60 trainer when the Swedes depart for base shortly before 2 o'clock.
Well, absolutely brilliantly presented. I just love the...
My day is just getting better and better. Now, joining me is Captain Fernando Ahona. I got it right. How are you?
Hi, fine.
You are the reserve. You're captain and reserve pilot of the EC-120, the Patrouille Aspa. How are you enjoying your weekend so far?
It has been amazing because we were expecting so much to come here for the very first time in United Kingdom. It has been a very long flight across country, across France, 3 days flight, and we were hoping to see how is England VFR flying.
And how was England in your expectation? How is England proved to be? Has it been very good since you've been here?
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's a very nice place to very environment to fly, and to think all the history that remains
Yes.
for us pilots that likes history, that fly in these skies.
Just not quite as warm as Spain, though.
No, no, it's different. It's different. Spain is more sunny now.
So tell me a little bit about the helicopters that you fly. Obviously, you fly the five of them, but you provide the commentary,
Yeah.
don't you, for the display. How difficult is it for the five pilots not to crash with it being helicopters?
The point in this formation that we are the unique team, aerobatic team with the helicopters, and the most difficult is not to get so close with the rotor blades. It's very, very difficult, so we need to be quite coordinated with the other helicopters. That's the most difficult, and also we don't have artificial aid, we don't have trim or autopilot, and all the display are flying manually.
So it's all flown manually, so it's very challenging though. If it's all flown manually, very challenging. How do you do it without crashing into each other? Do you have reference points you work to?
Yeah, we use a visual and reference point in order not to touch each other. We get sure to leave space in height, not separate in height between rotor blades.
Okay, and perfecting the display routine, how long will that take you?
It's 20 minutes, 20-25 minutes to the whole display, but we are preparing the season 2 months prior to the beginning of the season.
And obviously involved with the display team. What are your other primary roles?
Oh, we are all flight instructors in the Spanish Air Force Academy Flight School of Helicopter, and we are all volunteers in the team. We are not exclusively dedicated.
So you've had to book some holiday to come over.
It's nice.
And are you staying on base while you're here?
No, we are staying in Lincoln. Very nice city.
Very
nice
beautiful.
City. Yeah.
Nice food.
Well, different.
Yeah, absolutely. Lovely. Well, very, very good to talk to you, and all the very best for today.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now it looks as if Curbs might have converted that to the rolling display because of the cloud, so we'll just see how that's going. But meanwhile, if you're, as George said, if you're a Royal Air Force trainee pilot and you've been selected to become the next generation of fast jet pilot, you come to the Tucano at RAF Lynx in Yorkshire. There we'll give you about 120 hours of flying training, which builds on the roughly 60 hours of flying training that you'll have done on the RAF Tutor before that. And we teach our students the building blocks which are going to become their skills, their fundamental skills that they'll use as RAF fast jet pilots. So I'm talking about things like formation flying, navigation, low-level flying, aerobatics, which apart from being really good fun, are also a very important discipline for the student to master, because it teaches them to fly the aircraft to the very edges of the flight envelope. Other skills we teach our students include night flying, and we send them off solo at night for the very first time, which can be a slightly nerve-wracking experience for the student, but once you're used to it, actually flying at night, a really enjoyable, pleasurable experience. And also we teach the students to fly the aeroplane in cloud by sole reference to the instruments, because clearly it's impossible to look outside when you're flying in clouds, like driving a car in fog. There really is nothing to see sometimes, and so they have to be proficient at that as well. And all of those skills they take forward into their future career as fast jet pilots. When they finish the course at Lynton-on-Ouse, they get their coveted RAF pilot's wings and move on to the brand new Hawk T2 at RAF Valley to complete their advanced fast jet training. Now, you may have noticed the aircraft displaying for you today is in the special commemorative livery to observe the 100th anniversary of the start of the First World War. So look, as Dave comes towards us now, you'll see either side of the nose a rash of poppies down the side of the fuselage, and also a single large poppy on the underside. He's just going to show it to us now. There we are, look. And the words, "Lest we forget." So that's our team's commemoration of the centenary of the First World War. Now, the poppy, obviously a universal symbol of remembrance, but also, of course, the recognisable logo of the Royal British Legion. And the Legion is one of our team's chosen charities this year, performing some fantastic work, providing fellowship and support to servicemen for all three services, both who are still serving and indeed retired. Now, this is an interesting manoeuvre, the slow roll, and it looks quite simple from the outside, but actually it's quite a challenging manoeuvre to coordinate all three flying controls, the ailerons, the elevator and the rudder, to produce that nice controlled slow roll that Dave showed us there. It shows off the aircraft to best effect. Other charities we're supporting this year are the Royal Air Forces Association, which again provides fellowship and support to members of the Royal Air Force, both during and after their active service. And finally, the John Egging Trust, a relatively new charity which was only set up within the last couple of years to help to bring disadvantaged youngsters effectively out of their shells to help them to fulfill their full potential. Now, here's a knife-edge pass from Curbs there, showing off that poppy livery again to good effect. Now, the John Egging Trust set up in memory of Flight Lieutenant John Egging, who sadly lost his life while completing a Red Arrows display at Bournemouth in 2011. A very worthy trust charity indeed, and one which the Tucano display team are really, really pleased to be supporting this year. Both the Royal British Legion and the Royal Air Force Association and the John Egging Trust have got stands here today, all fairly close to the RAF area, just to the right of air traffic control as you walk along the main taxiway. So do please, if you have time, call in to see all the guys on the stands, hear about their work and say hello. They've got some fantastic memorabilia which they'll be only too pleased to exchange for a small donation. So that just about completes our display. If you look to the right, here's Curbs descending the Tucano again to 100 feet. He's going to fly past from right to left at 300 miles an hour. He's got a wing dip there to say goodbye. So everybody please give him a really big wave. He can see you. Let's see those arms in the air. Give him a good wave. I can see someone waving very enthusiastically. Thank you there, sir. That's excellent. So there we see Flight Lieutenant Dave Kirby signing off from his display with a Canadian brake. He's now turning and positioning the aeroplane to land. And I hope you've enjoyed watching his sequence there as much as he's enjoyed flying it for you. I know that Dave, every time I speak to him after a display, he's always really excited to have been able to put the Tucano through its paces and show you what it can do. It was, I think, maybe a little bit down in the mouth yesterday, George, after having only got through a flat display because of the cloud, but I think he'll be satisfied with the rolling display today.
Oh, very much so, I think, John. He's certainly been airborne for a while as well. He must have put in quite a bit of time between yesterday and today. He's actually been held off for probably about 20 minutes worth of flying time. No, I've got a lot of time for Dave. I mean, we got to know him last year when he was supervising the team and following them around and doing what you're doing now. And here he comes in now for his landing, and I think it's going to be another one of those. Would you think he had all three this time? I don't think so. It'll be 1, 2, yes, there we go, and then the nose wheel just coming down now. Absolutely terrifically well flown. I got to say that paint scheme this year is absolutely outstanding.
It's stunning, isn't it, George? It stands out really, really well, especially when the sun shines on it. And that's just our little tribute, if you like, our commemoration of the centenary of the First World War.
And very important too, because it's in August this year that 2, 3 and 4 squadrons got airborne 100 years ago to go off to the Western Front. They were joined shortly afterwards by 5 Squadron, of course, which had its 100th anniversary here last year. So absolutely appropriate that you should be representing the RAF Benevolent Fund and indeed the Royal British Legion as well. Great stuff. John, thank you very much indeed. It's been a great weekend. Really good to have you at Waddington. Final words.
Well, it's always a pleasure to display at Waddington. As we know, sadly, no display next year, but it's been a real pleasure to be here. And thank you, everybody, for your support and for watching us today.
Brilliant. Okay, well, we're now going to go back into a completely different genre and go from the fixed-wing training world of the Royal Air Force to the another one of our international visitors today, and they come from Spain, which is marvellous news indeed, because I know a little about Spain, having some ancestors down there, which is fantastic news. And I'm joined now by Araña, or Aroña, I'm not so sure.
Arjona, Captain Arjona.
Well, there we go. Buenos días, ¿cómo estás?
Muy bien, muchas gracias. Thank you very much. So fine to be here, another splendid day.
Indeed, it certainly is. Well, it's certainly brighter than yesterday and looking very good. A decent wind, off-crowd wind, which is always very helpful at air display work. Now, I understand you were a little bit stuck coming into the show this morning. What were you doing? Were you a bit delayed in a bar last night?
Oh, yeah. No. This is because of the bus. They were stuck, so we were late only 20 minutes, so we prefer to delay our slot.
Yeah. Now, I have to say, what's coming up is a very elegant display of helicopter flying. I think the team does a really good job, very demanding to be flying in such close formation. And indeed, perhaps it feels a little less impressive because actually they're very quiet. The EC-120 is a very quiet helicopter, isn't it?
Yeah, it was made to be efficient and silent. So the point is we are not noisy, we are not powerful, but different because we are the unique team in the world with 5 helicopters flying close formation.
Well, you are now that the Blue Eagles have stopped flying. I just remind you that because I was the manager. Yeah, well, of course, we ran 5 aircraft. They weren't all exactly the same. We had 4 Gazelle helicopters and 1 Lynx helicopter, of course, but operations and aircraft going out of service, of course. So anyway, it looks like we're in action now. So, Aroña, let's take it away.
Thank you so much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is Captain Arjona speaking, member of the Spanish Air Force team. Helicopter team. On behalf of the whole team, I'm glad to introduce you our 2014 display in this wonderful setting. We would like to thank you for letting us to participate in this event.
Yes, well, just a slight pause there while the Mark 1 actually just getting airborne from the Royal Navy. They're positioning to get ready for their display, which of course will be following pretty tightly afterwards. We're having just re-jinxed the program. So it's a real treat to get so many teams with us, and I think now that the Merlin is clearing, we will hopefully now be able to continue with Patrouille Aspa. Now tell me, where does the name...
I'm now with Flight Lieutenant John Truman from the Tucano display. Now we've just heard from you, but now we can see you. So not just tucked away out of the way. How was that for you?
Well, that was really, really good, actually. Flight Lieutenant Dave Kirby, the display pilot there. Waddington is always a fantastic show for us. We always really enjoy coming here. And after yesterday's display, sadly limited by the weather, we only got the flat display in yesterday. Dave came in today. He was going to try and get the full in, but then a few people might have noticed he found a bit of cloud on the way, so then quickly converted to the rolling display, which seemed to work well for him today in these conditions.
I suppose that's pretty important because it's ever changing, I suppose, on days like this, really. I mean, it started a little bit dull, but now obviously the sun's coming out. Very interesting livery on the aircraft for this year. Just take us through that.
Yes, every year we'll try and paint the aeroplane in a relevant or an interesting colour scheme for people to see as we take it around the airshow circuit. So this year the livery commemorates the centenary of the start of the First World War. So for anybody who maybe hasn't seen it close up, that includes a sort of a rash of poppies down either side of the fuselage and also a large poppy on the underside with the words "Lest we forget."
Fantastic. Now the Tucano took over from an aircraft that was previously seats side by side. Now one behind the other. Which is better?
Well, yes, the old Jet Provost, which was in service with the RAF for many years as a basic flying training aircraft, and the Tucano came in around about 1989 as our basic fast jet trainer. And as you mentioned, the Jet Provost side-by-side seating, Tucano one behind the other. In a way, I think the Tucano seating arrangement is very good because what it does allow is for the student to sit in the front seat with pretty much the same view as he's going to get out of the front seat of his fast jet aeroplane in the future. When the students graduate from the course at Linton-on-Ouse on Tucano, they get their coveted pilot's wings and they go on to RAF Valley to fly the Hawk. And there they'll be sitting in the front again, and indeed thereafter, whether they go on to the Tornado, the Typhoon or the brand new Lightning II when it comes into service, that is very much the same view they'll get. And so it's good actually not to have somebody immediately sitting next to them,
sure,
because that's not where they're going.
Sure. How's the season going so far?
It's going really, really well, actually. I mean, we must be about a third of the way into our display commitments now. And yes, we've had a really warm welcome everywhere we've gone. We've got some really good display flying in, up and down the country already, but much more to come. And for anybody who's going to Fairford next weekend for the Royal International Air Tattoo, we'll see them there.
Lovely. Pleasure to talk to you today.
Likewise. Thanks very much indeed.
Thank you.
There they go. 5 Echo Charlie 120 Colibri forms Aspa team. Each one is flown by 2 flight instructors of the Spanish Air Force Helicopter School, stationed at Armilla Air Force Base in Granada, in southern Spain. The main role of this unit is basic and advanced training of the Spanish Armed Forces pilot, Air Force, Army, Navy, and Guardia Civil. Since the arrival of this helicopter in 2000, we have accomplished more than 40,000 flight hours. The EC-120 is a product of Airbus Helicopters, member of EADS. The EC-120 is a light helicopter equipped with an Arius 2 Foxtrot turbine engine with a maximum of 504 horsepower. It can lift up to 1,715 kilograms at a maximum speed of 150 knots.
Yes, and colloquially known as the hummingbird as well in our language, and delightful it is as well, as is your base at Granada. What a beautiful place to live.
Very nice. This team was born in 2004 with the main purpose of representing the Spanish Air Force in every demo. We are proudly celebrating now our 10th anniversary. Aspa team has displayed all around Spain and some other countries like Portugal, Belgium, Czech Republic, Holland and France, and for the very first time here in the United Kingdom. Now it's time to enjoy the show. In front of you, Aspa team. Now the 5 helos are changing the formation to perform a break called Alhambra.
So stand by for your first photographic opportunity of the day. We'll listen in to the break.
Now, from left to right, the helicopters will face each other to perform a thrilling crossing. Now the solo is coming from your left to perform a maximum rate climb up to 1,000 feet. It's preparing the impressive spin and many other high performance maneuvers.
And the solo crew presented here today from Punto 4, Capitan Miguel Perma Matan and Capitan Antonio Martinez Serrano.
There he goes to perform a high performance turn. It's not usual for a helicopter to do this kind of maneuvers full of G's. We are helicopter pilots, we are not used to apply G's to our bodies.
No, not at all, but if you went flying with the Lynx pilot this weekend, you might just experience a little bit. Very light and agile machine this, of course, enabling Miguel to position it in such a way and also to fly it in such a tight little envelope as well. They're getting a little bit of blade slap, but again, nothing too significant. Now, this is worth watching. He will go, first of all, around the nose very shortly and then around the tail in an example of a very good helicopter dexterity. But meanwhile, keep your eyes peeled to the front now for the next thrilling break.
The rest of the helicopters are approaching to perform a synchronized movement hovering out of ground effect, and the solo will fly through them. This is maybe the most demanding maneuver because of the special time and effort that requires. We call it Quixote takeoff.
Parando, ¿ya? Giro, ¿ya? Yo vivo, ¿ya? Parando. Atentos, parece. Uno. Pues atentos. Despegue. Ya.
Super maneuver there, goosing the team as they split apart from that pirouette.
Now the solo is coming from the right to perform a full clover leaf.
absolutely. And don't forget, I want to do these potential links to other events at some point.
Okay.
It'd like to be
Well, we could probably start getting some start
and then we can do those with a noise in the background. We can do them now.
Yeah, that might be quite good. If I get the guy from the radio to come over, so we can.
Okay.
Now the rest of the team comes back for the Veleta break. This break is called after the highest mountain in Granada, Veleta.
Yep.
And again, the Solo is performing some hovering maneuvers. It is remarkable that this helicopter has no artificial aid, no autopilot, no trims, all the display and the flight are performed manually. All these maneuvers on hovering of the Solo are based on the basic maneuvers that our student pilots learn in the basic flight course.
Now here's the sequence I mentioned earlier on, as Miguel will put the helicopter around its nose and then he'll do the reverse very shortly and put the entire machine around its tail. Great dexterity being displayed. As he goes into that rearwards transition, you see the smoke going back down through its own downwash from the main rotor head, as Miguel parts now to fly right under the main team.
Now let's see this break called Ballesta in honor to our godfather Salva Ballesta, that was a former football player. And now, from the both sides of the runway, they're going to perform the 2 against 2. 2 helicopters facing the other 2. And now they are preparing to perform the maneuver called 2 against 1. This maneuver requires a high coordination among the 3 helicopters. There is just a room enough between all the 2 rotor blades.
It is indeed, boys and girls, very close indeed this, particularly as they move into line abreast, a very demanding manoeuvre, and barely a rotor span width between them. In fact, I'd say a little bit less.
Now look at the takeoff. Now the number 3 and 4 are joining to perform the twister.
And again, these guys making it look very straightforward. A lot of coordination, a little bit of cross-controlling. Of course, as they go round in a circle, constantly adjusting for the change in the wind angle.
Now the numbers 1, 2 and 5 are now performing the Serranito break.
I believe the team now repositioning for the closing maneuver. Again, another great opportunity for the photographers out there to get the break at the finale of this. All the guys working incredibly hard, and a real pleasure to see something very different at this 20th anniversary Royal Air Force Waddington Airshow. So the smoke is on as they're repositioning for the final maneuver. Good opportunity, as I mentioned there, for a final photograph of this unique team from Spain. And then we're promised one more fly past at the end where the leader will hopefully have a word with us.
And at last but not least, the 5 helicopters are joining to perform the last parade, called España.
I think a touch of Viva in there, Aronia, would be very good. Don't you agree? So let's have a little Viva España, shall we, on the break. All right, boys and girls, stand by for this.
Prepare your cameras and enjoy this beautiful formation. There they go.
So stand by, everybody. We're waiting for the leader's call now. A big Viva España.
And Viva España.
Superb stuff. You have been watching Patrouille Aspa. We're going to hear from the leader very shortly. Punta 1, Capitan Javier Aguila Gonzalez. Alongside him, Teniente Juan Jose Valuescuza Adam. In Punto 2, we have Capitan Fernando Perez Garcia. Alongside him, Teniente Manuel Montiel Lopez. The leader is in Punto 3. You'll hear from him just a moment. Alongside him is Capitan Ignacio Sanchez Perez. In Punto 4, the solo operator today was Capitan Miguel Permao Martin. And alongside him, Capitan Antonio Martinez Serrano. And in Punto 5, we have Comandanto Ricardo Vidal Diaz. And yesterday's commentator is with him today, Capitan Jorge Chico Monreal.
Finally, the team joins into a close formation to perform the last flyby.
So stand by now for the final fly past of the afternoon, and then we will be joined on air by the leader of the Patrouille Aspa, Comandante Pueblo Diego Sanchez.
Now raise your hands and say goodbye to Aspa team.
Hello, Waddington. The Spanish Air Force helicopter display team is very proud to be part of this great air show. I hope you have enjoyed with the Aspa team. See you next time.
Well, we love that. How was your weekend, Ronya? Have you had a good time, courtesy of English hospitality?
It was a very, very great time here.
Another treat for me right now is catching up with this man here, known on the circuit, Sean Dunderdale, Programming Director, Lynx FM.
Hi Martin.
And also Airshow FM as well.
Yes, we do the Airshow radio, which we've been doing now for 19 years, and we're hoping this isn't the last time we do it. We'll have to wait and see. No Airshow next year, and we're starting that campaign. Make sure it comes back in 2016, everyone.
Absolutely.
You know, obviously lots of enthusiasts watching Planes TV. If everybody gets behind it, then fingers crossed 2016 we'll be back. But
I think we should start the push.
I think we should. It's worth doing it.
So how's the weekend been for you?
Been very good. We've had the beautiful weather as well. You've been seeing the flying displays. I mean, they are fantastic, absolutely brilliant flying displays.
Nice suntan going on as well.
The suntan, yeah, I did catch the sun yesterday. You should see my hands. Look what it's done to my hands. I have red arrow hands. No, it's been absolutely fantastic. For the radio guys, they're all volunteers who are in the forces, RAF and the Army and various other areas of the forces who, for 2 weeks leading up to the air show, want to try something different. They're used to flying in the E3D Sentry, and instead they've decided, I'd like to try my hand at radio, and so they pop on the radio.
Yeah, and they get tucked away in the radio studio, and obviously you've escaped for a little bit of fresh air.
Just a little bit, yeah.
So is it comparing from last year or the previous years to this year? What are your thoughts on that?
Last year, glorious weather, and again it was very busy. This year, though, I mean, even more people here. Certainly yesterday and today, looking very, very busy with the car parks as well. And I think the air show is just, you know, if this was to be the last air show, it is at least ending on a high. You know, a packed out crowd, fantastic air display. Really proud of what the air show team here have achieved over the last 20 years.
Because it is an integral part of the air show, I think personally. You know, people listening coming in, people listening going home, and it keeps people. It just keeps people listening.
From radio point of view, we've got a perfect face for radio. That's why we do radio, you do TV. But you know, it's at the end of the night when people are trying to leave. There's queues of traffic. We just like to have a bit of fun with them. So we get people to do the YMCA, have a bit of a dance, a bit of a jig along to the music. We give them requests and dedications, and it's almost like an after air show party until people are leaving the air show. So it's just a bit of fun.
And people need to remember this phase because he does tend to wear lycra most years.
I have danced to the YMCA in the bobsleigh's lycra suit, and there is a suit upstairs, but I'm waiting till you guys go off air before I put it on.
No, that would be worth staying on air for.
No.
So obviously, you know, what goes from your point of view from you? What goes in from you? What's your input, obviously, to the radio?
Well, I mean, my day job is Lynx FM, the local commercial radio station for Lincolnshire and Newark, and we provide technical support, train up the presenters, and then I come along on the airshow weekend as well, help out and present, do a bit of the commentary on the radio side of things, very similar to what's happening on Plains TV. You know, it's instead of the pictures we're trying to describe and link into the commentators as well.
And you see how good looking we are.
And that's absolutely. And so we just, you know, having a bit of fun, and I love radio, and I got into radio to do fun events like this, and just being here in the middle of an airfield, in the middle of an airbase, watching beautiful displays, but also my love and passion of being on the radio as well. Yeah. It's the perfect
You just don't get better than that, do you, really?
No, it's definitely a busman's holiday.
What's been your highlights then for
highlights,
this weekend?
Always the Red Arrows has to be, obviously Lincolnshire favourites. The Vulcan as well, and this afternoon it could be, well it probably is, the last time we'll see the Vulcan displaying at Waddington, with the engines coming to the end of their life, the end of next year. Even if the airshow does return in 2016, she probably won't be flying. That to me, very poignant, and seeing the Vulcan here, 54 years ago last week since that very aircraft, XH558, arrived.
Yes.
To see her in the skies again at Waddington is going to be fantastic. Always a highlight.
Well, look, I'm going to let you get on,
okay.
But thanks for joining me.
No, pleasure,
and,
thank you.
Best of luck and enjoy the rest of the day.
Pleasure.
Thank you. Back some more action.
Just to keep you up to date, we're back on track now. We'll have the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight Dakota, which will lead in at the top of the hour to the return of the Blades for the second time this weekend. We have to recover, of course, the RC-135 Rivet Joint as soon as possible after the Blades. Hopefully we'll be able to squeeze in another flypast of that unique and brand new aircraft in the Royal Air Force inventory. That'll be followed by the Lynx at about 13:30. Then we have the Lynx and Knots air ambulance roll demonstration before getting back into a bit of Royal Air Force training chat about the Tutor.
Also, I think soon after the Red Arrows, we're scheduled to see the Sentinel from number 5 Squadron that was the other participant in our earlier station flypast recovering. These aircraft off on training sorties, and a useful opportunity while they had a display commitment with us earlier on to undertake a bit of crew training.
Well, it is indeed. It's not just an opportunity, it is programmed in. Most of the benefits to be garnered from display flying is tried to be woven into the overall training program so that transits to and from various displays can still be used to get benefit out of that. So hence, if you're going to launch big aircraft like the Sentinel and the RJ, then of course you really want to get some benefit out of it, and that's exactly what we're doing. So I think just a few minutes break now, and we'll get back to you as soon as we hear a Red Leader back on the air. So on cue, here we go with the Red Arrows break.
And I see they're actually going to land on the other runway, George. We did think this was possible today.
Yes, well, the wind is actually 90 degrees to the runway, so really you could see your pick of choice as to which way you come. But of course, just returning from the south now, that was the quickest way back in. And I would imagine the flying display director is very keen to get the rest of the display back onto schedule.
Also a shorter taxi for them because although I think they may have to actually go around because they're parked over to our right, aren't they? So they'll probably have to go around the...
Yeah, no
such a short taxi after all.
No issue though, Ben, because of course we've got a rotary display coming on next, and once they're on the ground, then we can crack on straight away with that. I would imagine I'm looking out for the Merlin, but I don't see where he's holding at the moment. But the sky breaking up. It looks like we've got a lovely afternoon ahead of us, which is really super news. There was talk of various heavy showers and things, but they're going to be pretty late in the afternoon. I think the further west you go, the greater the chance of getting them.
Worth a quick mention of the fact that while the Reds are only landing on now, they do of course have their own display slot here at Waddington, which will be at 3:30 this afternoon.
Yes, the ever popular Chinook also is worth pointing out, if that's your favourite as well, is going to be just before the red arrows. That'll be at about 3:15. Worth pointing out, but we will be flying right through until just after 5:30 this afternoon. Finishing off with a delightful T7 Hunter display from Chris Heames. So an enormous amount to come yet. We're barely halfway through today's programme. When the sun does come out, a quick reminder, particularly for the children, please cover up their heads, put some suntan lotion on and drink plenty of water, all the usual precautions. I know it's easy to forget when there's a nice cool breeze blowing, but the sun's still very strong this afternoon. And in the event of any excessive noise and bangs, we'll give you a quick shout out as well for that. And whilst the Reds are recovering to their parking position for the next hour or so, would the owner of the car and the dog in the car, Yankee Hotel 63 Charlie Golf Golf, I'm told this is in the brown car park, the owner of the car YH63CGG in the brown car park, please return to your car. Thank you. Just a little update of what's going on in the all-important Hangar 3 today, the RAF On Air. There's a Siri presentation going on right now. That's all about escape and evasion, and really interesting stuff that is as well, because, of course, all these pilots not just training for fun and to entertain you here today, but also to do serious operational work. And if they get shot down over enemy territory, they need to know how to get out of it and get assistance. At 13:45, will be a presentation from the Royal Air Force Regiment Reserves. Later on in the day, there's an aviation talk from Phil Bonner, and also there'll be some presentation of cheques to the RAF Benevolent Fund and to the Royal Air Force Association by Air Vice Marshal Nichols, and that will be at 3 o'clock this afternoon.
Well, now look out to the left. We mentioned it a few moments ago, and inbound to us is what looks like the Bombardier Sentinel R1 of number 5 Army Cooperation Squadron, one of the flying units based here. It looks like we're going to get a fly past in the circuit prior to landing. And George, Let's just talk a little bit about the origins of this program, which was the Astor, an airborne standoff radar program, but of course it started life as Castor, the core airborne standoff radar.
Yes, and that corps was 1BR Corps during the Cold War, the part of the British Army of the Rhine as it was in the 70s and 80s, and the need, as always, military commanders always want to look over the hill. And what do you need to do in modern warfare? Well, you need to look further and further over the hill, and a way to do that was to watch for the hordes of tanks that we were expecting as part of an armoured assault, and needing various things like a GMTI radar, that's a ground moving target indicator radar, to be able to sort of highlight those particular troop movements and armoured columns and things like that. And this was a definition laid down by the Army, not the RAF at the time, but of course the trials were first undertaken on an extraordinary machine built by Britain Norman. It was like a great big duck-billed platypus with the original radar on the front of that, and that was during the period that I first did some work for them, and it was an amazing aircraft to fly, actually very strange indeed. But that was where it all began, and of course now we see where it has ended up, which is in a very nice Bombardier Challenger executive jet, and a very slippery and nice machine it is too.
Yes, the Global Express, an ideal platform for this. Of course, you need plenty of room on board for all of the advanced equipment that's in there.
Absolutely right. It's bristling with all sorts of radars and antennas, and extremely capable it is too. Of course, all these aircraft are able to chat to each other via various data and digital means, which puts together the complete capability required.
And there remains a very strong multi-service aspect to the Sentinel's use and the operations of number 5 Squadron here, because this unit, which has a full complement of around 260 personnel, takes those people from all 3 services, the RAF, the Army and indeed the Navy.
Yes, number 5 Squadron being the Army Corporation Squadron, of course itself very historic, having celebrated its 100th anniversary just last year. And in August, 100 years ago, in fact, it followed on a few months later from the deployment of 2, 3 and 4 squadrons to the Western Front.
The Sentinel may once have been earmarked for retirement, but not so, and its capabilities have proven extremely useful. Of course, they came much to the fore in Operation Elamy, that was the British name for the operations in Libya in 2011. Since then, as you can see, the aircraft has taken on something of a new external look with this extremely smart glossy paint finish, only applied recently. 5 Sentinel R1s in service here with number 5 Army Cooperation Squadron.
Yes, powered by 2 Rolls-Royce 710 engines, giving an operating altitude up to 49,000 feet, but generally flying at endurance at around about 40,000 feet, with a max speed just under 0.9 Mach. So a pretty useful aircraft. We've got good legs on it as well, enabling deployments like Elamy that Ben was just describing. That itself a unique joint service deployment as well, with for the first time the Apaches being embarked on one of Her Majesty's aircraft. Well, hardly helicopter carriers, we should say, at the moment. We'll soon have aircraft back on them.
On board the Sentinel for a typical mission will be 2 RAF pilots and a mission commander. Meanwhile, the intelligence that is gathered by the aircraft is analysed by 2 on-board image analysts, a mixture of RAF and British Army Intelligence Corps personnel. The Sentinel now going around as the Merlin runs in from our right. Well, there's joint service.
Well, that is extraordinary. We nearly had a head-on-head there. They obviously both saw each other, which was very good news indeed. But clearly the Merlin now clearing out of the way, obviously felt that that was time for his display slot to start. But no great issue, plenty of visibility. And the Sentinel going round again. Well, yes, just as we were talking about jointry, It was very interesting to see a joint display there, the one-on-one, the Sentinel versus Merlin. But all safely recovered, and once we get the Sentinel back on the ground, I'm sure we'll call the Merlin back in for its display.
So all sorted out now. The Sentinel safely on the ground and the Merlin safely about to run in. We still have the third aircraft from the station fly past, the new RC-135, to recover later. But our thoughts now turn to the Royal Navy. Much in the news this week with regard to aircraft carrier related matters. But running in from our right, the Augusta Westland Merlin HM1.
Well, in the capable hands of Lieutenant Ian Farr today, regretting that he was not able to bring a Mark II. Not that you would have been able to tell too much of a difference visually from the outside between a 1 and a 2, and I will be checking your knowledge a little bit later on. But the Merlin helicopter has been in service with the Royal Navy since 1998. It's based at Royal Naval Air Station Culdrose in Cornwall when disembarked. The Merlin force itself consists of 4 squadrons. 824 Squadron is responsible for training all new aircrew and engineers. 814 Squadron, 820 Squadron and 829 Squadron are all frontline and contribute to operations around the globe in virtually any weather, day and night.
This one's for 824 Naval Air Squadron, the training unit. This used to be known as the EH-101, of course, before the Merlin name was adopted, and it was conceived by Augusta, the Italian manufacturer, and Britain's Westland when they were separate companies, but now, of course, they are as one.
Indeed, the aircraft's primary role is to hunt and, if necessary, attack hostile submarines. For this, it is equipped with specialized radar and sonar combat systems that allow it to detect, track, and destroy enemy submarines. The aircraft also hunts very effectively in the anti-surface warfare arena.
It's a 3-engined machine, this. The power plant's Rolls-Royce Turbo Mecha RTM 322 turbo shafts of just over 2,300 shaft horsepower each. The Royal Navy declared the Merlin HM1 operational in June 2000, and it's since proved very successful. Of course, the Navy Merlin fleet, George, set to expand still further.
Yes, once they take ownership of all the Royal Air Force machines, then of course they will be upgraded all to the Mark II standard, and to carry out many of their roles they can be armed with up to 4 Stingray torpedoes, depth charges and a variety of machine guns. It's also very capable in the ground support or trooping role, search and rescue and casualty evacuation.
Those ex-RAF Merlins are being transferred to the Navy as part of a shake-up of the UK's support helicopter force. They'll replace the famous Royal Navy jungly Sea Kings, the Sea King HC4s, and I believe that they will become Merlin HC4s as a result, and they of course have to be modified to have the folding tail and main rotor amongst other changes.
Yes, essentially you're right there. Perhaps I confuse people. The 1s become the 2s and the 3s become the 4s is basically how the upgrade program is going to work. So if that clarifies the difference between both what the Navy operates now and what they're going to get and what the Royal Air Force operates now and what the Navy will get a little later on. It's designed to operate from both large and small ships' flight decks in severe weather and high sea states by day and night. When embarked, 829 Squadron in particular, although not represented here today, the aircraft operate primarily from Type 23 frigates, but can also embark in any other platforms with a capable flight deck. For instance, the aircraft carrier HMS Illustrious, the fleet flagship HMS Bulwark, or the newest daring class T-45 destroyers.
And they can also be found sometimes aboard the vessels of the Royal Fleet Auxiliary, the supply and replenishment ships and so forth.
So showing off its very stable hovering characteristics and an opportunity for the winchman to show his agility as well.
Yes, if necessary, the Merlins of the Royal Navy can perform search and rescue tasks. The aircraft's cabin large enough to take 38 people if necessary, or 16 stretcher cases. And some variants incorporate a rear loading ramp, which can be used by vehicles of sort of Land Rover size.
So good opportunity, yes, thanks everybody. I see everybody at the front there giving the winchman a really good wave. Easy on a day like this with a relatively light wind and without any thrashing rain and no 20 or 30 foot waves to contend with, but I can assure you it takes a lot of training and skill to operate on the end of the strop. Although very reliable, serviceability and ease of maintenance are all prerequisite for all embarked helicopters. The aircraft is configured both structurally and in terms of mission system and cockpit design to meet the demands of the very harsh maritime environment.
Talking of rescue use of the design, a new version just first flew this year for the Italian Air Force. They call it the HH-101 Caesar. That's to be used for combat search and rescue, CSAR missions, and is equipped with, amongst other things, an air-to-air refueling probe. Apart from the RAF, the Royal Navy and the Italian services, the Merlin, or the AW101 as its manufacturer now calls it, is also in use in Denmark, Japan and Portugal, as well as Canada, where they call it the CH-149 Cormorant. Algeria is another customer with the type on order.
The rugged airframe, constructed mainly of composite materials, and the main and tail rotor systems can both be folded to allow the aircraft to be moved into confined spaces, essential of course to enable it to fit into the hangars found on ships. It's a heavy aircraft, just over 14 tons. It has an impressive top speed of 149 knots. It can carry sufficient fuel for a radius of operation of over 200 nautical miles. Absolutely essential. It can get very, very lonely away from the mothership, particularly when the mothership itself, where you started, ends up in a completely different position when you want to recover the helicopter. So I suspect we're going to see a little noddy here from Lieutenant Ian Farr. A good chance for you to give the crew a wave, with no doubt a rearwards transition to follow that up. And there we go, a little nod to you today, all you present at the air show here today. We weren't able to see this display yesterday, as there was a small technical problem, but all now fixed. And a good opportunity to see the sheer size, but also the terrific stability of the modern Merlin helicopter.
Yes, of which an RAF example can be seen up in the static display towards the left-hand end of the airfield. As George said earlier, we were hoping to see the new upgraded Merlin HM2 variant from the Royal Navy, but sadly that hasn't been possible. That is quite an ambitious program, 30 aircraft being updated by a team led by Lockheed Martin. They've got new mission systems, and the cockpits are very different, with touch screen displays and so forth.
Yes, all the differences are inside, bar one outside. Ben, I'm going to test your knowledge now. Have you actually checked that one out? I know you're a mine of great information.
We were told about it last year, but I can't remember what it is.
It's an additional pitot tube on the front end, and it's very, very hard to spot, and that is basically it. Externally, it's almost 99% the same, so a lot going on inside. Unlike the Wildcat, of course, which is replacing the Lynx, it's got a lot of external differences in their new airframe. So last part of the display now, good opportunity to wish the crew farewell. All these military crews giving up their weekends, I should say, to entertain everybody, and a little bit of a wing rock there indicating the final pass. So we just hear him calling finals now, and we're creeping back onto schedule. We're just running about 7 or 8 minutes behind time, and before we see the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight Dakota appear, I've already got Representative Natasha from the Blades, who will be flying, I'm sure, on schedule. Well, they won't be. They'll be a few minutes delayed as well, in about 5 or 6 minutes' time. So well done, the Royal Navy. Back to the wardroom for a bit of tea and tiffin and a quick hornpipe around the crew room. Marvellous stuff indeed.
Well, while they get ready to do that, the caravan support aircraft of the RAF Falcons is taxiing on down at the left-hand end, ready for them to depart, and following it is the Hawker Hunter F6A of the Dutch Hawker Hunter Foundation, our flying display award winner from yesterday, in the hands of Patrick Dout, ready to depart to its base at Leeuwarden. So on the roll now, the Cessna Caravan. And the Hunter has just been cleared to take off and depart as well. Final chance to see this particular example in the air, but we still have 2 other Hunters on the programme later on. May we see a lot more of that aeroplane on the British display circuit. It really is a super performer.
Yes, it was a real treat having both aircraft and pilot across this weekend. Added a real bit of extra substance to the weekend. Delightful.
That the aeroplane that led a 6-ship Hunter display at the Royal International Air Tattoo in 2001 to mark the Hunter's 50th anniversary. We were talking about Rod Dean, that great display pilot flying that aeroplane when it was British owned. Rod was flying it on that occasion, and they won the trophy for best overall flying demonstration almost 30 years after Rod had done likewise at the second ever air tattoo at North Weald, also in a Hunter.
Yes, he is quite something of a modern legend, isn't he? Him and alongside Chris Heames, who we're going to see flying later on today.
Indeed, flying twice later on today, Chris.
Yes, he is indeed. Okay, so we're looking out now. We're keeping our eyes peeled. We're listening to ATC for the arrival of the fabulous C-47 Dakota from the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. Well, the good news is we hear a call from the Dakota, and just giving us a 1.5 minute call for his display, which is excellent news indeed. So good opportunity to get comfortable for this, which is going to lead into Blade's display and a lot of other interesting aircraft do what is a relatively lazy lunch hour format for the display for the next hour or so.
Yes, indeed, but a very historic aeroplane which will shortly be running in, and you can see it out there to the left and ahead of us slightly. One of the most famous aircraft types in the world, one of the finest aeroplanes indeed ever conceived, one might say. It first flew then as the Douglas Sleeper Transport, soon named the DC-3, in 1935. It was a mainstay of many airlines in the United States pre-war, and then it turned into one of the most outstanding military transports ever, and we see it here, of course, particularly in recognition of the 70th anniversary of D-Day that took place this year. Indeed, this very aeroplane from the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight took part in the commemorations over Normandy this June. From the left, the Douglas Dakota 3. Not only has this aircraft been used for an enormous range of jobs over the years, more than most aircraft, it's also carried more names than most to the US Army Air Force during the Second World War. It was the C-47 Skytrain. There was also one optimised to carry paratroopers called the C-53 Skytrooper. To the British, though, it became known as the Dakota, and, well, whatever the name was, they were used in all the major theatres of World War II, flying over the hump, as it was known, from India to China, out in the jungles of the Far East, towing gliders and dropping paratroops on D-Day and during the rest of the invasion of Europe, and much, much more, both in the Second World War and thereafter.
Yes, without doubt, one of the most successful aircraft designs in history. Under the Lend-Lease program, large-scale deliveries were made to the UK with nearly 2,000 Dakotas as the aircraft became named by the Royal Air Force Service being delivered.
This one spent most of its active service life with the Royal Canadian Air Force and then came to Britain for use by the Royal Aircraft Establishment, as was now incorporated into Kinetic. But after it was declared surplus by the RAE, the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight took it on, both as a display aircraft in its own right and also being very useful as a heavy multi-engine tail dragger trainer for prospective Lancaster pilots.
Funnily enough, exactly what it's used for today.
You might be able to see, if you look closely, the rear side door open, and it's from that paratroopers would have leapt forth from C-47s and Dakotas on the night of the 5th and 6th of June 1944 as the Allied invasion of Normandy got underway. And it's that this aeroplane commemorates. You can see clearly the invasion stripes. The markings are those of an aircraft operated by number 233 Squadron from Blake Hill Farm in Wiltshire. Specifically, it was used after D-Day, this one for casualty repatriation, not this very airframe, I should say, the aircraft that it depicts. Number 233 Squadron itself was involved in an operation called Tonga, and that was the landings from the 5th to the 7th of June 1944 by the British 6th Airborne Division. It was that unit, involving both glider-borne and parachute troops, that captured two key strategic bridges over the River Orne and the Caen Canal, the latter of which became known as Pegasus Bridge after the Pegasus emblem of British Airborne Forces.
Yeah, some of the most heroic and precise flying was undertaken by those glider pilot regiment pilots who would have been dangling off the end of ropes amongst many Dakotas and other aircraft during that assault. Around 200 plus gliders were involved, in addition to the huge numbers of Dakotas.
Yes, Dakota's used not just as glider tugs, but also in the perhaps unlikely event of those troop-carrying gliders, the Horses, Hadrians and Hamilcars, being fit for future operations, having landed in some of those very small fields in the so-called bocage of Normandy. Some of them were fitted with snatch gear in the rear fuselage to fly over at low level and hopefully pick up with a hook the stranded glider in order to take it back to the UK and reuse it.
Which is extraordinary. I can't imagine the stresses on the airframe when you do something like that, let alone the jerk, to get a snatch jerk in the glider itself. You know, extraordinary stuff. And of course, when we were talking earlier on about multi-mission type aircraft, this one just covers the entire barrage of activity. It is a remarkable story.
To give you an idea of the sort of work these aircraft were engaged in, the operations record book for number 233 Squadron, in whose markings this aeroplane appears, details one mission where 2 of its Dakotas were escorted by 6 Spitfires to fly to an advanced landing ground set up by the Allies near Bazonville in Normandy. One of the Dakotas brought home 3 stretcher cases. A pilot reported that the town of Caen seemed to be on fire. We return to the D-Day anniversary, of course, later in today's programme.
Well, as we say farewell to Jakarta, we hear the sound of something completely different. It's fast, it's furious, it's dynamic, it's jolly exciting. And to lead us through the introduction is Natasha Glenville from the Blades. Natasha, welcome.
Good afternoon. How are you, George?
Extremely well indeed. All the better for seeing you, Natasha. And that very sublime and historic flight is now going to be marked by something very, very different indeed. Your boys have been very busy this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. We were here yesterday displaying, and then flew off down to Rochester for a private display down there. So this is our last display of the weekend, though. So really pleased to be back at Waddington again. It was a fantastic show yesterday. So I'm looking forward to another one today.
Time to draw breath. It's absolutely fantastic. I have to say, I remember the very first presentation by Andy Offer many, many years ago when he put this preposterous idea to the air display industry that he was going to set up this new team. My word, how it's taken off. It's fantastic, the entire business.
Absolutely. I mean, this is our 9th display season. The parent company of the Blades is called 2XL. Started back in 2006 with 4 extra 300s, which is what the Blades fly, 4 pilots, and we've now got a fleet of 14 different aircraft and about 50 pilots across the company doing all sorts of things, flying the Blades, extras, Navajos. We've got a 727 as part of our fleet now. There's plenty going on. It's a growing company.
Yes, indeed. Now, you've just mentioned the 727. Now, that is in the static park, and I see it actually right behind your head, up to the southern end of the runway. Now, that is an extraordinary project. I mean, 727, virtually an historic aircraft in its own right, but beautifully painted. Actually, it's in great colours.
Yeah, it's extremely exciting. It's the newest part of the company, and it's actually going to serve as a contract for oil spill response. So it's been modified to have a boom at the back, and the idea is that it will be operational sort of towards the end of this year, beginning of next year, to go and spray dispersant over oil slicks. So it's going to be based at Doncaster. It will fly anywhere in the world where it's required to go, and spray over the oil to break up the oil and then return back to Doncaster.
All good stuff, all environmentally friendly stuff, like the modern smoke we see on some of the aircraft.
Absolutely.
We like. Are your boys into Ondina as well? You don't know.
I don't know the answer to that one.
Getting into some technical detail. Environmentally friendly smoke. You can wash your babies in Ondina. It's
I think that is what we use. Actually,
yeah, I thought it might be. Okay, well look, any new additions to the display this year? Have we got?
It's the opening of the displays changed slightly. So there's a break at the beginning called the Crossfire break, which is new for 2014, so I'll make sure to point that out when that happens. And there's just some different patterns, some different pair work going on between blades 2 and 3, some new bits from blades 1 and 4 as well. So even if you have seen the display before, there is plenty to look forward to in the display here this afternoon.
Yes, well, you can see us perhaps. I know we're being monitored today as we're streaming on the internet. We're just looking out with the team. There's been a little bit of rejinxing as we reset the program once or twice during the course of today. We had to put the Sentinel round again, so we're just running about good 10 to 15 minutes behind schedule at the moment.
No problem. Well, the guys are there. You've probably heard them buzzing around in the background, so they'll be getting themselves ready to fly in as soon as we're given the call to go. So if you've seen the blades before, then you're in for a real treat, as you well know. If you haven't seen the blades before, then let me assure you it's going to be a fantastic display this afternoon from the boys.
Well, ahead of schedule to what we were planning, we're recovering the RC-135 Rivet Joint first of all. You see an opportunity for another flyby to see this remarkable aircraft. The latest and newest in the inventory for the Royal Air Force. Although this aircraft itself has its own particular pedigree and history.
Yes, number 51 Squadron, stationed here at Waddington, a unit that both here and at previous bases, notably RAF Whitton, near Huntingdon, has a long history of signals intelligence gathering work. From modified Comets and Canberras, it moved on to the Nimrod R1, which served so superbly until retirement in 2011, only shortly after the type had been used extensively in the Libyan campaign.
And in the hands today of Flight Lieutenant Andrew Mitchell. He's been working hard all weekend to fit in both yesterday's flypast and today, as well as taking in some mission training at the same time.
As mentioned earlier, 3 rivet joints due to make up the complement operated by 51, and all 3, together with all aircrew, ground crew and analysts, because of course the intelligence gathered needs analysing, should be fully operational by the middle of 2017. This aircraft currently in its training program. Project Airseeker, the program that procured these 3 airframes, now very much bearing fruit. The aircraft we see here, a nice bit of historical symmetry it enjoys with the former number 51 Squadron Nimrods, because this one is serial Zulu 664, and the first of the Nimrod R1s was X-Ray Whiskey 664, so quite a deliberate choice to reflect something of the heritage of number 51 Squadron, and a nice nod towards the Nimrod R1 predecessor of this more advanced machine.
Indeed, all 3 of the airframes the Royal Air Force has procured are past US Air Force KC-135s, all having first flown in 1964, and all with a reasonable pedigree, with around 20,000 hours each already, just showing the great longevity of this particular design.
Worth mentioning at this point perhaps is that not only do we have this new addition to the Royal Air Force inventory here at Waddington this weekend, but we also have with us a very special guest from the United States Navy in the shape of one of its newest assets, an example of the Boeing P-8A Poseidon multi-mission maritime aircraft. This is coming from US Navy Test Squadron VX-1 at Naval Air Station Patuxent River, Pax River in Maryland. The aircraft can be seen in the static display up towards the left-hand end of RAF Waddington this weekend, making its British airshow debut. That the aircraft replacing the venerable P-3 Orion sub-hunter in US Navy patrol squadrons.
Well, just while it's positioning now, if its final approach, we'll just give you an update on what you can expect to see in the next hour or so. Once we've got her on the ground, we'll bring the blades in, who have been buzzing around in the background, waiting to get started. Then we'll see the Army Air Corps Lynx helicopter, the last opportunity this year to see a fully aerobatic helicopter performance from a UK-based aircraft. So that'll be followed by the Lynx and Knots roll demonstration in the MD-902, and that'll be followed by the Royal Air Force Tutor. But right now, eyes peeled back to the left-hand side as the RC-135 Rivet Joint now joins its final approach.
It's number 51 Squadron, one of a whole host of units engaged in those I-STAR, intelligence, surveillance, target acquisition and reconnaissance operations based here at Waddington. We saw the Sentry from number 8 Squadron and the Sentinel from number 5 Squadron Airborne also. Just to run through and give due credit to the others, there are 2 units that operate the Reaper unmanned aerial vehicle numbers 13 and 39 squadrons, though of course their UAVs are not actually stationed here themselves. Then there's number 14 Squadron on the Shadow R1. Number 54 Reserve Squadron is the I-STAR Operational Conversion Unit, training both front and back seaters for the whole range of types stationed here at Waddington. And number 56 Reserve Squadron is the now Test and Evaluation Squadron, formerly an Operational Evaluation Unit for all of these I-STAR types. And here is, for the RAF, the latest of them, landing on after an extremely welcome contribution to this weekend's programme. Let's not doubt the effort involved behind the scenes in allowing this aeroplane to participate in public, the Boeing RC-135W Rivet Joint.
Well, with that landing now, it's time to get back on schedule with the air display. We're running about 20 to 25 minutes late, but I'm told the flying display director is working hard now to reassemble everybody in the right order and get the show back on the road. So good opportunity now to catch back up with the Blades. And Natasha, over to you.
Okay, well, I hope you're ready for the Blades display. The guys are just getting set up to fly in. It's 15 minutes and there are 32 separate manoeuvres, so it is completely non-stop action from the Blades. All of the pilots are former Red Arrows and they all flew fast jets in the Royal Air Force. Between them they have over 30,000 flying hours and have flown more than 3,800 displays. So when it comes to display flying, they really know what they're doing. Some of the most experienced pilots in the country in aerobatics. So eyes to the skies, without further ado, please welcome the 2014 Blades. Now the Blades have arrived in Manta formation. We have Blades 1 and 4 in the middle, Blades 2 and 3 on the outside as they go over the top for the Manta loop. Now the team have moved into card formation here and they're pulling up into the vertical where 2 blades will fly a stall turn away from each other and the other 2 will fly a pushover to create the champagne fountain. Now this next manoeuvre is one of our new ones for 2014. The blades are going to fly directly towards each other and then 2 of the blades will cross in the middle for the crossfire break. Now blades 2 and 3 are on the left and right hand side, so these are the guys that you want to keep your eye on at the moment. They're each going to fly a snap roll and they're going to end up upside down and prepare themselves to fly directly down the display line towards one another. Now, there are very few jobs that you can do in the world where you get to fly at a combined closing speed of over 400 miles an hour, but this is one of them. It is the 1v1 cross. Now we've got blades 1 and 4 who have just called visual on one another. They're going to fly towards each other, and then this next maneuver is one for the eyes and the ears. Keep your eyes on blades 1 and 4 for the pair's tail slide. demonstrating the incredible capabilities of the extra 300 there. Blades 1 and 4 pulled right back on the throttle and allowed the power to drop before throttling back up to fly out of that manoeuvre. Now taking centre stage here is Blade 4 Andy Evans. He's pushing -5G there as he goes for an outside loop, and he's going to snap roll his aircraft back down towards the airfield. Now Andy's going to be putting his aircraft into the vertical in an upward going spin. This is a manoeuvre that is called a lomchovac, which is actually a Czechoslovakian word which translates to headache or hangover. I'm sure you can appreciate why it has that name as you watch Andy as he completes that manoeuvre. So Andy will be back a little bit later on to do some more display flying. In the meantime, if you look to the left, Blades 1 and 2 are coming down the display line. They're going to demonstrate the roll capability of the extra 300 in the Blades twinkle rolls. Now the extra is designed with disproportionately large ailerons down the length of the wing. It gives it a roll capability of 420 degrees in less than a second, which is just absolutely incredible, and it feels extremely fast when they're doing that at full speed inside the cockpit. Now Andy Evans is just rejoining the formation at the back there to get into box formation. There's about 12 feet from wingtip to wingtip here. The blades are going to go over the top for a formation loop. Something you might not know about the blades is that we actually hold the Guinness World Record for flying the most number of consecutive formation loops. Showing you how it's done now, this is the blades doing a loop. Now this next manoeuvre is a good one for the cameras, showing off the underneath of our aircraft. Renamed for our sponsors this year in 2014. I'll tell you a little bit more about them later on, but this is the Blades Local Letterbox Bend. Andy Evans is moving out to the right here to get into line abreast formation. The team leader is the second blade from the left. He's looking forward and everyone else is looking left and right into his cockpit. For this next manoeuvre, which is our signature manoeuvre, it's the most technically difficult of the display to fly. All aircraft are going to stall to the left in synchronization for the blades hammerhead. Now the blades are moving into line astern as they fly back towards the display line. We dedicate this next manoeuvre to the brave few who fought in the Battle of Britain. It is called the Spitfire Roll. If you have seen the team before, you may notice that we are sporting a different livery this year. 2014 marks the start of our partnership with Local Letterbox. Local Letterbox are a new company that are going to revolutionise the way we send, deliver and receive good sport on the internet. If you'd like to find out more about them, you can visit their website localletterbox.co.uk, or you can link to it from the Blades website. But we are extremely proud to be partnered with them and to help deliver their message as we travel to displays up and down the country in 2014. Now this next manoeuvre is one of our most photographed manoeuvres, so make sure you've got your cameras ready. Blade 4 is going to be upside down. Everyone else is doing what we call putting in a boot full of rudder. This is how the blades do crazy flying. Now the blades are making that look easy there, but it is actually incredibly difficult to fly in such close formation like that and hold that position for so long as they come down the display line, demonstrating the true skill of the pilots combined with the capabilities of the aircraft. Now if you've been watching the display this afternoon thinking that you wonder what it would feel like to be inside the cockpit, well, we can actually take you flying so that you can find out. The Blades is the only display team in the world that also operates as an aerobatic airline. That means you can buy yourself a front seat in one of our extras and we will take you looping and rolling in close formation, doing some of the manoeuvres that you've seen here in the display this afternoon. Now, pulling up at half-second intervals, this next manoeuvre is called the Blades Snake. There are 6 pilots that form the Blades team. We've got Team Jaguar up there today. All of the pilots flew the Jaguar when they were in the Air Force, and they were all in the Red Arrows. Leading the team, we have Blade 1 Mark Cutmore. This is his 3rd season as our team leader. He's being followed by Blade 2 Chris Carter. Chris also flies for Virgin Atlantic, and he shares the Blade 2 position with Andy Offer and Miles Garland, who's the former team leader. We've got Chris's family here with us today, so we'd like to say a special hello to Lou, Archie and Jake and their friends Morgan and Hugo. We hope you're having a fantastic time here at Waddington and that you're enjoying the display, and I hope that you enjoy the rest of the day just as much. Now we're moving into the second half of the display now. There'll be some more solo display flying and some more pair work. To split the team in 2, Mark's pulling up into the vertical, ready for the Blades fan break. So we've got Blades 2 and 3 on the outside pulling up for some synchronised spinning here. It's the Blade on the left who's calling the manoeuvre. The Blade on the right is copying what he hears on his radio. Now if you look into the distance, you'll just see Blades 1 and 4 pull up into the vertical. They're going to stall their aircraft towards one another and cross a few feet apart for the beak-to-beak cross. Now one incredible thing about the extra is this aircraft flies upside down exactly the same way it does when you're flying it the right way up. To show that off, we've got Blade 1 Mark Cutmore inverted. He's going to push negative G as teammate Andy Evans pulls positive G next to him into the vertical, and then they'll stall away from one another for the mirror stall split. Now, if you haven't been impressed by what you've seen so far, then this next manoeuvre should do the trick. They're going to use the propeller at the front of the engine as a gyroscope to throw the tail around the aeroplane and go end over end for the Blades twin tumbles. As Blades 1 and 4 fly away, Blades 2 and 3 are coming back towards us for some more action. Blade 2 is flying a quick barrel roll around Blade 3, and they're going to break in front of one another. Blink and you'll miss it. It's the 1v1 split. So flying as Blade 2, doing the pair work with Chris Carter, we have Ian Smith, otherwise known as Smithy. Smithy joined us in 2012. His last posting in the RAF was as the officer commanding for the Battle of Britain Memorial flight, where he was lucky enough to fly the Spitfires. He's got a lot of flying hours and is extremely experienced, so we're very pleased to have Smithy on board at the end of last year. Now, as Blades 2 and 3 fly away, Blades 1 and 4 are back for some more pair work. They're pulling up into the vertical. They're both going to put their aircraft onto its side and spin back down towards the airfield in the double knife edge dive. This is Andy Evans back again. He's our Blade 4, the solo display pilot. He is an absolute gentle giant. He's a lovely guy, but once he's inside the cockpit in control of his aeroplane, he is completely crazy. Now, Andy's flying half a loop here, and then he's going to spin his aircraft in the centrifuge before controlling it solely on the rudder pedals as he knife slides back down towards the airfield. Now, Andy flies a slightly more powerful version of the Extra. He has an Extra 330, and just to demonstrate that power, he's going to fly as close as you can to hovering this kind of aircraft as he puts the aircraft up into the vertical, and he's actually then going to fall backwards through his own smoke and then let the weight of the engine at the nose pull him out of the manoeuvre. So there he goes, he's actually now falling backwards. And he's getting himself ready to call visual on his blades teammates, and he's going to fly directly towards blades 1, 2 and 3, and he's going to pull up underneath blade 1 smoke for the goose manoeuvre as 2 and 3 barrel roll simultaneously around blade 1 for the manoeuvre that we call scimitar. Now we are nearing the end of the display. We have just one manoeuvre left to go. So if you do think that you would like to come and join us and come for a flight with the blades, we run a number of days throughout the year where you can come and meet the team, and we'll put you in the front seat and take you looping and rolling just a few feet apart, and all the information about coming flying with the blades is on our website at theblades.com. We are also on Facebook and Twitter, so we'd love to hear from you. We'd love to see some pictures if you've taken any of the display here this afternoon. On Twitter we are at the Blades team, and on Facebook we're the Blades aerobatic team, so please do keep in touch. We love to hear from people who've seen the display, so let us know what you think and make sure to send us any pictures that you've got. Now this next manoeuvre is my personal favourite. Flying back towards the crowd, give them a wave because all the pilots are looking straight out the front so they can see you. There's going to be 10G in every single cockpit for the blades break. So ladies and gentlemen, that was the 2014 Blades display. We hope you've had an absolutely fantastic time. We'd like to say thank you to Waddington for having us back here once again this year. And on behalf of Blades 1, 2, 3, 4 and myself, thank you very much for watching, and we hope you enjoyed the display.
Oh, we certainly did, Natasha. That's absolutely superb. You know, we bandy these numbers around, you know, but 10G is actually a very excessive amount of G to sustain, isn't it?
Absolutely. And at that point, Mark Cutmore, who is the team leader, when he pulls 10G, it actually weighs the same as a baby elephant.
Oh, how delightful. I'm not so sure we needed to know that, but there we are, nonetheless. And then that is absolutely extraordinary. It's something you've really got to train hard for. A bit, I mean, that's even more, you know, we talk about F1 drivers and their necks and things like that bulging out. But you've really got to strain extremely hard and be very fit to do those manoeuvres.
Absolutely. It's hard work when they're up there, so they make it look easy, but it's a difficult display to fly, and it's non-stop action for 15 minutes, so they can have a well-deserved rest now.
Absolutely. You know, there's no protection in these aircraft at all from those G limits, so well done the boys.
Just straining.
Good. Well done you. Thank you very much. We've had a really super weekend. Yes, don't adopt the whole place. We'd like to use it a bit longer if you don't mind. You can hear things collapsing around us here. And all the best. And hopefully people can come up and chat to you at the 727.
Absolutely. I'm not sure if there's one down there at the moment, but I'll be around later on. So if anyone's got any questions, then please do grab me and fire away.
Easily spotted, the most attractive lady in a flying suit here this afternoon. Oh dear, I'm going to get shot for that now. Oh my word. Right, and anyway, something completely different now. We're still in the middle of our lazy lunch hour, and we're hoping now to see the Army Air Corps Lynx coming on very, very shortly to do, sadly for the last year, what is going to be the last performances of its fully aerobatic demonstration. But just to bring you up to date, we are sticking with light aviation for a little bit longer until 2 o'clock this afternoon. We're going to be talking about the Lynx and Knots roll demo. Already Roger Linnell is here with us, and then the tutor after that. Ben, do you have any updates for us at the moment?
Nothing further, George, except to say that it will be, as you say, a very sad day when we see the Army Lynx AH-7 that we're about to see being retired, because it's been the most splendid servant to the British Armed Forces since, well, the late 70s now.
Lots more to discuss when we see it in the air. We're just waiting for, obviously, the blades to recover off the runway properly, and the Lynx calling now for its flying display clearance. Yes, it's been a wonderful weekend, and actually we've really enjoyed what we refer to as a really eclectic and varied connection and celebration of aviation here at the 20th anniversary Royal Air Force Waddington International Airshow. You know, vintage jets, a lot of different helicopters, large aircraft as well. Not seen such a variety in an airshow for some while.
And the same goes for the static park as well, with some tremendous international contributions from some air arms we don't see very often. The Slovak Air Force, a very welcome attendee at Waddington once again this year, as just one such example, and some very interesting civilian types for you to see in the ground displays as well, notably that absolutely beautiful Boeing 727-200 of T2 Aviation that was being talked about not so long ago.
Yes, extraordinary. Now, if this is in your bag at the moment, you want to go off and do something else, then I'm told that Flight Lieutenant Roger Nichols from the Battle Brit Memorial Flight, he's one of the Lancaster pilots, is going to be talking in Hangar 3, and he's going to be starting that in a few minutes' time.
Well, that looked rather to me like the Dutch Hunter returning into the circuit.
Well, you can obviously tell we weren't expecting to see Patrick back again quite so soon, so we're not sure. Perhaps there was an issue there, but we'll certainly bring you up to speed with that. So that explains why the Lynx has not yet been given its clearance to display, but I'm sure will be very, very shortly. We've also got Flight Lieutenant Ian Brett also joined us. He'll be chatting to us about the Royal Air Force Tutor display in just a few moments' time, but a couple of other rotary demonstrations to come before that. The afternoon looking set fair. There was discussion earlier on with the Met Man about some heavy showers later on in the afternoon, but we understand they will be quite late in the afternoon and some way off to the west for a few hours yet. So still plenty of opportunity for the BBMF to show their thing. And of course the special fly past of the Typhoon and the D-Day Spitfire coming up. The Red Arrow is scheduled to fly at 3:30 this afternoon, and we'll be flying right through until about 5:30. So having streamed the shoot, Patrick just being ordered there to ensure that he doesn't deploy it and he takes it with him, and that'll keep the runway clear for us to keep the show on the road. We're catching up slowly. We're down to about a 15-minute overrun at the moment, and as always with these things, with a mixture of heavy jets, rotary teams and the like to fit into the program, a very difficult task for the flying display director.
We're taking this opportunity now to get Red 10, Flight Lieutenant Mike Ling, in from the left with the Eurocopter, now Airbus helicopters indeed, Squirrel from the Central Flying School helicopter at RAF Shawbury. The aircraft, one of the fleet operated George by the Defence Helicopter Flying School, another example of joint services operation.
Yes, it's been an interesting time that, but nonetheless, if you're interested in becoming a helicopter pilot in any of the three services, then after you've been through Barkston Heath or Cranwell on the Royal Air Force Tutor, then you would go straight to Shawbury alongside your other companions from the other services and complete the first phase of your rotary training on this machine.
But this one from the rotary element of the Central Flying School, one of the oldest flying training organisations in the world, and that's the one that trains the instructors.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's rather nice. During the course of a season, of course, Red 10 gets to do quite a lot of helicopter flying. He's not actually qualified to do so, but I can assure you, having spoken to many Red 10s in the past, they all get quite adept at controlling a helicopter as well as a Hawk T1. So with that machine almost ready to park up, yes, sounds like display clearance has now been given to the Lynx helicopter. And this is brought to you today by 671 Squadron from the Army Aviation Centre at Middle Wallop down in Hampshire. Two very well qualified and professional aviators on board in the guise of Warrant Officer Class 1 Mick Kildee and Captain Neil Posthumus, known as Posty, in the local crew rooms of Middle Wallop. And as Ben indicated earlier on, the Lynx helicopter has very much been the workhorse of Army aviation for easily 30 years, almost 40 years to be honest. It was very active both in the British Army of the Rhine amongst 1BR Corps during the Cold War period, and indeed at the same time across in Northern Ireland under Operation Banner. The aircraft, of course, in the Hellarm role was armed with tow missiles and eventually deployed in Gulf 1 using them in anger. So keep your eyes peeled now to the right-hand side, because if you haven't seen this demonstration before, you will be very surprised. It was interesting to see the Spanish EC-120s earlier on doing some interesting maneuvers. Well, the Lynx Mark 7 takes them into a whole new envelope, and that envelope is pretty much fully aerobatic. There are only one or two maneuvers they don't do in this, which a normal fixed-wing aircraft can do, and he's going to start right at the center of the showground, so keep your eyes peeled, and please welcome for 2014 the Army Air Corps' Lynx helicopter display. Was Mick Kildee's version of a barrel roll. They're very tight, a slightly different shape from what you would get in a fixed-wing aircraft, but he's not going to stop there. That was just a warm-up. He's going to go straight into what is going to look like a loop, but he's going to perform a fixed-wing maneuver now, and just as he comes out of the other side, he's going to push the stick a little bit and then roll 180 into a half Cuban. After performing that tight wing over there at Command Centre, on his way out on what we call the BX straight in front of you, and now put it up in another loop, and you can see as it goes through this transition that the tail rotor, of course, wants to push the aircraft in a completely different regime, because all the flight force is very different from a normal fixed-wing aircraft, and Mick working very, very hard. But a good silhouette now as he pulls up. He's going to hold it there and put a big boot full of rudder into, well, it's not a rudder on this, of course, it's a pedal, and a classic helicopter pedal turn. Both pilots hugely experienced. Mick got awards at every phase of his flying training phases. And there are not many people that do this maneuver. It is very much the signature maneuver of Army aviation, and Neil Posthumus alongside him now checking the T's and P's, because you are going to be amazed now. Stand by for the Army Air Corps backflip. In addition to being a qualified helicopter instructor, Mick is also a qualified flying instructor on fixed-wing aircraft. He spent many years. He's first of all completed the Royal Air Force multi-engine course on the Beechcraft 200 before going on to fly the Islander, holding it now in a hanging stall turn. You see a very unnatural position for any helicopter to be in, because this is quite a large and relatively heavy machine, unlike the 120s you saw earlier on in the day. Good size therefore and shape, still very agile. Very much dependent on what we refer to as the semi-rigid titanium head and the rigid blade, giving it its ability to perform these manoeuvres. Of course, not possible in the flexible blade regime helicopters. He taught aerobatics whilst he was a fixed-wing instructor, so giving him very much the confidence to bring this forward into rotary aviation. Completed his B1 instructor upgrade in December 13. Putting up now into a tight 90-90. Total reverse there, a lot positive, a bit of negative. You go over the hump here, all the blood rushes to your head momentarily. Very uncomfortable position, pointing straight down at the ground. All these manoeuvres well within the standard envelope, of course, and the agility required on the battlefield, no matter what mission you're actually involved in. Of course, during the Operation Banner periods, the patrols, they would carry around 4 to 6 soldiers in the back, and they would be used to carry out snap patrols and car inspections along various lanes. Alongside him, Captain Posthumus, a South African. See the drift there as the again goes into a 90-90, all perfectly safe. He joined the Army in 2005, completing the course, and went on very much into the specialist world of 657 squadron operations, qualified as a global flight leader in jungle, Arctic, desert and maritime environments. And therefore, between them, they're covering a huge variety of operations over the last 20 years or so. Now coming to reverse transition. Again, both crew working in tandem here, keeping a focal point ahead of them as they maneuver the helicopter backwards at around about 50 knots. Push the tail right up in the air, and as they get up to the peak, put it through 180 degrees to transition. Forwards momentum this time in the other direction. While we were discussing the Black Cats earlier with the Royal Navy, it gave us an insight into the transition that is currently going on at Yeovilton, where both the Army Air Corps and the Royal Navy undergoing training on the new Wildcat helicopter. Although looking much the same, they will have different sensors on board and carry out different roles. Now, if you missed it the first time, here's your last opportunity this weekend to see the trademark maneuver. Again, the crew just getting into a stable position. Stand by, the backflip. It's likely that we may see the Mark 7 extended just a few months into 2015, and that is just to allow the throughput of pilots onto the last phase of operations with 9 regiments, where they're operating the 9 Alpha. And then from the middle of next year, we'll see the Mark 7 completely phased out as the 9 Alpha pilots then go on to convert onto the new Wildcat. Now both Mick and Posty will position the Mark 7 right in front of you at the centre here, give you a little nod. They'll flash the light on and off when they do so. Please give them a wave, because this is towards the end of their display now, and it's a good opportunity for you to show your appreciation. They'll give you a wave back out. They'll just dip the nose down now. There you see them. They'll give you a quick wave, and then we'll go into a rearwards transition before clearing the display line. Now, if the Royal Navy and Royal Air Force helicopter forces don't attract you, you can go along to the Army Air Corps recruiting stand located just to the south of the air traffic control tower. We've got crew on the ground there. You'll be able to talk to the air crews from both the Apache and the Lynx a little later on. And they also have on the ground there a Gazelle helicopter for you to hop in and out of, have some photographs taken, and a small Apache simulator, and to be able to explain all the various trades in addition to pilot that you can undertake in the Army Air Corps. I'm also looking right now at the most fabulous print that has been designed by Design Phoenix, and it is of the Eagle 1 you're seeing here today, as that is our call sign for the Mark 7. Beautiful prints are available along with several others of the Dakota on the Army Air Corps recruiting stand. For just a few pounds you'll get them signed by the crew. But this is the last pass now from the Mark 7, the team from 671 Squadron, Army Air Corps, based at Middle Wallop. So as they come down the fly line to reposition and park up for the end of this very busy weekend, please give them your applause, a wave, whatever you happen to have, a hat, a coat or an umbrella. This is Warrant Officer Class 1 Mick Kildee and Captain Neil Posthumus. Marvellous stuff. Well, this is quite an interesting heli feast or fest we're having at Waddington this year. It's great to see such a variety. We're going to stick with this theme for a little bit longer because Roger Linnell is going to tell me all about now what the Knots and Lynx Air Ambulance has been up to. Roger.
Hi, good afternoon everyone. Yes, hope you're all having a good time. Yeah, this is a short roll demonstration by the MD-902 Explorer. Our pilot today is Captain Paul Smith, who's been with us for the last 2.5 years, very experienced captain, flew many sorts of different types of aircraft, done some loads of police work and offshore and air ambulance work. Just like to say thank you all today for supporting your local air ambulances. There's around about 30 air ambulances now covering the whole of the UK, and we all depend on your support. The average cost of an air ambulance at the moment is about £1.8 million per year, and I'm sure that's going to increase in the future as the air ambulance will take on the night HEMS or the night operations roles. Just a little bit of history about the Lincolnshire and Nottinghamshire Air Ambulance. Back in June 1994, a small blue and white helicopter arrived on the far side of the airfield. Written on the side was the Lincolnshire Air Ambulance. It was one of the fledgling air ambulances services, and it began to appear in the early 1990s. This was the aircraft actually got off the ground initially with a lot of hard work from a lot of consultants at the Boston Pilgrim Hospital. As you may have noticed on your way in today, that the Lincolnshire roads do not have the best system. And in 1994 it was even worse. If you were seriously ill or injured and needed specialist treatment, you could face a long and uncomfortable journey to a specialist unit. The introduction of the helicopter to provide a faster transfer between hospitals from scene and direct to a facility would see those in need benefit. 20 years on in the service, this has made massive leaps and bounds. Lincolnshire Nottinghamshire Ambulance actually did its first night operations during the winter of 2013. Back in 1997, the service took on responsibility of covering the Nottinghamshire area, and it became the Lincolnshire Nottinghamshire Air Ambulance. Moving forward a little bit more, in 2000 we said goodbye to the trusty Bronco and took delivery of our first MD-902 Explorer. It was a LNAA, which is a spare aircraft which is operating today. We have not stood down our aircraft for static and display purposes. We've got a spare aircraft still providing cover today. Then again, around in 2010, we took delivery of our new aircraft, which you'll see flying in a few moments. This is LNCT. This is our full IFR VFR aircraft. It's fitted with a night sun, and it's the crew have trained to use night vision goggles to assist the pilot in our night operation landings. Up to date, the Lincolnshire Nottinghamshire Ambulance has flown about 23,500 missions, not only in Lincolnshire and Nottinghamshire but across other counties in support of other air ambulance services. The aircraft is tasked by a dedicated HEMS desk in the East Midlands Ambulance Service Control Room. Certain dispatch criteria must be met before the helicopter can be launched, and with the combined speed of the aircraft and its ability to land in remote places, the air ambulance can reach anywhere in the Lincolnshire and Nottinghamshire region within about 20 minutes. The area that Lincolnshire and Nottinghamshire Air Ambulance covers is around about 3,000 square miles, and a population of about 2.2 million, but this is always forever growing. I do believe our aircraft is actually shut down. I'm not actually sure what the reason is. I've not been informed on the reason why the aircraft shut down. Actually, I'll get back to you shortly with what's happening with the aircraft. I can just continue with a little bit more of information about the air ambulance. Once the air ambulance has finished its demo, it will be parked up against the Vulcan. So come along to see the guys, see the aircraft. We've got merchandise that you can buy from the aircraft, and also merchandise that we've got on a trailer, which is just adjacent to the helicopter. We've also got our 2 mascots today. We've got Heli 29 and we've got Douglas Jr. So come along, bring the kids, have a photograph, and enjoy seeing our new mascots. The crew assists, the crew is manned by 1 pilot and 2 paramedics 165 days per year. We have additional doctors as well, and they're voluntary doctors. We have a crew of 5 full-time paramedics, 2 full-time pilots, and a massive backup team of relief pilots, engineers. It works out around about £4,000 per day to keep the aircraft going, and that obviously includes the pilotage, the hire of the aircraft, and the maintenance. The air ambulance is obviously based just across the main runway. You can see we've got the hangar is just across the runway next to the Merlin aircraft. We're based there, and we're tasked by the ambulance control room in the Nottinghamshire Ambulance Service Division. The aircraft weighs approximately 3.5 tons. We fly around about 500 feet, and we fly at a speed of about 155 miles an hour. So if we dart departure to the Skegness region, it will take us approximately 15 minutes. From Skegness, our choice of hospital could be the QMC in Nottingham, and that's around about a 30-minute flight. QMC being the regional major trauma centre. We can also fly our patients to Sheffield Northern General and Hull Royal Infirmary. They are the additional major trauma centres within the East Midlands. Our crews have extended skills. They've got a few different skills that they use on the aircraft, and they utilise these skills as well, working alongside our doctors. All our doctors are voluntary. They work for the Lincolnshire Integrated Voluntary Emergency Services, or LIVES, and they also work for EMICS, which is a scheme that covers the East Midlands. All voluntary doctors, they respond from home in cars, or they provide cover on air ambulances with their extended skills. A typical mission will see the aircraft, the crew, take a call from the ambulance control room. Once the call's received, the pilot goes out to the aircraft, starts the aircraft, starts the rotors. The crew come out, they've plotted their mission on a map. They get in, we do some pre-takeoff checks. And once the pre-takeoff checks are complete, and we get clearance from air traffic at Waddington, off we go to the job. On arrival at the scene, obviously the demo roll was just going to show a typical sort of demonstration on what we actually do. A typical HEMS mission will see the pilot basically do a right-hand figure of 8 turn above the scene, probably around about 400 or 500 feet. This can often turn. This gives us time to take in a clear area, a look at. This allows us to take in as much information prior to landing, so we can look out for any hazards, any wires, any foreign object damage that could cause problems to the aircraft. And we often share our lower airspace with other aircraft. I can just let you know that the demo roll has been delayed, so I think I'm going to pass back on to the main commentators. Thank you for being with us.
Yes, I'm sorry for the slight gap here. This caused by the fact that the programme is overrunning somewhat. But here go the Swedish jets from the other end departing. First of all, the AJS 37. We expect to see indeed, I can see taxiing on the SK-35C Draken. There. Heading back home to their base at Sortenas. The MD-902 air ambulance roll demonstration has been delayed until later in the day. so as to try and bring the programme a little bit back on schedule, because of course other aircraft have slot times to meet elsewhere and also need to try and get home. So that's why we're endeavouring to get the Swedes out as soon as possible so that they can get back home on the long road to Sweden.
Well, I don't know, it's so long in a Viggen though.
The next display item will be the Tutor.
While we're having that bit of a heli meet moment there, Ben, I've just been chatting to the owner of the Whirlwind.
Yes.
And of course they're going to be departing later on, so hopefully we'll see that airborne as well before the end of the day is out.
Very good.
Yeah.
The Draken has just been cleared to take off. Rejigging going on all the time in the tower to try and cope with the delay to the programme. And I think that maybe after the Draken we might then see the Swedish SK-60, which is their support aircraft for the weekend, going home as well. So there goes Lars Martinsson in the Draken. Worth mentioning is that there is a much more modern Saab aircraft to be seen in the static display off to the right of the control tower. That's the Saab 2000. Very long and thin turboprop airliner, but this one configured or certainly marked up as a demonstrator for their maritime patrol aircraft version of that twin turboprop type. And just receiving takeoff clearance now, the third aircraft from the Swedish Air Force Historic Flight Contingent, the one that was the support aircraft to the Draken and the Viggen. And this is the one we haven't seen either in the static display or the flying programme because it's been parked up with the two fast jets over on the far side. A very nice, also silver example of the Saab SK-60, Swedish-built jet trainer. An aircraft that's notched up many years of service with both that air arm and that of Austria. And still in active Swedish Air Force service, even though this example is now with their historic flight. Apologies for not having flagged up the Viggen's departure a little sooner than we were able to, but plans changing all the time here, and it's a little hard from our commentary point to see down to the far right-hand end of the runway.
Well, it's almost impossible, actually, isn't it? And we've been unsighted on quite a bit of activity, at least, not least through internal communications as well. But that is the way air shows run and displays. It's ever flexible, agile, and adaptable. Bywords of the Royal Air Force, of course. And not least also the Waddington hump, which doesn't help a little bit. So I don't suppose everybody has actually noticed that, the bump in the middle of the runway. And of course down the southern end there it does tail away a little bit below the horizon from where we're currently sat. But nonetheless I think we're catching up fast now.
And it should be back to the modern day Royal Air Force that we turn for the next display item, which we're expecting to run in straight in front of us.
Yes, very hard to see, so keep your eyes peeled. And we're going back to talk about Royal Air Force training and the first aircraft that you would actually experience. But to tell us all about that, we've got here with us an expert, and it's Flight Lieutenant Ian Brett. Ian, good afternoon.
George Waddington, good afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, the next show this afternoon is going to be the Tutor aircraft. So the Royal Air Force aircraft trainer. It trains all the pilots from the Air Force and all three services actually within the UK, as well as a number of overseas air forces. The pilot, Andy Priest, he's currently airborne. He's just transited over from Cranwell, just down the road, about 10 miles to the south. He's just holding off, waiting for his clearance to run in for his display. On his way over, he'll just be checking the aircraft out, making sure he's up to the show, making sure the aircraft's serviceable.
Well, in fact, it looks like we're going to get the RAF Typhoon airborne first, so here it goes.
So, if you keep your eyes out for Andy's arrival, he'll be arriving from straight ahead of you, over the other side of the airfield. He'll be diving down, pointing straight at you as he enters the display.
Now, while we've got a moment then, Ian, I'm assuming that you actually did your initial training on this aircraft, is that correct?
Yeah, it is, George, yeah.
Yeah, okay, so explains your rather immense youth, and here we have, yet again, the MD. No doubt, perhaps on the shout, or I'm not too sure. We've received no message about this activity, or repositioning on the airfield, perhaps. Well, Andy's probably going around in circles as we're chatting here, but nonetheless, it's great to see such concurrent activity going on. Even the man himself describing who was surprised, Roger Linnell. But this very new, well, not a new departure now, but the joint sort of training regime, which to a certain extent the Grob Tutor really cemented amongst the three services, and that's been cemented again by things like the DHFS. But altogether, all being reviewed at the moment, and potentially a whole new series of aircraft being considered for the future.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, George, it's been used. The Tutor's been used for a training aircraft on all three services. So any other military pilot that you see flying a different aircraft today is likely to have trained on the Tutor in their initial stages of training. And as with all airframes, it does have a lifespan, and it will be replaced in the not too distant future.
Well, guess what, Ian? It would have been absolutely wonderful to discuss a little more detail, and there's a big smile on your face now because you know what's coming. Because of the difficulties over the last 10 or 15 minutes, the Tutor, we're not too sure whether it's that or whether Andy had a problem, but the Tutor has now been cancelled. Okay, so you had your moment of glory yesterday. Sadly, you're not going to get any more glory today, but it's a shame in a way because Andy is a really competent and capable aerobatic pilot, and of course he does amazing things with what is a very small, lightweight aircraft. So if you'd like to say hello and goodbye, we'll move on.
George Waddington, unfortunately we're not going to be able to display the Tutor this afternoon. However, keep a lookout for us. We will be displaying at most shows at other locations around the UK throughout the summer. So many thanks. Enjoy the rest of the show.
Well, great pity there, Ian. Thanks so much. A real gent. They're taking that on the chin, as indeed all good operational pilots do through the course of the year. And we are jinxing between items, but we'll be delighted to say that the next item is going to be the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. And I know that's something that's dear to everybody's hearts, not least to veterans who may well have joined us here today. A household name and a national institution created from humble beginnings and now paid the same mark of respect it did in former years. Went from a loose collection of obsolete types tucked away in the corner of various hangars to a dedicated unit with its own headquarters entrusted with caring for these priceless assets of British aviation heritage. Of course, in the years after the war, it became common to see a Spitfire and Hurricane fly down the Mall on the E-Day, but of course that led through very much the efforts of a Wing Commander Peter Thompson, DFC, the then station commander at Biggin Hill, who was primarily responsible for forming what we now know today as the BBMF.
Today we expect to see a three-ship formation of aircraft, with the Lancaster joined by a pair of Spitfires, and we're expecting the two that were scheduled yesterday, but in fact one of which was substituted for another mark. We're expecting the Spitfire 2A, the only one of the BBMF's fighters that actually fought in the Battle of Britain, though of course nowadays on the civilian scene there are now a number of other Spitfires and that did likewise. And we're expecting also the D-Day striped Spitfire LF9E, a veteran of the operations of 70 years ago in Normandy, and that will be paying its own D-Day tribute with the Typhoon that we saw getting airborne a little earlier. Like the Blades that we saw a while ago, the BBMF now have dispensation to arrive from crowd rear, and that's what we're expecting them to do today over the Waddington hangars. And how appropriate it is always to see the Lancaster here at Waddington, because it was at this very airfield that the type entered service during the Second World War with number 44 Squadron, and a great heritage indeed Waddington has in relation to Royal Air Force Avro bombers. More about that when the Vulcan takes to the air later on. In total, the BBMF now operates 6 Spitfires of various different marks, 2, 5, 9, 16, and 2 examples of the Griffon-engined 19. Of those, the Mark V is currently undergoing major servicing with the Battle of Britain Memorial, with the Aircraft Restoration Company rather, at Duxford in Cambridgeshire. Alongside that, 2 Hurricanes, the Lancaster, the Dakota that we saw a while back, and also for tail dragger training, a pair of de Havilland Canada Chipmunks, the last examples of that type, still on RAF charge. And so now, look behind you, look out over Waddington's hangars, running in the Royal Air Force Battle of Britain Memorial Flight.
wonderful sound of a pair of Spitfires with the Lancaster there. Of course, it goes back to 1957. The only 3 remaining airworthy Spitfires at the time were being flown by the temperature and humidity monitoring flight. Their operational careers were over and they were banded together. The 19s allocated to the new memorial unit, forming what we see today. Very shortly we'll see the Spitfires break from their formation with the Lancaster. While that departs, the Spitfires will then give their own wonderful performance of a tail chase. Flown today, the Mark II Squadron Leader Andy Milliken and the 9 by Flight Lieutenant Parky Parkinson. First up, the Lancaster, an opportunity to view and listen to the wonderful Merlin engines, 4 in formation, over 7,000 of these aircraft made, and an opportunity to remember the 50,000 plus bomber crews who gave their lives during the course of the war. Over 20,000 Spitfires were manufactured in 22 different variants. Such was the amazing success, and more was the pity that R.J. Mitchell never got to see the full success and amazing development of the machine that he conceived in the mid-30s. Over 2,350 pilots flew in the Battle of Britain. 574 of them were not even British. The average age of the British pilots was just 22, and the average life expectancy of a Spitfire pilot just 4 weeks.
Interesting to note that the Spitfire 2A, the Battle of Britain veteran aircraft, currently on the left is in the markings of number 41 Squadron. That today, number 41 Test and Evaluation Squadron, based at RAF Coningsby, and examples of a Typhoon and Tornado from that unit you can see in the static park.
The final tally at the end of the battle was that just over 1,500 British aircraft had been shot down against a tally of 1,800 German aircraft. 544 pilots gave their lives, and of those who survived, 791 of them were to lose their lives later in the war. So the final pass now of the Spitfire pair before we reset to the Lancaster. And now from your left, so please welcome back the Lancaster. Without doubt, the Avro Lancaster, the most famous and successful Royal Air Force heavy bomber of World War II. Remarkable that this is just one of two designs that Roy Chadwick represents here today, and both those aircraft flying within 11 years of each other. The Lancaster prototype maiden flight from Woodford in Manchester in January 1941. So Ben, as the Spitfires rejoin the Lancaster for its final pass today, an opportunity to remember those fresh-faced boys and the hard-bitten heroes who flew again and again into the face of almost insurmountable odds until the job was done. We salute them.
Indeed we do, George, and the sight of one flying Avro Lancaster, a very special one in these parts, Lincolnshire having been known for so long as bomber country. Just imagine what it'll look like later this year when the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight's example is joined in British skies by the Lancaster of the Canadian Warplane Heritage Museum. But now, from our right, the Lancaster and the two Spitfires of the BBMF for their final pass.
Bomber crew today led by Flight Lieutenant Loz Rushmere, co-pilot Flight Lieutenant Neil Farrell, the navigator today Flight Lieutenant Adam Hargreaves, and the air engineer Master Air Crewman Jim Stokes. In the Spitfires, in the Mark II, Squadron Leader Andy Milliken, and in the 9, Flight Lieutenant Parky Parkinson.
But that's not the last we'll see of the Spitfire 9. That was one of the two Spitfires that you saw with D-Day invasion stripes. The airframe itself of this Spitfire LF-9E is a veteran of the Normandy campaign. That summer it was allocated to number 443 Hornet Squadron, a unit of the Royal Canadian Air Force attached to the RAF. It was the regular mount of one flying officer, Gord Ockenden, a 20-year-old Canadian who completed 19 operations in this aircraft. One of them was on D-Day +1, the 7th of June 1944, when this Spitfire, serial Mike Kilo 356, was engaged in a beachhead patrol. Ockenden's flight engaged a quartet of Messerschmitt Bf-109s. One of them was hit. Ockenden claimed a half share of the kill. The aircraft's markings for this anniversary season are not those of number 443 Canadian Squadron. Instead, it depicts the personal aircraft of one squadron leader Johnny Plagis, commanding officer of number 126 Squadron from July of 1944. That unit was attached to the Air Defence of Great Britain, or ADGB organisation, the body tasked with ensuring the air defence of the British Isles during that period. The Hawker Typhoon, meanwhile, was an outstanding asset for the Royal Air Force during the Normandy campaign. Particularly as a ground attack aircraft, it earned its spurs. Here we see the D-Day striped Spitfire 9 flying with the Hawker Typhoon's modern-day successor, the Eurofighter Typhoon, in a unique...
I walked back from...
Well, superbly well done indeed, Ben. Now it gets noisy and time to hand over to Flight Lieutenant Andrew de Geer, who's going to tell us all about Noel and his Typhoon.
Thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Flight Lieutenant Andy de Geer. And on behalf of Flight Lieutenant Noel Rees, the display pilot this year, and the rest of the team, I'd like to say it gives us great honour to display to you this afternoon the incredible capabilities and performance of the Typhoon FGR-4. Now, in less than a minute, Noel will be running in at 420 knots. It's about 480 miles an hour. And you will have a chance to see one of the most distinctive sights in the skies above the UK. That very, very distinctive delta wing with 4-plane configuration of the Typhoon. And if you direct your eyes out towards the left-hand side of the display line, you'll see Noel dropping down and running in. And as he does, it gives me great pleasure to welcome Flight Lieutenant Noel Rees and the 2014 RAF Typhoon display. Now Noel and the rest of the team are from 29 Reserve Squadron base just down the road at RAF Coningsby. 29 Squadron being the operational conversion unit for the Typhoon force, and Noel's day-to-day job being a qualified pilot instructor on the squadron, training other qualified pilots how to fly the Typhoon. Noel's previous flying tours and duties have included the Tornado F3 and as a qualified pilot instructor at RAF Valley flying the Hawk T1. And here he is ably demonstrating the carefree handling abilities of the aircraft in a dirty configuration barrel roll. Noel coming past for an inverted pass now. Before pushing up in a negative 3G manoeuvre, half Cuban. All the blood rushing to his head as he's pulled out of his seat. Now this next pass, Noel will be accelerating up to 600 knots, just below the speed of sound, roughly about 690 miles an hour, and about as legally fast as he's allowed to go over land in peacetime. The Typhoon is the RAF's latest generation of combat aircraft. It's the RAF's first true swing roll aircraft, meaning it can fight its way in to a target, attack the target, and fight its way out without dedicated air cover. And what you're hearing there, and probably more likely feeling, are two Eurojet EJ200 engines, each producing 20,000 pounds of thrust. That's the equivalent of 200 F1 cars at full throttle. And the lightweight composite materials used in the RAF Typhoon's construction means with those powerful engines, it has a thrust-to-weight ratio of 10 to 1. And as Noel comes in for a high angle pass, he'll be travelling at about 110 knots, which for an aircraft this size is very incredible. Now watch just at the end of this pass, Noel will put the afterburners on, and you'll see what I mean when I say the 10-to-1 thruster weight ratio as he climbs the aircraft nose up. The Typhoon currently employed in roles protecting UK airspace round the clock, 24/7, at bases at RAF Coningsby and RAF Lucas in Fife. As we speak, RAF Typhoon crews are stood at a moment's notice to get airborne to protect UK airspace. They also deployed to the Falkland Islands protecting Falkland airspace, and very recently to Lithuania as part of the Balkland Air Policing Force. And this year's display jet, Bravo Whiskey, is painted in D-Day invasion stripes, the colours of 192 Squadron, who flew the original Hawker Typhoon during World War II. Those invasion stripes being particularly poignant in this 70th anniversary year of the D-Day landings. Noel corkscrewing away there for one final pass before a half Cuban to land. And as he does come past, ladies and gentlemen, if you give him a wave, he may just dip a wing. Now, if anyone is interested in finding out more about Noel, how he became a pilot on the Typhoon Force, or indeed any more questions about the display, Noel will be at the Meet the Pilot stand from 4 o'clock onwards. Alternatively, come down to the trailer, the PR trailer, which is located in the RAF Village, to the right-hand side of the display line. Or for those on Twitter, follow the team at RAF Typhoon Team, or the pilot at Typhoon Display. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, it gives us great pleasure to display to you this incredible aircraft. And from the whole team, that's the 2014 RAF Typhoon display.
Super stuff indeed, yes. Big round of applause for Noel there, and thank you, Andrew, for leading us through that. Truly multi-role and very capable, and as he said, in action every day on standby, 365 days a year, 24 hours a day. And we're staying with the frontline capability now because we're going to go back to some rotary action. And it's a real pleasure to have two aircraft from the Army Air Corps. It's a rare treat, in actual fact, to see the full capabilities, not of just of our utility helicopter you saw earlier on doing its unique aerobatic display, but now you're going to see the awesome Apache. Both these aircraft, to a certain extent, the Typhoon cockpit and the Apache cockpit, both very busy places, both full of high technology. And Jim, I'm joined you. I haven't introduced him yet, so Captain Jim Traherne knows all about that. Jim, welcome.
Thank you, George. Yeah, it's great to be here.
And we're talking about that cockpit then. You've got to be a bit ambidextrous and have, I don't know, a great ability in terms of mental agility and multitasking. A lot of stuff coming into your headset, isn't there?
Apparently so, yeah. So I don't know how I passed the course. But yeah, it's a very well-designed cockpit, as you can imagine. 1964 when it was first designed, and through the generations, they've learned their lessons and they've incorporated those lessons into the cockpit. So actually, it's quite a nice place to operate. And most importantly, it's ergonomically designed very well so that you can operate it as quickly as you can.
Yeah, it's interesting you mentioned that date. I mean, we all forget, don't we, just how long ago the Apache not only was designed but came into service. I mean, hence discussions now about the next generation of Apache.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah. Well, there's going to be plenty of that, and the discussion, no doubt, commercially at Farnborough next week. I've 2 weeks' time. I have little doubt about that. But here we go with the blades just departing now. And once they're out of the way, I'm sure we'll get display clearance for your guys to get in the air. I was also expecting possibly the Lynx to be given an early departure for clearance as well. I had a note about that thrust in a little earlier, but I don't see or hear any activity on the net yet. But it may well be that we're just going to try and sneak them out. So I know they need to get away and get back to Middle Wallop. But the Apache right at the forefront of all joint operations for the last sort of 8 years or so, and notably going, of course, embarking with the Royal Navy at very short notice on Operation LME. Now, I'm not sure, I think you were in the structural wallop at that time, is that right?
Yeah, I was being a rear echelon and war dodging at that time down at Middle Wallop being an instructor. Yeah, it was an interesting time for 656 Squadron, who deployed on HMS Ocean during that period. Very kinetic and actually used the Apache to its full envelope and its full capability, whereas the likes of Afghanistan is important, don't get me wrong, but in terms of the capability of the aircraft, it doesn't harness as much as it can do, whereas LME was a 3D environment, asymmetric environment for the guys to be operating in very, very, very high tempo.
And hugely successfully too, and done at very short notice. I mean, because of course most of us know now that they embarked on an exercise. That exercise became an operation and proved the concept very, very quickly.
Yeah, it was the guys and girls deployed on HMS Ocean, and they were flying off the back of the ship at night, 200 feet over the ocean, and then popping up to engage targets on the Libyan coast and indeed in the mainland as well. So pretty interesting stuff for them, and we've been continuing to maintain that maritime strike capability at Waddisham as well. And so when we move away from the Afghanistan era, we'll have a maritime squadron and a land contingency squadron as well available to deploy at short notice whenever required.
It's fantastic, isn't it, how the terminology has changed. Who would have thought the Army would be talking about a maritime strike capability? It's fantastic the way things have developed, all to the help of modern technology, of course. If you were to change or add anything to the current Apache, what would it be? What would be top of your shopping list?
I think we were talking about this the other day. I would upgrade the GPS on it. I would upgrade the sighting system on it. So the camera on board is a day TV camera, which is currently black and white. If we look at getting the Echo model, which is the Block 3, which the States are currently on from Boeing, they've got the camera upgrade on there. That should be good. And again, updating the night sight as well. Technology is continuing to advance, and it's very difficult to keep up in terms of the military hardware, because obviously it takes a long time to procure these things and get them into service. The final thing I'd probably do is change the monocle in the right eye and make it more like the F-35, the Lightning II, and make it on a visor itself, so it's a little bit easier to utilize, so there's less of a training burden to get the guys and girls front line.
That makes a huge amount of sense. So effectively you're transferring what was the old head-up display and putting it on the visor itself. Similar information, in fact.
Exactly that. I mean, the Apache's still good, don't get me wrong. You've got it in your right eye so you can utilize it and see it wherever you need it, but having it in both eyes and on the visor would make it a little bit easier to get used to, and therefore the training burden would be less.
Yeah, absolutely right. Well, we're still looking out for talented pilots to fly all these aircraft. I see the 3 Gnats taxiing out already, which is good news. So the program compressing as we speak. So I hear now the Apache on the net and being given its clearance to display. We don't have it in sight exactly at this moment, but it will be with us very, very shortly indeed. And there may well be some surprising noises in this, so if you feel that you have any children that may well be frightened by what may happen next, then please ensure that you're close by to give them whatever support is required, or indeed ear protection might be useful. So I'm going to hand you over now to Captain Jim Traherne, who's going to lead us all the way through this very exciting and dynamic display.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and a warm welcome to the 2014 attack helicopter display. As you heard, my name is Captain Jim Traherne, and I'll be your display commentator. Your pilots for today are Warrant Officer Bruce Allen and Captain Sam Blackmore. The AH display team are all pilots from the British Army Attack Helicopter Force based at Wadisham Airfield in Suffolk. The action for today's display, ladies and gentlemen, will take place on the airfield in front of you. The Apache is airborne, holding out to the area and have their optics looking into the airfield. They're in support of a British Army infantry section, call sign Hammer, who are on patrol on the far side of the airfield, hunting down pockets of enemy fighters. The Apache is working with the section, using its optics to check the area ahead and also to keep track of the patrol's movements. Intelligence has informed the patrol that they're picking up increased enemy movement, so Hammer have called the Apache in to do a low-level pass, known as a show of force. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the aircraft is now returning back in, hasn't seen anything overhead, looking into the target suspected firing point. They're now climbing into the overhead using a zoom climb to give them a better perspective into the area. Now look out to your front and see if you can spot any further enemy fire. For those Alan Partridge fans out there, Captain Sam Blackmore in the co-pilot gunner seat will be typing Mr. Cragg into the attack computer. Ladies and gentlemen, the Apache is now completing a 360-degree wing over and is going to position into the hover in front of us. Whilst the aircraft's manoeuvring, let's step out the scenario and talk about the weapon systems the Apache has. If you look at the pylons and the outer part of the aircraft, that is where the Hellfire missiles are stored. The Hellfire, which you've just seen used, has two different modes of guidance, laser or radar. The laser-guided variant flies down the laser beam fired from the aircraft, whereas the radar-guided one is fire and forget. Next to the Hellfire are the rockets. Each pod can carry up to 19 rockets, and the aircraft can carry a maximum of 76. There are a variety of rocket types available to the crew, depending on the target type. Finally, located under the nose of the aircraft is the 30mm cannon. You can see it moving there. This fires 10 rounds a second out to distances of over 4 kilometers. The pilot wears a monocle over their right eye, which they can use to aim and fire the gun. The large dome on top of the aircraft is the fire control radar, known as the FCR. This can find large amounts of targets, and with its computer, prioritizes the most dangerous for the crews to shoot at. Back into the scenario now, the crew are now maneuvering low level, using the fire control radar to find any targets that are out there. As the aircraft maneuvers low level, you can see it gives us an opportunity to see the unique maneuverability of this aircraft in a low level environment. The Apache's using a further return to target now and lining up to engage a 30mm strike onto that sighted enemy position that engaged them earlier. The ground call sign Hammer is receiving further fire, so once again the Apache is repositioning to attack, this time with rockets, ladies and gentlemen. There you go, ladies and gentlemen, the Apache, in coordination with the ground call sign, has successfully destroyed all the enemy targets out there. The aircrew have just performed a bunt. This takes the aircraft right to its limits of 90 degrees nose up, and is no mean feat in a 10-ton aircraft. The crew are now utilising a 270-degree wing over, known colloquially as the Max J turn, to fly past the crowd at low level for the last time. Get your cameras at the ready, ladies and gentlemen, as the crew conducts a quick stop into the hover in front of you. Please put your hands together for the 2014 Attack Helicopter Display Team. On behalf of everyone from the Attack Helicopter Force at Waddisham, we'd like to thank our sponsors, Celex ES, Marshals of Cambridge and Event Horizon, the guys who did a terrific job out there doing the pyrotechnics. Finally, we'd like to thank you, the British public, for your continued support to the British Armed Forces. Thank you. Have a good day.
Well, Captain Jim Traherne, that's absolutely fantastic demonstration. That really brought it into our faces, just what it's like to both fly it and, all importantly, to fight the machine, because fighting the machine is what modern military pilots do. You've done it. It must be truly exciting.
Yeah, it's a great job. I was lucky enough to join the Army Air Corps at 19 as a non-graduate. So I was flying Apaches in Afghanistan at the age of 21, which was quite an enjoyable experience, actually, and a lot of responsibility at an early age. But that's what the military does. And so any of those people out there looking to join, I can only say that I've had a great time, and I could recommend it to anyone who wants to join the Army Air Corps and go down that route.
Fantastic. Well, I expect the applications come flooding in now, but if you want to learn more, then you can join Jim and other members of the team down on the Army Air Corps recruiting stand. It's just about 100 yards just to the south of the air traffic control tower. So well done, the boys. Absolutely terrific effects. We know Charlie Adcock and his friends from Event Horizon very well indeed, and they do a great job. And by the way, just before you go, because the Gnats haven't yet got onto the runway, you're going to depart later on in a very interesting helicopter.
Yeah, indeed. The other yellow helicopter down at the end near the Vulcan, the Whirlwind Mark 10, will be departing in that around 1800 local, hopefully, en route back to its home in Yeovil.
Fantastic, and what a great machine. So we look forward to seeing more of that too.
Yeah, well, the idea is that we're hopefully going to build up our presence in the airshow circuit this year and next year, with the hope of potentially getting some form of display authority. Nothing too adventurous, I'd suggest. It is a whirlwind after all, but hopefully a couple of fly pasts, maybe a wing over. Who knows?
I think you needed a bit of courage to fly it in the first place, to be honest. There wasn't a lot of power.
Awesome. She's awesome, George.
There wasn't a lot. Anyway, many thanks again. I'm going to switch to Ben now because the Gnats are about to roll.
Indeed, thank you very much, George. But before they do, an urgent announcement. Could a Mr. David Steen please go to the Air Warfare Centre stand at the far end of the static displays as soon as possible? That's Mr. David Steen. Please go to the Air Warfare Centre stand at the far end of the static displays as soon as possible. In addition, could the owner of the vehicle registered Tango 621 Delta Golf Tango please return to their vehicle as soon as possible? That's the owner of the vehicle registration T621 DGT. Please return to your vehicle as soon as possible. Rolling now, the 3 Folland Gnat T1s of the Gnat display team. They're here as part of our celebrations for the 50th display season of the Royal Air Force aerobatic team, the Red Arrows, because this was the first aircraft the team operated in 1965, and we also look back with this team to one of the teams that was the Red Arrows' predecessors, the Yellow Jacks.
And joining us right at very short notice, we have Sam Waller, who's just been fighting with the traffic, I understand, the glamorous new assistant to the Gnat display team. Sam, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, George.
So you get the chance to make your debut at a very large air show at Waddington 2014. If you're welcome to drip in with your individual little bits of technical knowledge and background information, as alongside Ben, who will no doubt also invigorate us with his passionate interest in the Gnat team as well. Okay, away we go.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, this is the Gnat display team. They are run by the Heritage Aircraft Trust and are based down in North Weald in Essex. We have 3 Gnats, one painted in the old Red Arrows colours, one painted as a Yellow Jack, and one painted in full flight training squadron colours. G Moore, which is the Yellow Jack, was only brought to life effectively at the end of last year. And the team have started a wonderful season flying a 3-ship display, which is about the first time for about 12 years that 3 Gnats have been seen in the sky together.
And a very beautiful sight it is too, especially with the 3 different schemes that you mentioned, and especially on an occasion such as this.
Yeah, absolutely superb, and we're really happy to be supporting the Red Arrows 50th anniversary this year. It's quite exciting for us and all the team, and especially the engineers that have been working incredibly hard to get this 3rd Gnat into the sky.
Which they did, I believe, in February.
I think it first flew in about November, but actually altogether we had our first practice as a 3-ship in April, and they had their first show at the end of June. here, ladies and gentlemen, we have the 3-ship Invict formation from the left. And they will be performing a loop and coming back to crowd centre. We have 3 interesting chaps flying these today. We have Chris Heames, which is in the Yellow Jack. We have Mark Fitzgerald, who is the chairman of the Heritage Aircraft Trust in G. Rory, which is the one painted in the 4 Flight Training Squadron colours. And we have Kev Wyman flying the Red Arrows aircraft. Chris is a well-known pilot and flies an awful lot of different types. He's only recently left the RAF and he is one of our instructors. Kev and Mark met at university and they learnt to fly at the University Air Squadron.
Hearing the team there calling into line astern formation. A tiny little aircraft, the Gnat, a wingspan of just 24 feet, and it's just 31 feet 9 inches long, a real pocket rocket, and a terrific aircraft for formation team aerobatics.
These particular aircraft are all ex-RAF Valley. We don't actually have any ex-Red Arrows aircraft as the fatigue index is too high with them. So therefore we get more life out of these little aircraft. They were all first flown in the 1960s. With the one painted as the Red Arrow, wearing a silver training scheme with yellow bands, wearing the serial number XM693 for most of its life until it was repainted into the Red Arrows colours. So keep an eye out, ladies and gentlemen. They're going to come through crowd centre and carry out a formation barrel roll.
The Yellow Jacks team was established by Number 4 Flying Training School at Valley in 1964. Officially it was known as the Gnat Aerobatic Team, but the Yellow Jacks nickname stuck. Flight Lieutenant Lee Jones was the leader. It was a 5-ship display. All the pilots were instructors from Valley, and they gave their first performance at Royal Naval Air Station Culdrose in July 1964, represented here by the yellow aircraft leading the trio.
There we go, there's a lovely sight, ladies and gentlemen. So they are going to go out on the 45 and change formation to echelon right. If you want to see any more information about this team, they are a charity. If you look up at www.natdisplayteam.com, you can read up all about the pilots and the aircraft and see what we're up to for the rest of the season. They are also on Facebook and Twitter, and so if you love these aircraft as much as we do, you can follow us and keep an eye out on what they're carrying out, what exercises they're doing, what air shows they're doing, what engineering's happening. It's all on there for you to see.
That design was penned by the great Teddy Petter, also one of those behind the English Electric Canberra that we'll be seeing earlier, and it was initially the case that it was intended as a lightweight fighter. It was called the Folland Midge, subsequently developed into the larger Gnat. The RAF didn't buy the fighter version, but Finland and India did, and the Indian ones scored some kills against Pakistani F-86 Sabres during conflicts in 1965 and 71.
Yes, earning the nickname the Sabre Slayer, I seem to remember in its history there, Ben.
In meeting an RAF need for an advanced jet trainer, it was more successful as far as the RAF was concerned. That version with a lengthened forward fuselage, a new wing and a more powerful version of the Bristol Siddeley Orpheus turbojet. It entered service with the Central Flying School in February 1961.
Actually maintains and displays these 3 aircraft, and the engineers who run the charity's own authorised maintenance company maintain the jets. The charity also consists of 5 volunteer charity trustees who manage the operations of the charity on a day-to-day basis. And if there are any Top Gun fans out there, the boys really do appreciate their nicknames. We have Maverick, we have Jester, and I've recently been given the nickname Charlie, so for anyone out there, they are just big boys who enjoy flying these aircraft.
Well, actually, they're quite small boys, because you can't be a very big boy to fit in a Gnat, actually. It's impossible if you're a really big guy to get in a Gnat.
Apart from one of our team who is actually 6'4", and we didn't think he was going to be able to fly one of these aircraft because of the safety and the ejection seat and obviously the dimensions, and so they actually created a bar where they lifted him out to make sure that he would actually have clearance for his legs if an incident were to occur.
Oh, right, okay, because that is one of the, I mean, ejecting, and of course that's why ergonomics and anthropometrics are very important in the selection of even modern day jet pilots, because your knees are incredibly vulnerable when you eject.
Sam, I was mentioning the Gnat fighter there, and I believe the team is intending to put one of those aircraft back into the air in the future.
Well, yes, we have a bit of an exciting project going on. Our chairman, his dream would be to actually put an F1 back into the air. So watch this space, that's what they want to do. They're in the process of trying to do this, and so we'll see what happens, but it would be very exciting if the charity were to be able to get hold of one of these aircraft, and the engineers would have an amazing time, I should think, getting it back in the air and seeing it fly. And when this first 3 ship went up earlier this year, I have never seen such grins on faces. It was incredible. They'd worked so hard.
And it is an aircraft that puts grins on people's faces. I was talking a couple of years back to a former Red Arrows leader and team pilot, Dickie Duckett, who on one occasion flew multiple Formula One world champion Jackie Stewart, who was a qualified pilot himself, in a Gnat from RAF Campbell during the late 1960s. And Jackie Stewart said that flying the Gnat was like being in a Formula One car with wings.
Now, Sam, it's quite a serious undertaking keeping a jet team on the road, so adding a 4th, I mean, you're talking considerable investment, aren't you?
Well, yes, this is why the team are obviously trying hard to get some kind of sponsorship, because looking after these jets is an incredible undertaking, and it costs probably, without all the sort of background work and the engineering, what have you, about £1,000 per hour to put these aircraft into the air. So it's an expensive thing to do, and they just want to do it because they absolutely love these aircraft, and they want you to be able to see them for many years to come. So, yeah, fingers crossed we might get some support soon.
They really do use an awful lot of sky, don't they? One of the differences between formations we see with the modern T1 and T2 Hawks.
it's interesting watching this display, especially against quite a white background, to see how the yellow scheme of the Yellow Jacks Gnat doesn't show up especially well against such skies, and well, that's perhaps one of the reasons why the red livery was chosen when the Gnat equipped the official Royal Air Force aerobatic team as the Red Arrows from the 1965 season onwards.
And it's interesting you say that. Actually, we had a poll on our Facebook page, I think it was last week or the week before, and asked people which was their favourite livery. And the yellow one actually came out a long way on top. And Ollie Wilden will be especially proud about that.
Yes, we're just pointing out now, we think there's a pretty substantial break coming up. Sam, you might want to describe that and get everybody ready with their cameras.
So here they are down the B-axis, and there we go, ladies and gentlemen, the Gnat display team for 2014. Please give them a big round of applause.
What a tremendously nostalgic sight, I'm sure, for many of you in the audience who remember the Red Arrows. Perhaps you even remember the Yellow Jacks flying the Gnat in its RAF service.
Yes, of course, the Yellow Jacks getting their part of their name from the original call sign of Black Jack, interesting enough. And then there were the Red Pelicans and a mishmash, but I forget who it was who said we must keep the arrows. That was a almost an order, wasn't it, at the time, to keep the arrows in the name.
Indeed so. I'm also sure that there are quite a few people in the audience, not least some on our Flying Control Committee, who themselves trained on the Gnat. Over 1,400 RAF fast jet pilots were instructed on these tiny little aeroplanes,
which you pretty much strap on. We were talking about the size of the pilot earlier on. There's not a lot of room to move in there at all, and actually visibility from the rear cockpit is very, very limited indeed. And so when you're bringing a student down onto the ground, I can assure you quite a challenge for the instructor.
and an aircraft with a pretty high landing speed, as we're about to see demonstrated as the aircraft come in. The size difference between this and the Hawk that replaced it really is quite striking. I'd liken it to the difference between the original Mini and the new Mini.
Yes, very much so. Broader wheelbase and all that.
And I believe, ladies and gentlemen, if you keep an eye out, we have been allowed to put the 50th anniversary tail fin on the back of the Red Arrows Gnat to help with the celebration with the Red Arrows this year. And if you follow Twitter, I think you might find that there's a picture up there already.
Well, all three safely back on the ground. Of course, Chris Heames will be hopping out a little later on to strap on a Hunter T7, which will be very exciting to see. Well, I just have to say, Sam, very well done indeed. Everybody out there will have no idea that Sam literally walked in with 30 seconds to spare, and this is only her second proper public performance and easily the largest group of spectators so far. So very well done. I think you can say you've now been blooded in the business of commenting, and thank goodness you know your team so well. It's a real pleasure to see you, and we hope to see lots more of you
it's
around
an absolute pleasure to be here, George, and thank you ever so much. And yeah, as I say, you know, keep an eye out for the Gnat display team this year, and yeah, we'll have an amazing season celebrating this 50th anniversary with the Reds.
Well, thank you very much indeed. Now you see the Chinook getting airborne. That's getting airborne to hold, because we're going to go back in time a little bit now for another one of our great vintage historic treats, and for that, to talk you through that, we're going to go back to Ben Donnell.
Thanks, George. And well, just have to say before we finish on the Gnats that you can't think of the Gnat without thinking of the late and much missed Ray Hanna, the leader of the Red Arrows for 4 years on the Gnat and a member of the original lineup in 1965 as well. What a splendid team leader he was. He really set the standard during that time for formation jet aerobatic team leading, and pilots who flew with him in his latter years in warbird formations would all say he really was a splendid formation leader. So many great displays he gave in the old Flying Machine Company's aircraft and others.
Oh yes, and memorable days flying in the valley at Biggin Hill and all those things. Flew the Spitfire until his final dying day. What a life he led. Well, anyway, now we're very tight on time because, of course, the RAT for the Red Arrows starts literally in a few minutes' time. So whether we're going to have another late reshuffle, I'm not so sure. But we're listening out, and we'll be chatting to the Flying Control Committee in just a second.
But it certainly looks as though our next item is very much on schedule, and we were talking just then about warbirds. Well, here is one of the most famous and most beloved on the British airshow circuit, because it's the only flying example of its type left in Europe, and it's one that pays tribute to a vital role played by these aircraft throughout the Second World War. Now, starting its takeoff roll, Boeing B-17G Flying Fortress Sally B. This aircraft is operated by B-17 Preservation Limited under the leadership, the tireless and indefatigable leadership of Ellie Sallingboe, who has done so much to ensure that this aeroplane is kept airworthy now for the past 39 years. Yes, that's how long this aeroplane has been on the airshow circuit. Ellie is supported by a team of dedicated professional volunteers. The aircraft permanently based at IWM Duxford in Cambridgeshire, but even given that, it's worth remembering that this is very much a privately owned and operated aeroplane. Sally B receives nothing in the way of official support, and raising the funds needed to operate it has become a constant struggle. More of that help is needed urgently if the aircraft is to continue flying, and this is because operating any historic aircraft is an expensive business when you consider the expenditure required to fly a 4-engined heavy bomber from the Second World War. You can begin to imagine something of the sums involved. The aircraft therefore relies solely on charitable donations, on sponsorship, the sales of souvenirs, and of course the very loyal support of the working team of volunteers and the members of the Sally B Supporters Club. Why then is it so important to keep this aircraft flying in the UK? Well, it acts as a flying memorial to the around 79,000 Allied airmen killed in the European theatre of operations during the Second World War, 27,000 of whom belonged to the United States 8th Air Force, with whom so many B-17s and also B-24 Liberators served. In then, from the right, for its first pass, Sally B, today captained by Peter Kuipers, joined by First Officer Bill Tollett. Peter Kuipers, a Dutchman, and a man with a huge amount of experience and talent when it comes to displaying multi-engined historic aircraft. He is an Airbus A330 captain now for KLM Royal Dutch Airlines. At air shows he handled not only Sally B but also Douglas DC-3s and the North American B-25 Mitchell, amongst others, with great dexterity. Sally B recalls especially, of course, the 8th Air Force heavy bombers, the B-17s and B-24s, that flew from East Anglia between 1942 and 45, and around 2,000 of which in themselves were lost. No wonder Ellie Sallingboe describes this aircraft as a living piece of our national heritage, one that must be preserved for the enjoyment and education of today's and future generations. The prototype B-17, the Boeing Model 299, as it was known, was first flown in 1935, and the type entered service with the then US Army Air Corps, later the Army Air Force, 3 years later. But by then, the design was far from perfected. The Royal Air Force was the first to take the Flying Fortress to war, but they made some painful discoveries that it needed a bigger bomb load, more defensive armament, and better bomb aiming equipment. This is the B-17G model from later in the war, and it had all of those. 13 machine guns for self-protection, and it was able to carry a maximum normal bomb load of some 8,000 pounds. Even so, losses for the 8th Air Force, the Mighty 8th, as it became known, were grievous. The 8th Air Force's main tactic was daylight raids on German industrial targets. The survivability of those missions improved when better escort fighters like the P-47 Thunderbolt and the P-51 Mustang became available. But nonetheless, even though those fighters were able to escort the bombers all the way to their targets deep in occupied Europe, the dangers were still huge, not least from flak. This despite the fact that the B-17 was a legendarily tough airframe. Aircraft returned from missions with huge amounts of battle damage, yet still were able to fly. And here we see Sally B's bomb doors opening, a much smaller bomb bay than that we saw on the Lancaster earlier. For an 8th Air Force crew, the chances of completing a full combat tour of 25 missions were very low indeed, and of course today the numbers of those who did survive are diminishing. Therefore, the ability to remember them and their colleagues is today all important, especially as we go through these years of many important anniversaries relating to the end of the Second World War, this year's 70th anniversary of D-Day, and of course B-17s and Lancasters participated in the heavy bomber offensive that softened up the areas of northern France through which the Allies advanced in 1944, and then next year the 70th anniversary of VE and VJ days. Bomb doors fully open now. A truly majestic sight in the sky, as it has been this very aeroplane for 39 years and counting, which is a remarkable stretch for a privately owned heavy World War II bomber. This particular example was built by the Lockheed Vega plant in Burbank, California, one of several factories other than those of Boeing itself, which produced B-17s. It was delivered to the Army Air Force in June 1945, too late to see combat. Instead it was used as a trainer and research aircraft before its sale 9 years later to the IGN in France, the Institut Géographique National, which used the aircraft as a survey and mapping platform. And it served with them until 1975, when it was bought and flown to the UK. It was named Sally B and based at Duxford, its home ever since, and thus began its life as a flying memorial to the 8th Air Force, as a display aircraft, and also often as a TV and film star, its most notable role, of course, in Memphis Belle, the David Putnam and Catherine Weiler film. Now, Sally B's final pass, engines simulating shot-up power plants, and this dedicated to the members of the Sally B Supporters Club. That club has 6,000 members worldwide and counting. They're dedicated to the upkeep in airworthy condition of Sally B. All the funds raised go towards the aircraft and its ongoing airworthy preservation in Britain. Support crucial to keeping the aeroplane flying and remembering those brave, often very young men who went to war with the 8th Air Force. As Ellie Sallingboe herself describes, the aircraft's mission is to pay tribute to those who gave their lives for the freedom of Europe, a sacrifice that must never be forgotten. You can do your bit by joining the Supporters Club. More details of that can be found at www.sallyb.org.uk. It offers many excellent benefits and really is highly recommended, and it all helps keep this B-17 in British skies. There you can also make donations towards the aircraft, and for the first time you can also now do so by text. You can text varying amounts, anything up to £10, simply text AID B17 and then the number of pounds you wish to donate. So say for £3, AID B17 3 to 70070. If you were to donate £6, it would be AID B17 6, also to 70070. So do that as soon as possible while the sight of this aircraft is fresh in your mind. Coming into land, Boeing B-17G Flying Fortress Sally B. An aircraft always a pleasure to see on the British display circuit, whether at the Duxford shows or elsewhere, and a delight to have it back at Waddington. How often do you get to see in the same programme B-17, Lancaster, Canberra and Vulcan? But Sally B rolling out.
Well, I'm joined now by Squadron Leader Mike Ling, which can only mean one thing: the stars of the show are going to be on in a few minutes.
Hopefully so. There's been a bit of a delay here at the RAF Waddington Airshow, but the boys are in the jets, they're starting up, and we should be smoke on go in about 10 minutes time, I hope.
And this, of course, is day 2, and yesterday we had a very special flyby.
Yesterday, yeah, we arrived from RAF Scampton into RAF Waddington. We went via Harewood House to start the Tour de France, which was very special for us. That's a big event. There were thousands and thousands of people there, so really special for us. And then on arrival here at Waddington, we were joined by Black Hunter, which was signifying the Black Arrows heritage, and also a yellow Gnat from the Yellow Jacks era, and then a red Gnat which was in Red Arrows livery. So really special historical flypast, and hopefully the crowd here got to see the roots of the Red Arrows.
And because it is a special year for the Red Arrows.
Absolutely, 50th display season, so a really, really big year for the team. In that time, 4,500 public displays in 56 countries. So a lot of people have seen the Red Arrows, and we're just trying to make it bigger and better every year if we can.
But it's just more than a public spectacle, isn't it?
Well, I like to think that the Red Arrows are a British institution now. Obviously, we belong to the Royal Air Force. We represent the strengths and relevance of the Royal Air Force. But we are a very British institution, and I think the British public admire the Red Arrows, and that's fantastic, and we truly appreciate that.
Well, you've had a great season so far. Let's wish you all the best for the rest of the season, and 10 minutes or so we shall be seeing you.
Absolutely, yeah. The Chinook display's on now, which I always love watching, so I'll be watching that with interest, and then I'll be talking about the Red Arrows display.
That's great, Mike. Thanks very much. Have a good show.
Enjoy.
Finally, the noise that is created from the blade slap is completely different and unique to the Chinook. When he pulls out the second half of the 360, you will hear the blade slap as the air goes over the aft rotor disc. Because jet noise is just boring, hear the blade slap. As you can see now, Charlie is running off to crowd left, and he's going to be repositioning on a wing over. He'll be coming in for a roller coaster, everyone's favourite ride. This moment he goes up to approximately 80 degrees nose up, on the fulcrum, round the pivot, and 80 degrees nose down. As you can see, the magnificent maneuverability of the Chinook with its tandem rotors. Charlie's going to be repositioning for another wing over to the right to come in for another nose down, nose over 360. Charlie and the crew are now going to reposition off to the left, and they'll be coming in for a nose-down 270 quick stop. This manoeuvre is used by operational pilots in Afghanistan when a late spot for a medical casualty is needed, or going late into a PB when coming under fire. Most of us perform this manoeuvre, but not to this preciseness. The aircraft presently weighs about 13 tons. Out in Afghanistan will be about 22 tons, which means this manoeuvre can't be performed as easily. As you can see now on the back of the ramp is Sergeant Andy Caldwell with his large luminous orange hands. This is an opportunity for the crewmen to wave to the crowd, so please give him a big wave for the 2014 Chinook display team. Charlie's now moving sideways, you see, which is an opportunity for us to demonstrate the unique ability of the helicopter to fly sideways. Down at Crowd Centre we also have Sergeant Anna Irwin, who is selling display foam hands. So if you want to get down there, you can buy your display foam hands to wave back. Sergeant Andy Caldwell has now moved inside the cabin, raised the ramp, and this is for the Gorney Climb. The Gorney Climb was named after a Bosnian base where the Chinook used to demonstrate its power and ability to climb out of that area. Also demonstrating its maneuverability, it will show in the 720 corkscrew coming straight down. Charlie's now raising himself up into a pedal turn where he's going to spin the aircraft, the tail going around the nose. Again, the great maneuverability of this tandem rotor aircraft is shown during Charlie's display. He's now going to reposition and come in for a running landing, something that can only be done by the Chinook and other tandem rotor aircraft, landing like a fixed wing. He'll do that after he does his nose over 180. The running and landing is often used when you are down to a limited power or a single engine. The Chinook also has a unique capability of now going backwards. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present the 2014 Chinook display team. A bow from now, please give a great big wave to Charlie and his team, the Chinook display team.
And very well indeed, Chris, there. I know you've yet to sign off, but congratulations on getting a placing in the Flying Control Committee's awards yesterday for your performance, which was, yes, third place. Yeah, very well done indeed. I think the future bodes well, and I think with perhaps a combination of yourselves and the Apache in the future, we could see some pretty dynamic displays to come.
Yeah, of course. It would be great to work with the Apaches. They're probably our closest allies as we work with them closely on operations.
Well, it's always been a very popular display indeed, and I know that Paul Farmer and his guys last couple of years really brought the Chinook into the forefront of the best displays we've seen for some years, and continuing that tradition.
And two very different Boeing aircraft in juxtaposition there as the Chinook overflies the B-17.
So, Chris, I think that's the last we're going to hear from Chris for today. Brilliant news, and we will, not that we're not going to hear from him, of course, but he's got to rush off now and go and no doubt sign some photographs and meet all the pretty girls here this afternoon. And we're just going to now move along with the departure of the B-17, which has just picked up her owner, Ellie Sallingboe. And the good news is, boys and girls, mums and dads, that Squadron Leader Mike Ling has arrived. He's red 10, and that's great because I know it's a milestone in the afternoon that you've all been looking forward to. Just a quick recap then as what is going to happen over the next hour and a half or so. After the Red Arrows, we'll be going on to the Swiss F-18 Hornet, an absolutely outstanding display, and watch out for the odd square loops with Teddy flying it this year. Then the mighty Vulcan. That'll be followed by the Turkish F-16 Solo Turk display, and that is hugely impressive. The Royal Jordanian Falcons will finish up the end of the 4 o'clock hour, taking us through to 5 o'clock with the Canberra and Hunter pair. I'm told that the Sea King may be back on, and then finishing off with the Hunter T7. But let's enjoy now the departure for this weekend with the B-17. We're just waiting for clearance now. Once the B-17 is firmly out of the way, then the Reds will be given their clearance to get airborne. We're just speculating as to whether they may go for the short circuit and take 02, or whether they'll be taxiing all the way up the other end. The wind's pretty much in the middle of the runway at the moment. So we're going for a 2-0 departure, which means that you'll see the entire team taxi up the taxiway on the far side from you, and then a full team departure again from the left-hand side down 2-0. Sky clearing very well, actually, although there's a bit of a limiting cloud factor over the top of the airfield at the moment, but behind us it's looking very good. So maybe we'll get a start in a rolling, but hopefully proceed into a full without too much delay. But there's going to be a few more minutes yet, and I urge you to stay behind afterwards. There's always a bit of a rush to the cars, but really don't encourage you to do that. You'll merely get stuck on the roads locally. Enjoy the afternoon. There's no rain forecast for an awful long time yet. And you may as well just enjoy what we have left this afternoon, which is some really dynamic solo jet activity, followed by a few more vintage pieces as well. And as I mentioned, I was told that the Sea King, which wasn't going to turn up, has apparently been rescheduled to appear, which is terrific because, again, the Sea King, not much time left to see that in the air either. So it's been quite a unique weekend, all in all, with some really superb vintage pieces to be noted. Just a reminder before you go, if you want to use some more time.
I'm joined now by Flight Lieutenant Chris Gordon, who's the Chinook display manager. We've just seen the most amazing display. I don't think the crowd realise how hard work it is in that cockpit.
Yep, it's extremely hard work. I mean, Charlie's been flying now for the Chinook for over 6 years. Myself, I'm at 5, and a rotary aircraft is just a difficult beast to manage.
So what are the guys doing? Talk us through what the pilot's doing, what the co-pilot's doing.
So Charlie, as the pilot, is manually handling the aircraft. He will be going to the extremities and limits of each of the controls. The co-pilot is the one who controls that, basically. He's going to ease and harden him out of turns. He's going to tell him limits, nose up. He's going to tell him to pull harder, pull tighter, ease it off the dive, etc. Because the aircraft has limits. It is a helicopter after all, and therefore not an aerobatic plane.
With alarms going off all the time?
Thankfully, there are no alarms that are going off. You know, that's all down to the crew, and the crewman is main part of that. He is down the back and he's monitoring a lot of the hydraulics in there, and he's the main port of call to be able to say this is a safety factor.
So what is it about the Chinook that can actually make it do manoeuvres like that?
Because it's a tandem rotor aircraft, it's not affected because one rotor opposes the other. Therefore, you actually can fly it like a fixed wing as opposed to a normal helicopter which has a tail rotor. With the tail rotor, it affects, and you'll also get yaw, which means they can't always perform the manoeuvres we can perform.
And in real life, of course, it's doing incredibly hard work.
Extremely, yeah. We've been in Afghanistan since 2001, really. Herrick started again for us approximately 2006. I spent over a year of my life in that country. We're doing good things out there. We're helping, we task, we do deliberate operations, and the main thing that we do is the medical evacuation of British soldiers, American soldiers, and all NATO forces, as well as the Afghans as well.
Well, it's a favourite of ours. I'm sure it's a favourite of a lot of our viewers. So have a great season. Where are you next?
We're at Riyadh next, so we'll be arriving on the Thursday, and we'll be displaying all 3 days.
We look forward to seeing you there.
Good,
Thanks
great
very
to see
much
you.
then, Chris.
Thank you.
Of course, is in charge paramountly for safety, and that of course is what underpins all their work, is to ensure that there is a safe air show. The display director bears the brunt of that in coordination with air traffic control and all the other usual emergency services that we have present as well. Now on the day, what they're doing is actually monitoring all the activity to ensure that there are no transgressions of those regulations. And we have a series of lines going out across the airfield in front of where you're looking now, and they are all the markings that delineate the various classes and speeds of aircraft. So that's why they have quite a few of these people, because it's quite a long day, and of course they all take it in turns to go and monitor various lines. So in a nutshell, that's about it, but it's the underpinning raison d'etre is safety.
And very experienced gentlemen, all of them.
Oh, hugely. Just thousands of hours of flying and a huge amount of experience both in instructing and in monitoring, and many of them, we were talking about the likes of Rod Dean earlier on, of course in actual display flying themselves. But right now we've got some action, so I think we'll cut across to Squadron Leader Mike Ling to tell us what's going to happen next, which I hope will be a full Red Arrows display. Over to you, Mike.
Thank you very much, George. A very good afternoon, sirs, mums, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. As George said, I'm Squadron Leader Mike Ling, and I'm Red 10, the ground supervisor with the Royal Air Force aerobatic team, the Red Arrows. Well, the team are just lining up now, ready for our display takeoff on runway 20. There'll just be a few minutes' time before they power up those engines and get airborne, ready to set up for the display. So moving out the front of the formation are Reds 1, 2 and 3. Directly behind them, a beam on the runway, are Reds 4 and 5. And at the back, Reds 6, 7, 8 and 9.
That's good, 4-5.
That's Red 6 at the back, telling 4 and 5 that they are now 750 feet in front of the back section. And he's worked that out by counting the number of runway lights. The runway lights here at RAF Waddington are distance 100 feet between each light. So he's counted 7.5 lights and he knows when to stop Reds 4 and 5. That's Red 5 telling Red 1 that he's now 750 feet in front. So now listening to Red 1 as he gives the command for the display takeoff.
Thank you. This is one stop and cloud. Well, that's good there. Takeoff coming right. 6. Nice radio. 9! Smoke, lights on, go. Power, parking brakes.
All the lights come on, the pilots go to full power on their Rolls-Royce Ador engines. And then we'll get ready for the display takeoff. The idea now, Reds 1, 2 and 3 will roll. A second later, 4 and 5, and 2.5 seconds later will be Reds 6, 7, 8 and 9.
Have a good one, everyone. Reds rolling now.
So 5,200 pounds of thrust accelerates these aircraft down the runway. The front section already now doing 100 knots. They'll be rotating at around 120 knots. You'll now see Reds 4 and 5 leap airborne to join the front 3 aircraft. So up go 4, 5, Red 6 leads 7, 8 and 9. And now you'll see Red 7 tuck into form a box formation. The idea of the display takeoff is to get all 9 aircraft airborne and into a single formation as quickly as possible. You see Reds 4 and 5 are catching up Reds 1 to 3. And now the box at the back will get into form a Diamond 9 as they start a right-hand turn. And while they go to set up for the display to get the jets in trim and get their smoke systems primed, I'll talk a little bit more about the team. Well, it's a very special year for the Red Arrows. 2014 marks the team's 50th display season. And in those 50 seasons, the team have performed over 4,500 public displays in 56 countries. Well, the Reds' first display season was in 1965, and it was formed as an amalgamation of a number of other teams in that era. I'm sure Ben has talked about it already, but the Black Arrows team, the Yellow Jacks and the Red Pelicans were popular display teams around then. But it was decided that only one full-time team should be established. So the formation of the Red Arrows occurred. Well, as our official title, the Royal Air Force Aerobatic Team suggests, we remain part of the Royal Air Force. And the Royal Air Force's purpose today is twofold. It is to protect the nation and its interests 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, and also to provide the nation choices during times of crisis. This is achieved by using high technology in our equipment that is operated by excellent people. And this then gives us a battle-winning capability to meet the overall purpose, whether that's through the use of our fast jet fleets in delivering combat air or through our newly updated mobile air mobility fleet in supporting ongoing operations or delivering humanitarian aid across the globe. Well, the Red Arrow's purpose is to demonstrate the strengths and relevance of the Royal Air Force, most importantly through demonstrating the quality and excellence of its people and the world-class training that they have received. We are a military unit of around 120 personnel, and we have a command structure that is broadly similar to other fast jet squadrons. We're commanded by Wing Commander Neil Fraser, who is in charge of all of the administrative and safety aspects of the Red Arrows, and he's a Harrier pilot by trade. And he commands 119 other people. 10 pilots who wear red suits, but more importantly our support sections who wear blue suits. We call them the Blues. They're primarily made up of engineers, but we have photographers, suppliers, administrators and drivers who help represent a spectrum of ground trades within the Royal Air Force. It's those guys who work tirelessly throughout the season to make sure our busy season is a success. So please, if you see a guy in a blue flying suit with a Red Arrows crest on his arm, there are lots of them here at the Waddington Airshow, please pat them on the back and pass on our thanks for their efforts throughout the year. Well, we do have 3 types of display we can fly, depending on the weather. I don't know if you heard Red 1 say on the radio, he did say this cloud is being very stubborn. The cloud directly to crowd front seems to want to sit there, which may mean we have to fly our rolling display, but I'll keep you updated. So the 3 types of show we have are our full display, which allows looping maneuvers. That needs a minimum cloud base of around 5,500 feet. If it's lower than that, we'll fly our rolling show. And lower than 2,500 feet will be our flat display. I don't think there's any danger of the flat display this afternoon, but Red 1 will decide what he's going to fly when they run in to start the show. When they arrive, they're going to be in a formation called Big Battle. All 9 jets will be in a big V shape, and they'll be flying at around 400 miles an hour. The aircraft will be around 20 feet away from each other. Now, boys and girls, I've been a Red Arrows display pilot myself, so I do know that when they fly past, the pilots will be able to see you waving. So everyone on the crowd line and in the crowd a little bit further back, make sure you get the arms in the air, lots and lots of waving. And if your claps and cheers are loud enough, then I have a radio here. I'm in contact with Red 1 and the rest of the pilots, and I'll be able to transmit those cheers to the guys to make sure they are enjoying it. That was Red 2 acknowledging they're going to start the display. The jets are ready. The pilots are ready. I hope the crowd is ready. So, ladies and gentlemen, please get your vocal cords warmed up, get your cameras ready as I give you the Royal Air Force aerobatic team for 2014. It's the Red Arrows!
Coming left now. Holding the bank now. Tightening.
Well, Red 1 has started with a rolling display. He enters a left-hand turn at 400 miles an hour. And now you'll see the jets collapse to around 6 to 8 feet away from each other as they form short diamond. Red 1 is squadron leader Jim Turner. It's his 3rd and final year as the team's leader. He's a former Jaguar pilot, but he's very experienced in the display world, having displayed the Jaguar, spent 3 years previously with the Red Arrows, and he's also spent 3 years as the official advisor to the Royal Saudi Air Force's display team.
Rolling out. Letting it out. Smoke top, go. 4 and 5. Roll. Stop.
Reds 4 and 5 pitch up to roll back rapidly and form Apollo.
Coming right now. Holding the bank now. Tightening. Eagle. Stop. 2, 3.
You hear Reds 2 and 3 acknowledge the move to Eagle. They do so with very metronomic rhythm in their voices. The idea in their heads on 4, all the pilots extend their air brakes, and on 6, they retract them, which enables all 3 aircraft on each wing to drop back in unison to form Eagle. And in from the right-hand side now, this is the Eagle roll.
Out. Up. Smoke top, go. And roll.
Right, boys and girls, as the jets go upside down, this is where they'll see you waving. When the Red Arrows first started, the aircraft they used was the Folland Gnat. You saw a 3 ship of the Gnats displaying earlier. and that was the advanced jet trainer in the 60s and 70s. When 1976, the Hawker Siddeley Hawk entered service, and in 1980, the Red Arrows started using the Hawk as its display aircraft. The Hawk is now a product of BAE Systems. It's a very successful export, having been sold to around 19 countries around the world. It's still continuing to impress in its new guise as the advanced jet trainer. Out to the front now, we're in a new shape. This is representing the shape of the Russian fighter jet, the Su-27, and that is known as Flanker.
Coming left now. Holding the bank. Now tight. Big.
Well, they're about to form a very wide formation now. Reds 8 and 9 will move to the outside of the formation, and from Red 9's right wingtip through to, from Red 8's right wingtip to Red 9's left wingtip, the formation measures 100 meters or 300 feet wide. And that means to maintain the formation as one as they maneuver, the pilots on the outside have to anticipate their control inputs. They do so using the cadence in Red 1's voice commands. But now, bit of red, white and blue. Big patriotic cheer, please, ladies and gentlemen, as they show you Phoenix.
Right, now. Holding the bank. Now.
On the leader's right wing is the first of our two first-year pilots for this year. He is Red 2, Flight Lieutenant Stu Campbell. Stu is a former instructor on the Tucano aircraft, teaching basic fast jet training, and he's also displayed the Tucano in the past. Operationally, Stu flew the Tornado GR4. Out to the right now, the team are forming our trademark shape, and in true 1960s and 70s style, all 9 jets are now going to smoke as they fly the Diamond Roll. Another big wave, boys and girls. Well, most of the formations we fly have the odd-numbered pilots on the left-hand side and the even-numbered pilots fly on the right-hand side. And in their 3-year tour with the team, the pilots will generally start at the front near the leader, and as their proficiency improves, they move further back. On the leader's left wing now is the other of our first-year pilots. He's Red 3 Flight Lieutenant Joe Hurston. Joe is a former Hawk flying instructor. Operationally, he flew the Tornado GR4 also. In fact, Joe is the only pilot on the team to have instructed on this version of Hawk, the Hawk T Mark I, and also the Royal Air Force's newest advanced jet trainer, the Hawk T Mark II. Out to the left, the smoke has gone off as they formed another shape. This time it's of the iconic supersonic airliner, and they're about to show you Concorde.
Go. Coming left now. Holding the bank. Now, tight. Smoke off. Go. Right. Go. 2, 3.
Smoke comes on again as they're going to form another shape, this time of a feathered arrow. Reds 2, 3, 4 and 5 will move forward a beam Red 1, and now Reds 8 and 9 will tuck in a beam Red 7, who's the aircraft at the back of the stem in the middle of the aircraft. Smoke goes off. This is feathered arrow. That's a bit of a mouthful to say on the radio. So in from the left-hand side now, this is Fred.
Smoke on. Go.
that is the end of the first half of the Red Arrows display, ladies and gentlemen. So far, you've seen all 9 aircraft flying close formation aerobatics. We're now going to be splitting down into sections of 2, 3, 4, 5 or 7 aircraft as we show you some more dynamic manoeuvring. At the front of the formation are Reds 1 to 5. We call them Enid, after Enid Blyton's famous 5. And at the back, Reds 6 to 9. They're known as Jippo. Jippo was the nickname of the gentleman who first led the back 4 aircraft when the Red Arrows started officially flying 9-ship displays in 1968. Out to the front, that T-shape is known as Dagger. And they're going to roll out directly to the front now. Get your cameras ready as they start the second half of the display with the detonator.
Smoke on, go. Vertical recovery. Hey, Edith. Break, break, go.
Here you go, Enid. Keep your eyes on Jippo underneath. With his smoke changing from red to white on the left-hand side is Red 6. He's the leader of the synchro pair, Flight Lieutenant James McMillan. It's his 3rd and final year as a Red Arrow. He actually grew up in New Zealand and was a member of the Royal New Zealand Air Force, but he transferred to the Royal Air Force in 2002 and became a Hawk instructor and Harrier pilot. On the left, he's chased down by Red 8. Looking right with the smoke, Red 7, chased down by Red 9. These 4 aircraft are closing at 850 miles an hour. Get your cameras ready for the amazing Jippo pass. Well, the synchro pair are leaving their smoke on. They're turning away from us now at 6G, or 6 times the force of gravity, meaning everything in their bodies weighs 6 times more than normal. Those pilots work hard to counter the G-force as they roll out towards us for the cyclone. As the synchro pair slingshot out to the front, we need to look left for Enid. The wings of Enid drop down to form an inverted V. And if you look to your right, there's a lone jet. He is Red 9. Cameras ready for the goose. Climbing steeply with a red, white and blue stripe is Red 9, Flight Lieutenant Mike Child. It's Mike's 3rd year with the team. He's a former Hawk display pilot and Hawk instructor. Operationally, he flew the Typhoon. You saw it display earlier, the Royal Air Force's new multi-role combat aircraft. Out to the right, Enid climbs steeply. But now, look directly to the front. Directly to the front, Red 7 and 8 roll around. Red 6 with the blue smoke. Get ready for the splits in the vortex. Up through the middle of the vortex with the white smoke is Red 8, Flight Lieutenant Martin Pert. It's Pert's 3rd and final year with the team as well. He is also a former Hawk flying instructor, Hawk display pilot. Operationally, he flew the Harrier GR9. Looking on the perch left and right now with their smoke on are the synchro pair. They're about to descend to their display height of just 100 feet. And they're going to perform the opposition barrel roll. The next call you'll hear from each of the pilots is threshold. That's a geographic point on the ground, which is their contract point. Once they pass it, they call they are happy to continue with the maneuver, the opposition barrel roll. Look out to the right-hand side to see Enid, who have been joined by Reds 8 and 9.
1, 4, 5, easy.
Reds 1, 4 and 5 ease up in battle formation. And as the coloured smoke comes on, they're going to fly the Revolution.
Rolling now.
Each of the pilots there in the Revolution flying an aileron roll manoeuvre, which essentially is just a full left-hand control column input, rolling the aircraft around its longitudinal axis. The key to that manoeuvre is getting all 7 jets doing it at the same time before they then come right and reform that battle formation. Now left and right again for the synchro pair. This time Red 6 comes from our right and Red 7 from our left. They're closing at 800 miles an hour. They're going to cross 3 times in opposing 360-degree 6G turns. Get ready for the carousel. Now they're pulling 6G, just avoiding each other. Notice how each of the pilots swaps their smoke colours using the aircraft's 3 individual colour control buttons on the aircraft's control column. Now you need to look to your right 45 degrees to find Enid.
Enid, smoke on, go. Easy. Up. Colour on, go. And roll.
They are in a shape called Leader's Benefit, and they're drawing a red, white and blue snake-like shape of smoke in the sky. This is the Python.
Holding the bank now. More bank. And roll.
On the far right of that Leader's Benefit shape is Red 4. He is Flight Lieutenant Ollie Parr. It's Ollie's 2nd year with the team. He is a former pilot on the Tornado GR4, having operated in Iraq and Afghanistan. And he's also spent a tour as a Hawk flying instructor at RAF Valley on Anglesey, where we train our advanced flying students. So Enid finished the Python. Keep looking in that direction for Jippo.
Jippo, smoke on, go. 6, rolling in.
Red 6 and 7 now roll upside down in close formation.
8 and 9, roll, go.
Cameras ready for the corkscrew. Red 7 there working hard, flying his jet only 8 feet away from Red 6, but doing it while he's upside down. But now look to your left to find the 5 headlights of Enid.
Smoke off, go. Enid, smoke on, go. 2 and 3, roll. Go.
The inside pilots perform tight match rolls to the outside in the rollbacks.
Oh! Oh! Coming left now.
Enid finished their rollbacks. Keep looking in the same direction to find Jippo.
Enid, smoke off, go. Jippo, smoke on, go. 6, rolling in.
Once again, Red 6 and 7 are going to fly upside down in close formation. Now 8 and 9 will match their formation underneath. This is the mirror pass. Now, boys and girls, give the synchro pair a wave as they fly past upside down. Red 6 gives the command for the formation to widen and form a 4-ship square card formation. Back to the right, 45 degrees now for Enid. Reds 1 to 4 form a box formation. Now here he goes, here's Red 5. He's going to roll around the rest of Enid a dozen times.
Coming right now.
This is the Twister.
Holding the bank now.
Getting very dizzy with his red smoke on is Red 5. He's Flight Lieutenant Steve Morris. Steve's in his second year with the team. He's a former Hawk flying instructor. Operationally, he flew both the Harrier GR9 and the Tornado GR4 before donning his red suit last year. So Enid finished their wonderful Twister. Look to the front now. Cameras ready for Jippo.
About 5 late boss. Jippo, smoke on, go. And 9, roll, go.
Reds 8 and 9 pitch up to roll around 6 and 7 for the Jippo break. With his smoke on to the right-hand side is Red 7, synchro number 2, Flight Lieutenant Mark Lawson. It's Mark's second year with the team. He is a former Tornado pilot, solely the Tornado, and he spent 3 tours flying over Iraq and Afghanistan and became a qualified weapons instructor on that aircraft. Well, left and right now, the synchro pair descend for their final maneuver of the display. These are the double rolls. Ladies and gentlemen, please, a big round of applause for the synchro pair. Now look directly to the front to see Enid, who have been joined by Reds 8 and 9 for the display's finale. They are back in a 7-ship Vixen formation. Cameras ready. This is the Vixen break. You've been watching the Royal Air Force aerobatic team, the Red Arrows. Red 1's going to put his smoke on. He's going to recover. Red 1 puts his smoke on. He's going to recover back to RAF Scampton now with all 9 aircraft in tow, where our team of engineers will turn the aircraft ready for our next display. And I'm going to go and jump in the spare jet and fly that back to Scampton. So you'll see me taxi past, get airborne in about 40 minutes' time. Well, ladies and gentlemen, while I've got your attention, please visit our website, raf.mod.uk/reds. And our Facebook page, RAF Red Arrows, and Twitter page at RAF Red Arrows. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I do have a little announcement to make while I'm here at the Air Traffic Control Tower. It's a little bit of a surprise. I have a gentleman here named Andy Fletcher. Andy's here. He's with his lovely girlfriend, Katie. And I can see Andy is looking a little bit nervous, and I'm sure there's a reason behind that. For all of those listening on the radio and on the tannoy, there is a sign at the Air Traffic Tower, and it says, "I love you, Katie, will you marry me?" Andy's on one knee. Unfortunately, we couldn't perform our heart, which was the plan, but unfortunately, that was not there. So Andy's on one knee, he's proposing to Katie. Stand by for her response. Ladies and gentlemen, Katie said yes. A very big congratulations to Andy and Katie. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a pleasure talking to you. Congratulations to those guys. Thank you for coming to the Waddington Airshow. It's been wonderful seeing a lot of you. I hope you've enjoyed it. Please have an enjoyable rest of your afternoon. But for now, I wish you all the very best on behalf of everybody at the Royal Air Force Aerobatic Team. All the best.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Squadron Leader Mike Ling. I'm going to be really careful what information I give you in the future. That went spectacularly well, despite a heart, the poor girl, mortally embarrassed. But I mean, fantastic news. Well done, you. And I tell you, I'm going to keep my mouth very, very tightly closed from here on. A magnificent piece of stitching up. Absolutely outstanding by the entire team there. Well done. Hugely entertaining. And we'll see lots more of the Reds at Fairford next weekend and indeed throughout the rest of the summer. Well, always an outstanding feature in anybody's air show, whether at home or abroad. The inimitable Red Arrows, and hugely well led. And okay, looks like we're going to get another fly past. I think I just heard from Mike there. So yeah, superb news. So Mike, why don't you come back on and you can give a few parting farewell messages.
Oh, hello again, ladies and gentlemen. I had a bit of a radio failure, so I couldn't hear from Red 1. But if you look to your right-hand side, then, well, it looks like 8 of the jets are coming back to give us a fly past. One of them's gone straight back to Scampton. As the coloured smoke comes on, please, let's have a huge round of applause for the Royal Air Force Aerobatic Team, the Red Arrows.
Colour on, go.
Well, once again, ladies and gentlemen, the Red Arrows are truly honoured to represent the very best of British. I hope you think the Red Arrows have done Britain proud again today. I hope you've enjoyed it, and I'll see you very, very shortly at another air show, I hope. All
We
the best.
certainly did. No, thank you, Mike. Absolutely brilliant. Double top display and brilliantly presented. Thank you so much. A couple of messages, first of all, please. Very importantly. Would a Mr. Zemo Zoltan, please go to the main gate to meet your family? Mr. Zemo Zoltan to the main gate. Thank you. Now, meanwhile, many of you will be thinking about leaving a little bit early. I urge you not to do that yet, because not only is it a beautiful afternoon, but we have some really interesting aircraft for the next hour and a half to entertain you until the air show closes for this year. But most notably, the Crossway number 5. The Crossway number 5 will not be opened until the end of the flying program. And that's currently scheduled to, I would say, between 5:45 and 6 o'clock this evening. So if you are leaving early, please be aware that if you're heading out of that exit, there will be a lot of congestion. So please enjoy the day and make the most of the afternoon. Plenty to see and do around the park. We're going to stick with the sound of jet, the sound of freedom. Ben, what's coming up next?
A fighter, a multi-role fighter of the very highest caliber, from an Air Force that really knows how to put on a fast jet display program. This is a massively capable aeroplane that sees its most widespread service with the United States Navy and Marine Corps as a carrier-borne aircraft. It's been used in all of the major conflicts since the late 1980s, but here we see it in use with one of its European customers, and an exceptionally potent machine it is too, through a series of upgrades that have really helped keep these aeroplanes at the tip of this air arms spear. It's the Swiss Air Force that we turn to for this next item, an air arm that this year will be marking with a very impressive international air show in August and September, a significant centenary for Swiss aviation, and rolling now the McDonnell Douglas FA-18C Hornet. Swiss Hornet demo pilot for the 2014 season, 34-year-old Captain Vulcan Teddy Meister. He is on Fliegerstaffel 17, based at Payerne.
Magnificently very dynamic show this. Watch out for the square loop coming up, but they're taking off, going straight into a standard loop. Repositioning now here, come back in on the 45. with a slightly higher angle of attack for what we hope will be a very good barrel roll.
This aircraft fly-by-wire, of course, affording excellent manoeuvrability, and the leading edge route extensions on the wings and the big horizontal stabilators that you'll see if you're looking at the aircraft through binoculars or a long lens moving throughout the display both improve the Hornet's controllability at high angles of attack, and we expect to see an example of this here with the high angle of attack barrel roll.
And what we're talking about here is the way the wing is presented to the airflow itself, and the wing, therefore, and the whole aircraft slightly higher, nose up. There we go. And now he's going to roll.
And off once again on the 45-degree line for an initial half square loop, and this is a real Hornet trademark maneuver.
Yes, it really demonstrates the superb manoeuvrability and agility of this aircraft to be able to do manoeuvres like, you know, he puts in several half and quarter square loops, but the full one is quite spectacular.
Captain Julian Meister, flying this aircraft, started his training in the Swiss Air Force in the year 2000. He's flown the F5E Tiger, been an instructor on the Pilatus PC-7 and the new Pilatus PC-21. Started flying the Hornet with Fliegerstaffel 17 in 2006.
Yes, and he's very fortunate here. He's just benefiting from a bit of a higher cloud base now. It's absolutely spectacular. What a shame the Reds weren't able to make the best of that.
And there we could really feel the roar of the two General Electric F404 afterburning turbofans that power the FA-18C. F and A standing for fighter and attack.
A lot of G coming up there in that turn, now going up into the classic square loop, and yes, look, really making the most of that increased airspace he's got to play with. This is the classic F-18 display.
This is a multi-role air-to-air and air-to-ground aircraft, though the Swiss use the Hornet solely for the air-to-air role. They don't actually possess any air-to-ground weapons, with the exception of course, the aircraft's gun. And here we see Teddy slowing the aircraft down for his slow-speed fly-past, once again with the nose pointed at a high angle of attack.
Yes, of course, all the electronics on board helping with this, but nonetheless it seems very, very natural to bring an aircraft of this size and weight back to such a slow speed, around about 120 knots, although it looks slower in this configuration. But the aircraft set so that the airflow over the upper wing just doesn't break away. It's very, very close, but it will not break away, hence maintaining its aerodynamic flying ability.
Out of this, Teddy will be pulling the aircraft into a 270-degree turn into another half square loop.
It's great, he packs a huge amount into what is quite a short display and in a very, very small envelope of airspace as well. Really impressive display.
The Swiss are still flying 32 of 34 Hornets procured, 26 of them single-seat C models like this. They also have two-seat D models. It replaced the Hawker Hunter, the Mirage 3 and part of the F5 Tiger II fleets. And there are 3 Swiss Air Force Hornet squadrons, 2 of them at Payerne, number 17 as this aircraft comes from, and 18, and Fliegerstaffel 11 at Meiringen. The Swiss maintain the tradition of having what they call militia pilots, part-timers flying frontline aircraft, but they only fly the F5s, all the Hornets flown by professional Air Force pilots. And within this half-square loop, he's performing what he calls a pirouette. There we go. And a superb demonstration of the fly-by-wire controls of the Hornet, as well as the improved flight control software that these Swiss aircraft received in the middle of the last decade.
Yes, an actually extraordinary manoeuvre to see in such a big jet. Quite remarkable. Almost looks as though it's going into a flat spin.
Off into a Cuban 8 manoeuvre, looking as though to loop. We'll see him rolling out off the top. And now Teddy will be slowing the aircraft down once more, and
I think he's going to do it all over again, Ben. There we go. We just come slightly over the top of the loop. I've seen a Cuban. You just push a little bit on the stick to get that trajectory in a straight line and then roll it.
And we expect soon to see the undercarriage coming down once he's slowed the aircraft. And performing a barrel roll in that so-called dirty configuration. The Swiss Hornets carry out what the Swiss Air Force call air policing, air defence operations. Regular taskings for them would include the protection of the airspace over Davos during the World Economic Forum. And the Swiss Hornets exercise regularly with their near-neighbour fighters in France and Germany. They're also regular participants in the NATO Tiger Meet exercises as held recently in Germany. And there you see part of the Hornets' naval heritage, the arrestor hook down along with the undercarriage. The design started life as a contender for the US Air Force's lightweight fighter requirement that was won not by the YF-17, the first incarnation of this design as produced by Northrop, but by the General Dynamics F-16. However, the US Navy evaluated it and found it ideal for their needs. Thus was born the FA-18, which entered US Marine Corps service first in January 1983.
Reconfiguring now for a slightly faster pass, this time inverted with 2 rolls in the middle. There's one, another one to come.
American Hornets went into action first in Libya in 1986. And there they scored 2, and they then scored 2 kills of Iraqi MiG-21s during 1991's Operation Desert Storm. They were active in the Balkans throughout the 1990s, also policing the Iraqi no-fly zones, and then on to Afghanistan, Iraq and Libya through the 2000s and into this decade.
Well, stand by everybody now as he builds up speed coming out of the top of that turn. He's going to rack up the power, put the throttles forward. We're limited to 600 knots. This is going to be close. Stand by.
Apart from Switzerland, the Hornet also sold to Australia, Canada, Finland, Kuwait, Malaysia and Spain. Now, of course, Boeing produced the FA-18E and F Super Hornet, significantly developed variants of the older aircraft. But this remains a hugely capable and impressive machine, and that was a superb full-height display by the new Swiss demo pilot on type, Captain Julian Teddy Meister. He has 2,000 flying hours in total, 1,500 of them on jets, and 850 of those on this jet. You can see the air brake extended on the top of the fuselage as he descends in preparation for landing. And completing his sequence then in the McDonnell Douglas FA-18C Hornet.
Magnificently well done, and of course hugely well coached by Deasy, the nickname Nittle, the previous Swiss F-18 display pilot that we saw here just a couple of years ago. Now, whilst that's just coming in for a safe recovery, a message please for the owner of the vehicle registered at Delta.
Well, I'm joined now by Andy and Katie, and I'd seen most things at an air show, but I haven't seen this. So tell me what just happened, Andy.
Well, I asked my girlfriend here to marry me.
In a rather unusual way.
It was quite unusual, yes.
Come on, guys.
RAF Waddington's heritage as a bomber station, and what a splendid place this is to hold an air show, a place that really characterises the best of the Royal Air Force's past, present and future. And here is another example of its past. An aircraft many felt would never fly again. Well, in late 2007, after a huge amount of work and expenditure, it did. Just cast your mind back to the Cold War. Some of you in the audience may well remember the days when there stood at readiness here at Waddington and other bases phalanxes of these magnificent aeroplanes ready to go if the call came during the Cold War to respond to Soviet aggression by launching a nuclear strike. Well, the scrambles that these aircraft made during those days were spectacular to see when they were practiced, and now we get to experience something of that as starting its takeoff roll is the Avro Vulcan B2.
And a very dramatic start indeed there, Ben, in the capable hands of two very experienced guys, Captain Bill Ramsey and Bill Perrins. More about them later on. Each of the pilots who fly the Vulcans bringing their own little twist and style to every display.
And there we felt the power of the four Rolls-Royce Bristol Olympus 202 turbojet, 16,400 pounds of thrust each. It's amazing to think that just over a decade separated the design, also by Roy Chadwick of Avro, of the Lancaster, from this, the Vulcan, which started out in prototype form as the Avro 698, first flown in 1952. And what a stir it caused. Rather like the Canberra we're going to be seeing later and the Hunter we've already seen, the Vulcan demonstrated splendid manoeuvrability. An early appearance at the Farnborough Airshow proved that. In fact, this giant aircraft was as manoeuvrable as many of the fighters of its day. One of its test pilots, Rolly Falk, even rolled a Vulcan at one of the 1950s Farnborough shows. The Vulcan, of course, formed part of the trio of British V bombers, the others being the Handley Page Victor and the Vickers Valiant, that carried the British nuclear deterrent for many years during the Cold War. And this year is a particularly poignant one in which to remember that fact, 25 years after the Berlin Wall fell, and then there came the momentous events of 1989 into 1990 that spelt an end of communist regimes in Europe. After the tactical nuclear deterrent was handed over to the Royal Navy in the late 1960s, the Vulcan took on the conventional low-level tactical role. Later, including this aircraft, they were used for roles such as maritime reconnaissance and air-to-air refueling. But then came the Vulcan's unexpected operational swan song, when in 1982 the type was called to arms in a very different theatre from that for which it had been designed, the South Atlantic, the Falklands. And on the 30th of April 1982, the Vulcan you can see parked on the other side of the airfield, serial X-ray Mike 607, took part in one of the most audacious bombing raids in history, attacking the runway of Port Stanley to deny its use to Argentine fast jets.
Touch of that all familiar howl there as we go into this spiral climb at about 90% power.
Until the first Gulf War, that raid, codenamed Black Buck 1, was the longest bombing raid in history, a round trip of some 7,760 miles. We heard from the man who flew Vulcan 607 on that sortie, Martin Withers, earlier on. For both him and the crews of the supporting Victor tankers, it was an astonishing feat. Air-to-air refuelings numbered 18 on that sortie alone. But what of XH-558, the Vulcan we see here, the last flying example? It was the first Vulcan B-2 to arrive in RAF service in 1960, and it served on a number of squadrons based here at RAF Waddington. It later became the final Vulcan on RAF charge as part of the Vulcan display flight, and when it was grounded and sold in 1993, many thought its flying career was over, but that was thinking without the efforts of David Walton, who bought XH-558 and all its spares, and then Dr. Robert Plemming, who founded the Vulcan to the Sky Trust to put the aircraft back into British skies. The 18-wheeled undercarriage down on this pass. But George, mentioning Robert Plemming and Vulcan to the Sky, this has been a hugely expensive undertaking throughout the life.
Oh, unbelievable. And of course it won't continue without further donations. Project 2015 is almost upon us, and who knows whether we'll be able to extend the life of this aircraft beyond 2015. But nonetheless, who thought in the first place we would ever get it airborne again? Now, you're referring back to those famous Black Buck raids a little earlier on when the Vulcan was surprisingly brought back rapidly into service. Of course, although we don't have Martin in the cockpit today alongside Bill Ramsey, we do have Bill Perrins himself, who spent 3 years on the Vulcan, including 4 Black Buck raids as the airborne reserve, although he never actually made it to the Falklands himself. Now, positioning now, this time the aircraft is cleaned up, but it will come out now for a good view with the Bombay Open.
A Bombay able to take some 21,000 pounds of bombs, whether conventional iron bombs or nuclear weapons. So what's it taken to get, as it were, this far and have the aircraft flying for us at Waddington this weekend? Well, about £20 million is the answer to that. 2.7 million came in the form of a grant from the Heritage Lottery Fund. Other than that, it's been the very generous public donations, along with support from the likes of Sir Jack Haywood and Eddie Forrester of Aerobites, along with a whole host of companies who have themselves contributed. But two of those are Cranfield Aerospace and Beagle Technology, who've really helped make possible the sight of the aircraft flying again this and hopefully next season. Over the winter just gone, Cranfield Aerospace carried out research into some necessary wing mods required to allow XH5582 to fly on, thereby improving the fatigue life of the wings, and the engineering techniques of Beagle Technology made it happen. Other corporate supporters of the aircraft: AD Holdings, Airbus, BAE Systems, Goodrich, Kearsley Airways, Meggitt, Messier Doughty, Rolls-Royce and Serco.
Here now, Bill with a big smile on his face. Both Bills, I suspect, but we haven't mentioned Bill Ramsey, now a full-time reservist, but with over 5,000 hours, many of them on the Vulcan. To give you more of an idea of the running costs, Vulcan to the Sky say it costs £2 million a year to run their operation. That equates to some £38,500 every week. Much of that fundraising done by the over 8,000 now members of the Vulcan to the Sky Club. And they're able to see the aircraft at its current home, its very sumptuous home in a hangar at the former RAF Finningley, a Vulcan base of long standing, now Robin Hood Airport, Doncaster, Sheffield, to give it its full title. And regular visits can be undertaken to the hangar. Check out the website www.vulcantothesky.org for details of how to book. Undercarriage coming down again. And if, as I'm sure you have, you enjoyed the Vulcan's display, you can make a donation via text from your mobile right now. You just simply need to text the letters and numbers VULC145, VULC145, to the number 70070. The cost will be £5 plus the standard text charge on your mobile bill, and all of that £5 goes to Vulcan to the Sky and the upkeep in flying condition of the world's sole airworthy Avro Vulcan. So as she lands, just please give the crew a good cheer and a wave as they come along the runway for the last time this weekend. You can, of course, go along and talk to the entire team of the Vulcan to the Sky Trust at their little marquee, and a huge amount of interesting artifacts on offer to help support that cause if you don't do the texting routine. So wonderful opportunity today. Last chance for a photograph of the rolling Vulcan.
The aircraft will be taxiing back up to park at the left-hand end of the airfield once more. Our full credit goes to the crew. We mentioned Bill Ramsey, the captain, and the co-captain, Bill Perrins. The third member of the crew, the air electronics operator, was Jonathan Lazari.
Of course, a huge team behind them, keeping the whole thing on the road. And must mention Kevin Taff-Stone, who's the crew chief and the chief engineer, regards 558 very much of his own baby. He spent 25 years in the Royal Air Force and was here at Waddington for many years, including the Vulcan display flight. And we have to thank millions and millions, hundreds of people, literally, who have been involved in supporting this aircraft. Right now, we're going to, though, stick with Jet again, and the Sound of Freedom continues for a little while longer yet, and we're going to introduce the Solo Turk team in the capable hands of Emrah Bahri. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. George and Mr. Ben. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is First Lieutenant Emrah Bahri from Solo Turk PR Officer. Like yesterday and last year, we bring the nice coastal weather of Turkey to Waddington. Turkish F-16 demo team Solo Turk was founded in 2011 for the 100th anniversary of Turkish Air Force. Our team consists of 2 pilots scheduled to fly the demo aircraft in sequence and supported by 11 personnel, including the PR and maintenance officer. 2014 is our 4th season. In 2011, at Riyadh, Solo Turk was awarded the best overall flying demonstration among 29 different display teams. As a quick result, we are not only promoting display, but also operations for Turkish Air Force. In a while, ladies and gentlemen, you will see a very unique air show. Solo Turk, F-16 demo team. Expression of the embodiment of power and the symbol of Turkish future in the sky. With 103-year past of Turkish Air Force, today Solo Turk will simulate how Turkish pilots have battles in the sky. This show is one of the opportunity for you. And from your right side is a takeoff. Acrobatics is an excited adventure that involves extraordinary moments. In fact, it is inexpressible. You can just experience it. While you are living this adventure, I will try to explain the maneuvers. Please keep your eyes on our plane. Solo Turk is going to come for loop. Get ready for absolute adrenaline rush. While he is passing the clouds, just like a knife from the sky, he's so sure about what he is doing. A smoothly rise from 30 meters. With our Turkish flags, crescent and star at the bottom. As I mentioned yesterday, handsome pilots are back in Europe. After vertical pull-up, he directly started the next maneuver, which is Cubonate. He will be at 100 meters to perform Cubonate maneuver. You can easily realize the dynamic changes on the wings with the flame wing. As I mentioned, this maneuver is the shape of horizontal numeral 8. So it is symmetrical as we accept in the center. He is descending with the smoke and rolls and try to do his best. Our second demo pilot, First Lieutenant Erhan Ginar, will show you his best today. And our first pilot, Captain Yusuf Kurt, will be responsible for the safety officer. From your left side, Solo Turk is going to perform slow motion turn. So during the show, Solo Turk pilot put the aircraft to its limits of plus 9 Gs to negative 3 Gs. One of the purposes of the demonstration to reflect the strength of Turkish Air Force. From your right side, Solo Turk is going to come slow motion turn, which requires a great flight control ability of aircraft. And during it will circle around itself by having a continuous command in all 3 axes. Normally when pilot turn the plane's wings aside, the plane start to move to that side. But now we will show you the role of aircraft all axis but fly in a truly line. And after reposition, he will start the next maneuver in the upside down position at a very low altitude, which causes the blood in the body to run through the head. Then it will circle around itself while just it's in front of you. At the inverted flight, F-16 can fly just 30 seconds because of the fuel tanks do not feeding the engine. So it is so critical. Our pilot is not only handsome, but also talented. And from your left side, everything well done immediately and skillfully. Everybody, please be ready. And yes. As a proof dynamic display, he will put the F-16 to its limits of plus 9 Gs. He will expose to 9 times bigger load than his weight. To challenge all these obstacles, he has to brave for spectacular way. So if you have a camera looking to his face inside the cockpit, you will realize what he looks like 40 years later. Ladies and gentlemen, please hang on tight for the thunder of Solo Turk. Please watch out, Turkish flags, crescent and star at the bottom. He is coming for signature maneuver. Solo Turk is going to come straight ahead of you to perform vertical climb and descent maneuver combined by rolls. So far so good. Please be ready for signature maneuver. Months of preparation, thousands of trainings, skill, speed and perfect talent are condensed in this maneuver. Follower of our great leader, Mustafa Kemal Atatürk, is coming towards you. As he said, the future is in the skies. He's at 3 kilometers now. He's at 4 kilometers. He's at 5 kilometers. And he's at the peak now. He is reflecting duty efficiency of Turkish Air Force with the smoke and with the rolls. He's turning and turning. Ladies and gentlemen, please put the hands together for this brave man. I think he deserves it. He's rolling now. Unique opportunities do not occur every time. Today it's right place and right time. Now Solo Turk from your left side will pass in front of you 30 meters at the speed of 1,200 kilometers per hour, which is very close to the speed of the sound. And calling out to spotters, catch me if you can. Astonishing, you will watch in a thrill. And what can I say more? After demonstrating high speed, you will see Solo Turk fly at the minimum speed possible for an F-16 aircraft. For ambitious photographers, it's time for you to get your camera ready. If you look carefully enough, you may see the pilot waving at you. This is the performance of our second demo pilot, First Lieutenant Erhan Günar. He has been in service for 12 years and he has 1,500 F-16 flying hours. From your right side, he's approaching for the very slow flight of F-16. During this performance, he will also wave to you. Everybody, please put your hands up and wave to him. Your support is very important, I think. This is Solo Turk. Proceeding a powerful climb, it's nose to 90 degrees up and still accelerating. I think he meets with your expectation, and now he's coming for more than enough. He will descend 90 degrees. His left hand is on throttle, which is at idle. His right hand is on stick, which is at the forward, and his eyes on you to show his respect and to thank you. And he is waiting until the last minute that can fly safely. After that, you will see a very different role can be achieved by just solo Turk. Please be ready for aesthetic. Slightly turning, and he's starting now. Whoa, 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 aesthetics in 3 dimension. He's moving in 3 axes. With very high level concentration, he is coming for a very difficult maneuver. Solo Turk will simulate a classical jet approach pattern with the landing gears down. Since F-16 changes to a different flight control mode, when gears down, less responsive than normal. Even though the speed is very slow for landing, he will roll 2 times with the landing gears down. If you look carefully enough, while he is doing rolls, you can realize the front part of aircraft going down. But he will accomplish it smoothly. It's also a very difficult maneuver to present. The other remarkable thing for this maneuver, he will do this 2 times. Very susceptible, very critical, and he started. Turning and turning very smoothly. Ladies and gentlemen, you may pay attention to unprecedented design of Solo Turk. He is coming 8-point roll, which requires training and ability to command the aircraft in 3 axes. In every roll, you can see our unique design. Golden Eagle is taken by Turkish Air Forces streamer. The star which is next to Golden Eagle means Solo Turk is the star of the 21st century, and at the bottom, crescent and star symbolize our national flag. Please be ready for counting. From your left side, is approaching for 8-point roll. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and the last 8. And from your right side, Solo Turk is coming for wide performance of F-16. He will simulate an attack for bombing in a sneaky silence. After that, a quick slightly turning just in front of you with the powerful engine. Please be ready for clap of thunder. And have a very nice time with Mozart and Turkish songs. The hardest part of this maneuver, he will try to do just in front of you and to make a symmetrical ascent and descent. One more sneaky silence. And climb to show once again Turkish flags, crescent and star at the bottom. As the final, he's coming to salute you and to show respect to all participants. After landing, First Lieutenant Erhan Günar and Captain Yusuf Kurt will be at our stand, which is opposite of the Luna Park, and to meet and take photos and answer your questions. He's coming for landing. After, to salute you. If you would like to reach more information, please surf on our website www.soloturk.tsk.tr. And for the Turkish people, I would like to introduce myself. Dalgalan sen de şafaklar gibi ey şanlı hilal. Olsun artık dökülen kanlarımın hepsi helal. Ebediyen sana yok, ırkıma yok izmihlal. Hakkıdır hür yaşamış bayrağımın hürriyet. Hakkıdır hakka tapan milletimin istiklal. We also see the lights for landing. He's not waving hands, but he's waving his wings, of course. Everybody, please wave to him once again. Thank you very much for your support. We are not only here with Turkish Air Force, but also Turkish Naval Force CN-235 military patrol aircraft, first time in Waddington. At static aircraft display, please be sure about you have visited at the end of the day. From now on, two forces help him to land. Thrust and lift versus weight and drag to fly as close to the edge. Soon you will feel with your ears, with your eyes, and with your heart, of course.
Well, I'm joined now by probably the most important person on the airfield today, Paul Sowell, airshow organiser. And without Paul, this weekend wouldn't have happened. How's it gone?
Well, Adrian, as you've seen, I think it's been an outstanding weekend. The weather's held out. We've had some great flying displays, and I'm delighted to tell you that over 130,000 people visited the airfield. So superb. I couldn't have asked for more.
Well, that's absolutely wonderful, but not so wonderful is the news that next year you're having your runway torn up.
Indeed we are, and really that's not news at all, because we've been talking about that quite some time, and the long one-year programme is going to affect next year's display, and indeed there won't be one, but we'll work around that for 2016.
So, of course, the question is, and we're all asking it, are we going to have a show here in 2016?
Well, as you also know, no 2015 show, and there's been no decision on the 2016 show. So I think we just have to wait out on that one, as they would say.
I don't think everybody realises, but the team behind you is really quite a large one. It's a big job to get a show like this going on.
I mean, it's a station effort. I mean, you have 3,000 people on this station, or just over, 3/4 of whom are involved intimately in what goes on, but supporting that is a very, very small team that we have in my office. We have 3 full-timers, 3 part-timers that put on what you've just seen this weekend. But it is a huge team effort, and RAF Waddington is that team.
And I do know that normally you'd be starting to plan the next year's show pretty well immediately.
Yes, indeed. You've got to have half an eye on the future all the time, haven't you? So one would think about the 2013, 14, 15 show, and that's what would have been in my mind. But of course, we've got a small hiatus to think about now.
So I suppose that means some of the team's going to get dispersed. That's going to make it even harder to come back in 2016?
Well, again, we're just, I think that's probably a premature statement to make just yet, because we don't know what's going to happen in 2016. If there is a show, then clearly we will stay, we will see what's going on, and we will start to plan and put on an even bigger, better show. But that remains to be seen.
Well, I'm sure you're aware, we certainly are. There are already some campaigns to get you back. So would you support those?
Well, I think I'd be one of thousands of people that would wish an air show to take place in the skies of Lincolnshire. So yes, I'm one of many people who would like that to happen.
Well, we were here in 1993 when the first Waddington show happened. We're here in 2000 and, where are we, 4? 21 years. Let's hope we'll come back again and hope you'll come back again. And thank you so much for all the entertainment over the years.
No, it's been an absolute pleasure and honest. And I think we must just finish on just thanking everybody that's been here. Over the last 4 to 5 years, the show has grown in stature, size and popularity. We see people coming to the show from as far as field Lancashire. I mean, that's quite a trek, it has to be said. And that's just testament to the work, professionalism and the displays that take place here. So we'll see how things work out.
Thank you, Paul, and let's hope we do get the show back.
Adrian, thank you.
Ever since King Hussein, no mean pilot himself, of course. Oh, and there is Red 10, Squadron Leader Mike Ling getting airborne in the 10th Red Arrow's Hawk to depart back to Scampton. That was the
absolutely. That's hence the delay, and rejoining his 9 teammates, indeed, to display another day. They will have a busy couple of weeks coming up with Fairford next week, and then Farnborough the weekend after that. Well, in fact, they'll be there most of the week, I'm sure. Yes, going back to King Hussein, he was a truly remarkable gentleman, a passionate individual, a very caring individual, and did so much in the cause of peace, to be perfectly honest. I mean, the famous story at the height of the conflict with Israel, that he got in his own helicopter and flew on his own across to Israel to try and broker the peace, persuading everybody that actually what they were fighting over was all God's territory, and that actually there must be an easier way. But less of the politics. We'll continue with the aviation. The country now in the hands of King Abdullah, who himself was a 3-star general in the Royal Jordanian Forces and was head of their special forces for many years. Well, we've got them lining up now, Ben, which is good news.
Yes, and it was at the behest of King Abdullah II that the team's current equipment was purchased. The low-wing version of the Extra 300, the 300L. They previously had the mid-wing variant, and it's on this type that they've been equipped since 2007. The team started out with a pair of Pitt's S2A special biplanes. They then added a third and re-equipped in 1982 with the S2S model, which was operated until the Extra 300s arrived in 1992. And here they go, rolling the Royal Jordanian Falcons for 2014.
Yes, we're very much looking forward to seeing this. They've been practicing the 3-ship. Sadly, the 4th pilot was not available. And so they've been working up during the week and refining this 3-ship formation, which I must admit is really rather attractive and very impressive indeed.
Yes, the team annually undertakes a European tour, the aircraft being brought over dismantled aboard Royal Jordanian Air Force C-130 Hercules transports, and this year they were actually air freighted into Coventry Airport, where the aircraft were reassembled and then flown out only the other week. The team leader for 2014 is Captain Nofan Al-Grer, who joined the Royal Jordanian Air Force in 1994. 3 years later, he graduated as a fighter pilot, converting initially onto the Northrop F5 and then the Dassault Mirage F1. In 2005, he joined the Flight Instructor School, becoming an instructor pilot at the King Hussein Air College, and then part of the Royal Jordanian Falcons. He was the right wingman initially, then in the slot or solo position, and has now become the team leader.
Sorry to surprise you there with a bit of music, but I'm just going to add a bit of atmosphere to this entire display and get us well into the culture and background of the Royal Jordanian Falcons.
So they're starting the display, heading towards us in a 3-ship formation for the first of a number of quarter cloverleaf manoeuvres during this display. Rolling right and then diving out, parallel with the display line. Up into a big barrel roll round to the right. And here we'll see a change in formation as the two wingmen move forward into a line abreast formation for the line abreast loop. Flying on the left wing of the formation is Captain Odi Al-Karale. Joined the Royal Jordanian Air Force in 2002. 3 years later he graduated from the King Hussein Air College, flying the F-5 and then the Royal Jordanian Air Force's most advanced fighter, the F-16 Fighting Falcon. He's been a member of the team since 2012. And there they were pulling out of a half Cuban, or rather pushing out of it in an inverted dive, a minus 3G push.
Yes, that's really unpleasant, Ben. All the blood rushing to their heads there, 3 times their body weight in the direction you really don't want it to go in. So a very painful maneuver. So pulling back up this time now into what will look like a loop, and it'll be followed with a half Cuban. So they're going, yes, for the full loop first of all. And out of this half Cuban, they transition into an inverted pass. From this, the team will perform a wing over to adjust for the next maneuver, a left-hand barrel roll. On the right wing of the formation is Captain Ahmad Al-Qudar. He's been in the Royal Jordanian Air Force since 2003. Once again, 3 years later, he graduated as a fighter pilot, flying initially the F-5 and then the F-16. He's new to the Royal Jordanian Falcons this year. Pulling up now into a barrel roll whilst maintaining the Vic formation, a very graceful maneuver. Quite hard work for the wingmen, of course, much easier for the leader. But this is a splendid unlimited aerobatic aircraft, the Extra EA300, designed by the German former aerobatic pilot Walter Extra, and developed through a whole series of different variants, operated by a host of splendid teams. We saw the Blades earlier, and here the Jordanians putting up a very fine show in this 3-ship configuration. That additional barrel roll should be followed by another loop, and then they will position themselves into line abreast, which they're doing now for what is very much one of their signature maneuvers, the hammerhead storm. Keep your eyes peeled now. It's very hard to synchronize this. You've seen it with the Blades. Now you're seeing it with the Royal Jordanian Falcons. A big boot full of rudder coming in now. Very well synchronized indeed, and from that, diving into trail formation before transitioning again into Vic. And this, they say, is their most demanding and impressive maneuver of the display, a slow roll in 3-ship Vic formation. Rather more of a quarter clover. Yeah, so very much so, yeah. Okay, well, they're just adjusting that to their normal schedule. And now they're preparing for a maneuver that really is a signature of the
Royal Jordanian Falcons, whether it was on the old pit specials or now the extra EA 300s. As the team pulls up there, and they'll be rolling out as they fly in towards us, ready for their spectacular Hashemite break. Let's listen in.
Hashemite break. Ready, go!
Named, of course, after the Hashemite kingdom of Jordan. So we saw the leader going vertical there and the wingmen crossing each other, and they're both pulling up for synchronized stall turns to our left and right before they dive in towards each other once more for a head-on knife-edge opposition pass. And as they clear, look out in front of us for the team leader, Captain Nofan Al-Grer, a head-on entry towards us, and he's going to show us something of the aerobatic prowess of the extra.
Oh yes, look at that, just holding it there, waiting for the engine now to take over the weight, dropping it through and tumbling through his own smoke there. And the Jordanian version of the Lomchevak just bottoming out at the top end, if you understand what I'm saying there, running out of power, running out of speed, and then picking up the power, regaining some energy. A lot of this also about energy management as well as maintaining the power of the engine to get you through those very tight maneuvers.
And likewise, of course, a good power to weight ratio important in an unlimited aerobatic aircraft such as this. The extra 300 of really extremely light weight. But now, as you can see, the three-ship formation getting together out to our right. And this ready for the conclusion of their display today. Forming up back into the Vic formation in which they started. This is a team very well known on the international circuit. Apart from the UK, they've flown in many other countries around the world, including the USA and United Arab Emirates, Qatar, Indonesia, France, Italy, Switzerland, Germany, Belgium, Spain, Norway, Austria, Luxembourg and the Netherlands, all the while promoting Jordan and the Jordanian people to the rest of the world. They're coming in now for their final barrel roll break.
Stand by, we'll drop into the cockpit again and you'll get the last chance to hear them and of course photograph this great team. Very nicely done. I think we both agreed at the same time there, Ben. That was supremely well done.
We were both about to say exactly the same thing as well, George.
Yes.
So there we have the 2014 Royal Jordanian Falcons. The team collaboration between the Royal Jordanian Air Force and the country's national carrier, Royal Jordanian Airlines. Always welcome visitors to the UK, and they have a busy summer of appearances ahead of them. Well, while many an airshow may finish on an aerobatic team, this one today doesn't, because we have, I believe it should be 3 more items, 2 of which are glorious classic jets.
And in between, a classic helicopter.
Indeed so, which we very much hope will still be coming to join us after a little uncertainty earlier. I've seen the next item actually taxiing down towards the right-hand end, so we'll be going off in the same direction as the Jordanian Falcons are currently landing in.
Yes, for those maybe watching and following on the internet streaming we're doing today, we called out there's a fabulous off-crowd wind today. It's not too strong either, but of course the aircraft have been switching all day between departures and landings at different ends of the runway. Quite a long runway here, so almost 2 miles for us to see, and with the bump in the middle, it's been quite hard to coordinate everything that's been going on, with 1 or 2 changes that have occurred during the course of the day. But with 3 items to go, we've got about 40, maybe less than that, 30 minutes or so, and that will be it for the Waddington Airshow 2014. And marvellous chance as now the Jordanians recover. A good chance. Please give them a wave. They can see you from their cockpits. Lots of superb visibility from the extra 300 cockpit. So an opportunity to show your appreciation to our visitors here this year. But we're listening out now eagerly on the net for the next act, which has already been indicated. Another superb example of the vintage quality we had here this weekend.
Yes, we really have seen some of the stars of the current classic jet scene in not just Britain but Europe as well, thanks to the Swedes, and this probably the best and biggest classic jet gathering of the year, certainly in the UK and possibly in Europe as well, with a tremendous variety of types. And we've also seen a terrific variety of aircraft as operated by the Royal Air Force during the Cold War years. Just lifting on the far side of the airfield, I see the Army Air Corps Apache heading for home, and Wattisham Airfield in Suffolk, after that tremendously presented even demonstration earlier on today. Our thanks to the crew from 3 Regiment for their support. We still have, we believe, 1 item from the current British military, and that a helicopter to come, but well, I can just see the next aircraft in fact beginning to taxi on. 2 British jets of the 1950s, the first and largest of them actually first flew in 1949, 65 years ago this year, and they appear in matching silver colours that are going to look utterly glorious on this increasingly pleasant Lincolnshire evening. A display team of vintage jets set up to recapture some of the glory days of British aviation that occurred during that pioneering period of jet aircraft technology in the early post-war years, but which very much had its roots in design developments that began to be undertaken towards the tail end of the Second World War. The Mid-Air Squadron, a new addition to the British air display scene. Mike Davis, the man behind it, has invested a great amount in setting up this operation based at Cotswold Airport, the former RAF Kemble in Gloucestershire, and it's thanks to him that we get to experience what we're about to see. A bomber and fighter, they'll be performing both together and individually, and the bomber out of this pair, currently the sole airworthy example of its type. And I think I can see the aircraft on the roll now. And indeed, first leaping into the air, the English Electric Canberra PR9, and that will be followed by the Hawker Hunter T7. These aircraft both were outstanding air display performers when first they started to appear at the Farnborough air shows of the early 1950s. The Canberra really was truly remarkable. It's without question one of the greatest British aircraft of all time. With some aeroplanes, it's perhaps hard to imagine now the impact they made when first they appeared, but not with the Canberra. It was an outstanding aircraft throughout its life. When it appeared as Britain's first jet bomber in 1949, it was sensational. It was still hugely relevant when the last examples of the Canberra PR9 photo reconnaissance variant, including this very airframe, were retired by the RAF, and that was only in 2006. This from an aircraft, the specification for which dates from 1944 to replace the de Havilland Mosquito. The The design ethos of the team at English Electric under Teddy Petter, who also penned the Gnat we saw earlier, was very much the same as that for its de Havilland predecessor. The new bomber was to be unarmed and able to evade fighters through its speed and its agility. Also, it would have an excellent high altitude capability, so the competing aircraft of the time could barely get near it. English Electric perhaps was an odd choice to build the aircraft. It was a maker of industrial items like electrical equipment and rail locomotives. It had built few aeroplanes of its own, but it had produced Handley Page Hamden and Halifax bombers during the Second World War, and then it took over the Napier firm in 1942 with aviation interests there, and then Teddy Petter in 44 brought his twin-jet bomber design over from Westland, and the result was this, the Canberra here leading the Hawker Hunter in from the left for their first pass.
And that first pass, Ben, will be in echelon right with the T7 on the right wing, and we're expecting a very nice gliding slow turn with a topside view. So very nicely set up and a great opportunity for you photographers out there for the topside pass. The pair in a matching silver livery looking absolutely outstanding. They're repositioned at the far end for a slightly different formation in line astern.
The Hunter, meanwhile, deserves just the same plaudits as the Canberra. A slightly later aircraft, flying in 1951 as opposed to 1949, but an utterly beautiful one. Part of the great dynasty of Hawker fighters from that team headed by Sidney Cam, that earlier had produced the likes of the Fury, the Hurricane, the Typhoon and the Tempest.
While we have a short pause there before the aircraft return, would Melvin Douglas, please return to your departure point where others are waiting for you. Melvin Douglas, please return to the departure point. Thank you.
These two aircraft contemporaries in the Royal Air Force of the 1950s. The initial Canberra B2s came into RAF service with number 101 Squadron at Binbrook, not far from here, in May 1951. The Hunter followed in July 1954 with the Central Fighter Establishment and number 43 Squadron. Of course, all aircraft have their teething troubles. The Hunter, well, it couldn't fire its guns at altitude on the early marks without causing engine surge. And there were certain difficulties with the Canberra, for example, relating to bombing it up, an area in which the then armaments officer at Binbrook, an RAF officer by the name of Ken Wallace, who of course would later become so famous for his auto gyros and who passed away only last year, took a great interest in and really helped the aircraft's path towards becoming an effective operational aeroplane. And the Canberra's performance was on display right from the start. Test pilot Roland Beamont's displays at Farnborough were aerobatic and legendary, and they helped sell the type to the US Air Force, who chose it to meet their needs and had it produced under license in the States as the Martin B-57. A Canberra B-2, the first production bomber mark, became the first jet to fly transatlantic without refueling. A PR-3 photographic reconnaissance model won the 1953 air race between London and Christchurch, New Zealand, and in 1954 another B-2 model was the first jet to overfly the North Pole.
The pair now moving into echelon right again with the T7 on the right wing of the Canberra. This time they'll turn away from you to give you a very good view of the underside.
Just as the Canberra was becoming a mainstay of RAF Bomber Command during the Cold War, so the Hunter was becoming a linchpin of the RAF Fighter Command Day Fighter Force in the UK at the same time. Hunters and Canberras served together during the Suez Crisis of 1956. The Hunters in question being F5 models with the alternative engine to the type standard Rolls-Royce Avon power plant, that being the Armstrong Siddeley Sapphire.
Keeping this turn tight now as they come in this right-hander, they'll then convert to a left-handed turn for a graceful top-side pass. Well, we move into the second half of the display now. The aircraft will go out ahead of us on what we call the B-axis, away in front of us, and come back in to break apart for their individual demonstrations. As they come in towards us, a good opportunity for, especially for the photographers out there, for a unique photograph of these supremely interesting and very valuable in terms of our UK heritage, an opportunity as they split at Crowd Centre. Here's the break now.
So diving in from the left comes the Hunter T7.
Yes, a 4-point roll this time. In fact, we may get a couple of them by the look of it, and then it's straight into a derry wing over. Oh, and a slightly longer inverted bit as well.
This is the two-seat trainer variant of the Hunter, which was developed first by Hawker as a private venture, but the RAF soon adopted it and took on 45 examples, entering service in August 1958 and carrying on until 1994, the last of them having been used as companion trainers for the RAF's Buccaneer Force, which was retired at the same time, and one of those aircraft will be providing the finale to today's programme.
So presenting itself this time in an oblique loop, not quite looping in the normal sense, but pulling up in a sort of parabola.
Some of the Hunter T7s were converted single-seaters, but not this one. This was built new as a T7 in 1958 and delivered to the RAF that June. Its service was with number 229 Operational Conversion Unit and later the Tactical Weapons Unit at RAF Brawdy. This silver scheme, while adopted as a sort of generic livery by the Mid-Air Squadron for both the aircraft we see here and the second Hunter that they're going to be adding to the formation later in the year, is it happens to be fairly relevant to the type's history. It's quite reminiscent of that carried by the prototype T7, which flew in July 1955.
And this time the T7 coming back in for a graceful pass for topside view.
And on this pass you'll see the fact of the aircraft having been lengthened by 3 feet in the forward section to create the space for the 2-seat side-by-side cockpit. But it barely detracts from the gorgeous lines of this aeroplane.
So at the end of this run, the T7 will pull up into a half Cuban, come back into the middle, at which stage we expect to see the Canberra change. And there it is over on the left-hand side. We're expecting literally a handover of the stage at centre stage after completion of the half Cuban. Wonderful sound, that. Absolutely wonderful. What a dramatic pass. Utterly delightful.
So now to the Canberra PR9. NASA still uses highly modified examples of the Martin B-57, the WB-57, for duties around the world, notably in certain trouble spots, but that a much modified variant. This, however, the world's currently sole airworthy English electric Canberra, though all the PR9 variants as we see here were built by Shorts of Belfast.
And after that graceful wing over, positioning itself now for a topside pass.
Reconnaissance was always an important task for the Canberra, given its high flying capabilities. The PR3 was the first photo recce mark to enter service, that with number 540 Squadron at Benson in 1953. And that year, the aircraft proved its worth immediately. The details of Project Robin remain secret, but a modified Canberra B2 took part in a clandestine high-altitude reconnaissance mission to photograph a new Soviet surface-to-air missile testing site at Kapustin Yar, east of Stalingrad. The Soviet MiG-15 fighters sent up to try and intercept it could barely get anywhere near. One managed to get in some lucky shots, but nonetheless the Canberra was the only aircraft before the Lockheed U-2 that was even remotely capable of carrying out such a task.
Extraordinary chord width in the wings there, belying its real agility. It almost makes it look much, much more cumbersome than it actually is to fly. a hugely excellent performer in all dimensions.
And this, the ultimate recce version of the RAF Canberra, the PR9, with its powerful Rolls-Royce Avon 206 engines, longer span wing than the earlier marks, the offset canopy that you might be able to see on this aeroplane. 23 of them were built new by Shorts of Belfast. They served out most of their careers with number 39 Squadron.
Performing a good belly-up wing over in this respect. I'll come by for one more dirty pass before pairing up with his teammate in the T7.
In wartime, the motto of RAF Photo Reconnaissance crews was alone, unarmed and unafraid, and that applied equally to the crews of Canberra PR9s as well. The type was constantly upgraded to keep pace with reconnaissance needs, and the latter sensors that it carried included one, Radios, the Rapid Deployment Electro-Optical System, that was a modified version of that used in the latest version of the U2, the U2S. They were employed throughout the Balkans campaigns over Somalia, Afghanistan and Iraq, typically flying above 50,000 feet. And when the type was finally retired in July 2006, just weeks previously, Canberra PR9s had been operating over Afghanistan.
Okay, here you see the gear down. He put in a 360 at the centre, then clean up and join the teammate.
You can see the under fuselage flare bay opening on this orbit.
And as the Canberra departs out, so ready to join up with its teammate, an opportunity to credit both the pilots today, Dave Piper and Mark Leckie. Dave Piper and Mr. Canberra himself, but switching seats today, interestingly enough, Ben. Chatting to him yesterday, it's unusual, but nonetheless, he's great. He's got relatively few hours in the Hunter, but an enormous number in the Canberra.
And Mike Leckie flying the Canberra today, former RAF Battle of Britain Memorial Flight Lancaster pilot of a few years ago. Both men very capable display pilots indeed. When the Canberra PR9 was retired, they declassified various reconnaissance images taken by the aircraft. One of them showed the Palace of Westminster clearly enough to read the time on Big Ben. That was taken from over the Isle of Wight. In some ways, the PR9 has never truly been replaced. Since 2006, when this was one of the last examples in service, Mike Davis ensured that it was kept in good condition at Cotswold Airport. C2 Aviation carried out the restoration. It finished last July, and it's produced a stunning silver machine.
And here now the high-speed pass as both aircraft join together.
One of the many remarkable facts about the Canberra is that it saw frontline action in every decade from its service entry to its retirement. In the 50s, RAF aircraft took part in the conflicts in Malaya and Suez. The 60s and 70s saw US Air Force B-57s and Canberras of the Royal Australian Air Force engaged in Vietnam, and Pakistani B-57s and Indian Canberras in the wars between those two countries. In the 80s, there was the Falklands War, in which Argentinian Canberras played a role. In the 90s, the PR9s were active in the Balkans. In the 2000s, over Iraq and Afghanistan. The type outlived so many of its planned replacements. In the 70s, when the Panavia multi-role combat aircraft, the MRCA, was under development as the next generation of RAF striking power, there was a popular joke at the time in the service that its designation stood not for multi-role combat aircraft, but must refurbish Canberras again. A very versatile machine put to multiple uses in the RAF: target tug, electronic countermeasures, training aircraft.
Oh, being treated to an extra pass there, not in the script, but nonetheless hugely entertaining.
So the Hunter on the break to land first, and it looks like the Canberra is going to do likewise, but this time in from the left. Mike Davis of Mid-Air deserves enormous congratulation for putting together the Mid-Air squadron, with the second Hunter T7 due to join this pair later in the season once its return to flight is complete. He is looking for commercial backing to help keep the aircraft airworthy, and so it may be that at some point in the future, if that's found, sponsors' logos get put onto the aircraft in these silver schemes. But for now, a chance to enjoy them in these RAF colours, the PR9, looking very much as the early examples of that mark did when first they were delivered to RAF service.
Landing in near perfect weather conditions at the end of what has been a glorious weekend. The sky now turning blue everywhere, the cloud really high in the sky, and the temperature quite outstanding, with 2 more display acts yet to go.
And the first of those will look lovely in this evening light, being bright yellow. Incidentally, I can see, talking of bright yellow helicopters, that a very historic one has been pulled out of the static park up at the left-hand end of the airfield, and that's rather appropriate given what we're about to see. That's the Westland Whirlwind HAR-10, that privately owned historic helicopter we were talking about earlier on, getting ready to depart after the show. And that one of the predecessors of the aeroplane that we're about to see on display, courtesy of number 202 Squadron, Royal Air Force. The Hunter rolling out with brake chute streamed.
Super. And while we're waiting for that to arrive, rumour control tells me that Lewis Hamilton scored a mighty victory in the Formula 1 at Silverstone today, which is fantastic news. As far as the tennis is concerned, I suspect it's moved on, but I understand Djokovic was leading Federer early on in the day. But what a weekend for sport, and no idea where the cycling got to, but I must say the weather was absolutely outstanding. And referring now to E-Flight 202 Squadron, we're joined now by Staff Sergeant Jim Bethel, who's going to tell us a little bit about what to expect next. Jim, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
That's right, yes, you are on, just making sure you're with us. Fantastic news indeed. Now, we managed to have a very interesting and very, very good demonstration yesterday. Can we expect much of the same today?
Yes, we're going to do a roll demonstration for you again, simulating picking up a casualty from the middle of the airfield.
Okay, I'm glad it's only simulated and that nobody's actually come to any harm out there. And of course the crew remaining on standby actually throughout the entire afternoon, including during their display.
Yes, that's right. So hopefully they don't get called to a rescue, otherwise they might have to vanish halfway through. But normally they're on a 15-minute readiness from RAF Leckenfield. But they're on call as we speak, as we're doing the demonstration today.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, that adds just that little bit of extra excitement to the whole thing, doesn't it? Now, the Sea King, what an amazing stalwart it has been of not just military aviation, but particularly the search and rescue role.
Yeah, it's a brilliant aircraft for what it does. It's designed for the Navy to work over water, and it's very good in the search and rescue role.
Yeah, well, you're going to tell us a lot more about that in a moment. Okay, we don't see it. Oh, hang on. Yes, there we are. Well, I'll leave you to it. Jim, take it away.
So good afternoon everybody, I'm Flight Sergeant Jim Bethel. I'm one of the winchmen who works on the search and rescue helicopters based on 202 Squadron. The helicopter today is from RAF Leconfield in East Yorkshire. This is a Sea King Mark III. This will be our final year to do the Waddington Airshow, unfortunately, with the contractualisation of search and rescue. So it's very nice for us to be here today, and we're proud to do our final airshow at Waddington. Due to the nature of the work, the Royal Air Force search and rescue team has some of the finest crews in the Air Force. Unfortunately, they're busy today, so we've got Flight Lieutenant Paul Tweddle, who's our captain of the day. Flight Lieutenant Rich Smithson is a co-pilot, and the Sea King, in its search and rescue role, is a four-man helicopter. So in the back you'll see Master Aircrew Rick Jones as our winch operator, and Squadron Leader Mark Vickery as the winchman of the day, or dope on the rope as we're often referred to.
Oh, that's really mean. Not at all. You're certainly the most courageous member of the crew.
So the normal patch for RAF Leconfield, we cover down to the Wash, up to Teesside, across all the Pennines, the bottom of the Lake District, and across as far halfway to Norway. We have no typical type of rescue, although we're more famous for over water and boat work. We're often seen in the mountains, picking people off of cliffs, or just picking people out of road traffic collisions where we need to move a lot of people. Due to the size of the Sea King, we're quite good for moving lots of people. So Leconfield was involved in the Hull floods, Sheffield floods and Cockermouth. As well as the 4 crew, we've got an additional 17 seats for passengers, so we can move a lot of people very quickly. Here's the Sea King coming in now just to land on and set up ready for its demonstration. You'll see the winch operator in the door talking the aircraft down, making sure it's safe underneath as it lands. On the ground is another winchman coming in to help to be our simulated survivor today. That's Sergeant Daniel Hewitt. The Sea King itself has a top speed of around 150 miles an hour, and our normal range is approximately 250 miles, where we could do a rescue and return back afterwards. We've got quite a lot of legs for an old helicopter. The casualty is in position now, so it's simulating that there's a person in a life raft in the sea. The aircraft will come round, identify them, and then start its winching circuit. The crews on the Sea King come from all different aircraft types, so the crews have worked in Afghanistan, Iraq, Kenya. As the aircraft makes its approach, it's going to descend to a safe height so it can deploy the winchman. You'll see the winchman now, Mark Vickery, coming out the door, and his winch operator just checking his equipment for a final time. The aircraft's climbing. It's simulating it might be moving over different terrain are often just getting higher so it doesn't affect the casualty with its rotor wash. You can see as it climbs, it's very difficult now for the pilots to see the person on the floor. So the winch operator in the door today, Master Aircrew Rick Jones, he has to become the linchpin of the operation. He's looking for the winchman, he's scanning forward to check his casualty, and then he's talking the pilots on to try and put the two together. As the winchman arrives with a casualty, he would just have a quick check over in the water and start placing the strops. A winchman are trained to a paramedic level, and the winch operator is also trained to an ambulance technician level, so you get exactly the same style of medical care as you would in an ambulance, just faster and bigger and can get more places. As the casualty is secure, they'll come clear of the ground and the aircraft will start moving forward and descending to a safe height so it can recover its winchman and its casualty. Give a big wave for the winchman as he passes. With the casualty on board, the two members of the rear crew then can start giving medical aid and assisting with getting us to the hospital as fast as possible. The crew are coming in for a final wave now. As I say, this is our final year for RAF Leconfield being able to do the Waddington Airshow. So please, bit of fond farewells to this familiar sight in the local skies. And please give a big wave to the Royal Air Force Search and Rescue Seeking.
Jim, thank you so much for coming in. You look as though you were rather weary there. Were you a bit stitched up today to come over and chat to us?
A little bit.
I thought you might have been, but anyway, you did a far better job than we did, and it's we really appreciate you coming over. Just give us a bit of an insight. What about the training cycle for all this, though? I mean, how long did it take you to get up to that standard?
So for the rear crews, we do our normal trade training, and then on top of that, there's another year's worth of search and rescue training to be able to operate on the front line. Plus, then the rear crew have medical training on top, taking us up to our paramedic skills.
Yeah, I mean, a hell of a lot, actually, isn't it? I don't think people appreciate just how long it takes to do that. I mean, he was looking very relaxed, very easy on the end of the strop there, but actually you could tell that that comes from years and years of experience. Well, we appreciate everything you do. It will be a sad day to see the mighty Sea King go, but nonetheless, I think they have thousands and thousands of people in Britain who are very grateful for the assistance of the Royal Air Force Search and Rescue effort. Of course, underpinning all this is the real operational imperative, which is linked to the whole Siri business that we were talking about, of course, and that is rescuing downed airmen, and no doubt that will continue in other guises in the future.
Yes, that's right. So the Coast Guard are taking the baton, as it were, and running with that in the future with a more modern aircraft, which will be based on Humberside Airport's replacing Leconfield.
Right, so penultimate aircraft of the day. What's been a glorious day. Big wave from everybody there. Thank you very much. See you all participating there. The crews do enjoy it. They're still at work today. They're on shift. When do this crew, when do they come off shift?
They don't come off shift till 9:30 tomorrow morning, so
oh my word.
Hopefully we should have a quiet night.
Well, I certainly hope you do, and get some sleep. Well, marvellous. Thank you so much for joining us, and we hope you do have a quiet night, and happy flying, safe flying, and may you enjoy the rest of the summer without too many incidents.
Thank you very much for having us.
Not at all. Well, the great news is that we're going to see another jet now, and it's another heritage jet, and it will close what has been a magnificent couple of days at Waddington this year. And I think, Ben, as that mighty helicopter repositions in itself, we should hear the tones of Chris Heames on the air.
We should indeed, as the Sea King clears for the last time at a Waddington Airshow prior to the arrival in service of the new Bristow helicopters operated fleet of AW189 and S92 helicopters. That really will be a sea change for Britain's Search and Rescue Force. We prepare for the final item, as George said. This weekend we've celebrated the 50th display season of the Royal Air Force aerobatic team, the Red Arrows. Well, RAF aerobatic traditions date back a long way. One thinks of the demonstrations, for example, of tied together flying by biplane fighters such as Hawker Furies at RAF pageants and displays and Empire Air Days in the 1930s. The war put a stop to such things, of course, but soon afterwards, in 1948, the RAF set up what was its first jet aerobatic team, equipped with de Havilland Vampires. And the Hawker Hunter, in particular, took the jet aerobatic baton forward into the 1950s. A host of famous squadron teams were set up during that time, one of the most notable being from number Treble 1 Squadron, stationed at RAF Lucas in Fife during its final incarnation as a Tornado F3 unit, sadly now disbanded. But at the time it was based at RAF Wattisham in Suffolk, now the Wattisham Airfield base of the Army Air Corps Apache that we saw earlier on today. And it's a final flourish in tribute to the Black Arrows team of Treble 1 that we provide as the finale to today's show. And doing so in this glorious light, the Hawker Hunter T7A. Treble 1 was led at the time by Squadron Leader Roger Top, AFC, whose flying career had already seen him achieving some notable feats. He piloted a troop-carrying airspeed Horsa glider in the airborne crossing of the Rhine. In from the left, the Hunter. Roger Top was keen on formation flying. He set up initially a quartet of Gloucester Meteors, but they, while doing various practice displays, never actually flew in public. Then in June 1955, halfway through Roger's first year as commanding officer, the unit was re-equipped with the Hunter. The F6 model came along in November 1956, and Treble One's formation activities really started to get serious. They started out with a quartet of Hunter F4s, and gradually a legend amongst RAF formation teams was born. To differentiate themselves on the scene, black was chosen as the colour. Roger Top said, after the 1957 Paris show at Le Bourget, one of the French newspapers decided that we looked like Les Flèches Noires. I decided that wasn't too bad, so I called us the Black Arrows. Well, the following year came one of the most notable feats of RAF aerobatic flying, or indeed aerobatic flying amongst any air arm. The Farnborough Airshow was coming up, the big showcase, and the RAF and Treble One wanted to show what they could do. The end result was remarkable. A 22-ship formation of Hunters. Aircraft had to be borrowed from other RAF squadrons, including number 43, and we saw one of those very 43 squadron aircraft of the time earlier on in the hands of the Dutch Hawker Hunter Foundation. At Farnborough, the 22 aircraft Hunter formation performed no fewer than 2 loops, and then successions of loops and rolls in other formations of slightly smaller size. But a new record had been set, and it's unlikely ever to be broken. And the team's entire display, from start to finish, lasted just 7 minutes. The rationale: leave everybody wanting more. There followed real stardom on the international scene for the Black Arrows. At the end of the 1958 season, Roger Top ended his period in command of Treble One. Squadron leader Peter Latham took on the job, and he led the Black Arrows for 2 more years until Treble One disbanded, ready to re-equip on the English Electric Lightning. And the last display happened at Wattisham on the 3rd of November 1960. Still thereafter, the RAF maintained a Hunter aerobatic team. Now it was number 92 Squadron that took on the mantle with their Blue Diamonds. And the formation aerobatic excellence of those days can be traced right through the likes of the Red Pelicans and the Yellow Jacks to the Red Arrows in their first display season in 1965. All the way through to this 50th display season for the Reds in 2014. This aircraft, having been converted to T7 standard, actually served with Treble One Squadron for a time, although that was post the 1958 22 aircraft loops. Became one of the final Hunters in RAF service when retired. It was in the early 1990s. It was acquired by Delta Jets at Kemble, now Cotswold Airport, and flown again in their civilian hands in 1996. For most of the time, it's been on the display circuit ever since. Now as part of the Hunter Flight Academy, recently a Swedish warbird collector, Jan Andersson, bought a significant share in the aircraft, but he intends to keep it based in the UK at Cranfield Airport in Bedfordshire. what can one say about the pilot here, George?
Well, it's absolutely extraordinary. I was just in deep awe there and just sat back watching this delightful shape. I mean, they say if it looks right, it flies right. It is an adage, and to a certain extent, Chris Heames fit that as well. Short, stubby, amusing, alert, and very agile pilot as well. Exactly the right guy to be flying this machine, and what is the most gorgeous evening and a great way to end this display. Yes, Chris has flown just about everything there was to fly in the last 40 years. Actually started life as an air traffic controller, and then after a few years managed to get himself on a flying course in 1979. Well over 13,000 hours now, including quite a number of thousand on gliders as well. A very, very competent chap, hops in and out of aircraft every weekend during the course of the summer, and indeed much of the winter as well, and perfectly suited to be closing this year's Waddington International Airshow.
Yes, Chris retired as the RAF's chief gliding instructor. He was a fighter pilot on the Lightning, the Phantom, and the Tornado F3. Today we've seen him in two of his favourite mounts, the Gnat earlier and the Hunter now. He also flies the Hunter for the Mid-Air Squadron and is a Shuttleworth collection pilot down at Old Warden on their vintage aircraft too.
Absolutely right. And you know, I often wonder when I go around the airshow circuit why we don't start air shows at about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, because it's absolutely splendid now. With another 3 hours of light ahead of us easily, we could have a cracking evening here.
And what beautiful skies against which to set that display by the all-black Hunter. Its markings recalling the days of the Black Arrows as the RAF's premier formation aerobatic team, and bringing to a close the formal flying display at this year's RAF Waddington International Airshow.
Yes, I think that will very much please those waiting to get across Crossway 5 from what I can see at the moment, but we did say there would be quite a lot of congestion, so again I urge you to make the most of what's left on the showground, because there's still plenty to see and do, and it is a gorgeous evening.
It is. So, coming in over the threshold to finish today's flying display in very appropriate fashion, Chris Heames in the Hawker Hunter T7A. Beautiful.
Absolutely stunning end, and quite the most appropriate jet, I think, to complete a superb weekend's worth of flying. For those of you staying for a while, there will be an absolute rash of departures over the next hour, all sorts of aircraft to get airborne. Already the 3 Gnats are lining up. We know the Whirlwind is trying to get out. I've seen the strobes on the Merlin lighting up just a few moments ago, and indeed an awful lot of light aircraft. So there'll be plenty to see. They will all be departures, and it has been just a terrific weekend. We want to thank all of you for joining us and for being so patient and understanding during the delays we had earlier in the day. Please give a wave and a smile to all those assistants. A massive team has gone into putting this whole weekend together, and they all deserve credit equally and fairly right across the board, from the managers right down to the many air cadets who later today and tomorrow morning will be carrying out what we call a FOD plot to pick up all the rubbish that you've left behind. But nonetheless, some really fabulous high points during the course of the weekend. A really marvellous mix of content between vintage jets, heritage aviation, an enormous number of helicopters as well, most unusual, and indeed the big boys here as too, with the likes of the Vulcan. Well, Ben, that's a wrap, and sadly those of you who perhaps aren't aware of the news, we can certainly confirm that there will not be Waddington Airshow next year. As you well know, the runway is being resurfaced and many changes are being made to the site. It's a great shame, but indeed you'll have to keep in touch with the local press and Royal Air Force Waddington to know what future lies ahead.
And that Hunter solo brought to a close the RAF Waddington Airshow 2014. That was the Sunday flying display, so the very last Waddington Airshow flying display that we've seen up until now. This is April 2020 that we're replaying this. I hope you've enjoyed the broadcast. We've got more due to come out on the Planes TV YouTube and Facebook pages. Do stick around, do subscribe if you haven't done already, and do give it a like and share if you fancy doing that and sharing some of the airshow action. Thanks again for watching. See you again soon.